Hello! We're live. Is this thing on?
Hey.
Hello.
Welcome everybody to Bandwagon Q&A stream. I'm Janine, one of the organizers of Bandwagon. I'm here with Marble.
Hello.
And an up-and-coming creator who some of you may not have heard of.
No one's heard of me. I am Stevo.
Named Stevo. Yeah, so we are here to kind of go through the behind the scenes of Bandwagon and show you some of the dev exits, some of the contraptions, and, you know, answer questions from chat. And, yeah, go through some fun tech. We may be talking about teleporting tech, but we also have a video coming out probably tomorrow or soon about teleporting and how to, you know, how to do teleporting stuff. Who was it again who made all the good levels?
No idea.
None of us. We stole them all.
True. That's how we got banned.
That's how we got banned. Yeah, because Nintendo cares about plagiarism. They don't care about plagiarism. Skull Candy made all of the good levels, obviously. Alright, so, yeah. How are you guys doing? I just want to chill for a little bit while people show up, but if you guys want to talk about what you did on Wagon World and your experience with it and stuff.
It was definitely fun. That's a way to describe doing this.
Let's go for a bit of history, shall we?
Yeah,
so,
go for it.
Stevo, you're the only one who was actually here for this, but it was May 2020 when this whole thing started.
I'm gonna pause
it?
this.
Yeah. It was. Actually, I don't remember what happened like at the very beginning because I joined a little bit, like very slightly after they were starting. So I don't know who came up with like the idea, but
I thought it was you and Defender's original idea, like a history thing, and then you realized you couldn't do it on your own.
Me and Defender were doing a collab, but then the Bandwagon World was started separately. So then so when we found out about it, we joined in the server, and then I ended up working on this stuff, and Defender, I guess, just didn't.
Defender kind of disappeared. Which is fine. I'm glad that he got to play it blind. That was fun.
He went off and made his own super world.
Ha.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't join until, well, there was a bit of drama that went down about halfway through.
There's a lot of things. So there was like the initial time we started, and people were actually working on it for a bit, but then it slowed down, and it was basically getting nowhere. And so eventually, I think it was then we got to around when Janine joined, and we got back to actually doing stuff, and that took another year.
It took another year for sure
to get the all the levels actually good and done. Do we have any of the like old original levels? I don't know. Marble might.
I think Marble has them, but I don't have a way for Marble to show them.
I don't know. I don't know if we want to show them, but that was a thing that happened.
I have some of the old things, like we have the original wrong levels.
Oh wow.
Down here. Don't go here first and wrong level.
Which were both made by Wilfred originally. They were his idea.
Let me just take a look at chat. Hello, Skull Candy, Gooch, Box, Shade Kitty, everybody's here. Oh my god, Mackenzie does stuff, welcome. Oworth. Good thing Defender didn't take part after the beginning, because otherwise the softflux wouldn't be in the levels. Look, we fixed those, okay?
Some of them.
You all know how I feel about guts. Skull Candy says I have a lot of the old levels downloaded. Nice.
That's fun.
Cool. So maybe we could start with dev exits. I know that's a thing that people are interested in.
First dev exit.
When is the first dev exit? So
I think WagonMoney might be it.
The rule of thumb, first of all, is that if it doesn't require a dev exit, it doesn't have one, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, Alpha. Invite all your friends. But yeah, if it doesn't require a dev exit, it doesn't have one. So, for example, something like Super Wagon World, this is just
finale.
A straight up forward, get all the red coins, go through the key door. To upload it, we get all the red coins and go through the key door. It's kind of a pain in the butt. And the finale as well. There is no dev exit. We just... you get all the coins in one go, level. You go into the boss door, and you do the entire boss sequence and don't die.
Yeah, you have to do that twice.
Yeah, you have to do it twice.
Clear checking that level takes at least half an hour.
So the dev exits tend to be when we're doing stuff like checkpoint twice, where stuff is different after you spawn from the checkpoint and you technically can't beat it normally for the first time through, but we expect you to spawn from the checkpoint. Or stuff where like you have to, the actual player path goes back to the beginning with a knowledge checkpoint or something like that. And we still have to clear it from the thing. So I think our first actual dev exit is WagonMoney, right?
Yes.
I can't imagine any of the previous ones would have.
I mean, all of Garbo-land is pretty straightforward. You just go through. Okay.
Sorry, everyone has the way of completing it from CP2, which is technically a dev exit. But...
So
right.
We'll spread these out a little bit. I want to start with this one, and then we'll sort of talk about some other tech and stuff, answer some questions, and then go through other ones as we go along. Okay, so the reason that WagonMoney Collab needs a dev exit is that we force you to die at the checkpoint.
Yeah.
Which is over here. Sorry, everyone. Oh, sorry, everyone, kind of. Let's actually just look at sorry, everyone, real quick.
Yeah, we did. Marvel just mentioned that.
Yeah.
I mean, the dev exit is just a link.
This is like this is like not complicated. This is the simplest thing in the world. There's a link.
Yeah, it's just that.
So if you spawn at the checkpoint, which you can't do during the thing, you get
a kind of blocks.
You get a thing. There's this annoying vine here, which is always.
You don't have to pull out the bomb while standing there.
I know. Shut up.
Yeah, then you have to jump in the...
Yay! Dev exit. Great. Does that even count? But yeah, that's the only thing in here. It's because the player can't normally get this checkpoint because there's hidden blocks. But for clear checking, there is a link on a track here.
We could have just made it a winged link sword. I don't know why there's even a track there.
Overlapping the checkpoint, so you can't place it there.
Yeah.
It could have been where the kaizas are, but whatever. Also, it's slower.
Also, it goes left.
Yeah,
that would
if
be
you give it a parachute, it would go right.
Yeah, we discovered that actually at a certain point.
That would have worked.
That would have absolutely worked. You just spawn here and go.
It also doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
Moving on.
Anyway. What the fuck is that glitch dev exit? There are no glitches here. This is you get Link and you bust through the wall. The dev of all time.
Most advanced dev exit.
We'll forever love how Carl did that key death prediction after getting the safety coin on Wagon Money. Yes,
yes.
Wagon Money
That
has
was fun.
safety coin prevention. That there is no if you save the safety coin, you are key deathing. Like
That's kind of the opposite of safety coin prevention.
Yeah. Well, you know, whatever.
It had safety coin prevention until we added the kaizo block thing.
For sure. Yeah, because you get your red coins in the section, and then you come to the checkpoint, and then you get the coin, and you die. Like, there's no way through here without the dev.
I'm gonna go and look back through Discord and try and find the exact point where I suggested we keyed it from there.
You suggested the kaizo block. I put the coin above it to key death.
That was it, yeah.
And it was probably in a voice call and not the Discord message, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
I think I do actually remember.
This block was very evil. Extremely evil. Just the dev exit and sorry everyone should have been the pipe leads to the start of the level.
Oh god.
Okay,
yeah, then
that
actually let him get the checkpoint.
That would have been a much bigger pain in the butt. The problem is, you know what would have happened if we did that? Is that people would not have realized the goal was there.
True.
But yeah, let's take some questions. Are there any setups that you guys want to see? Go through? One thing I definitely want to go through is the code setup here, and don't go here first.
Yeah, the wrong levels have insane stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because also the ducking setup in wrong level.
Oh god, yeah, the duck detector. Or not duck detector, the mini jump detector. For sure. Explain 1-1 glitch free.
In Marble, you're ready to do that.
Marble, explain yourself.
Okay.
Let's go.
So one night I went to bed and I had a nightmare. This was the nightmare.
And then you just decided to build it and make it deal with it.
Yeah.
Basically.
Well, the history of it is we needed another cooldown level. This is totally a cooldown level, you guys, and not just, you know. The best description
horrors beyond your imagination.
The best description I heard of it was little Timmy Hot Garbo if Timmy knew all of the glitch tech.
The best description is average British.
Average British. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay, are we seriously going through this?
I feel like we should, do we have any more straightforward teleporting setups in other places?
Absolutely not in this level.
Not in this level. Yeah, let's actually go through this one a little bit later.
Because 1.1 glitch free has like all of the most insane glitch tech, but it's also used. There's like a bunch of setups for it all in the same place, and they're really complex.
Mackenzie Does Stuff says, I think in Breaking Band there was a bridge that went through the breakable blocks. How did you do that? I'm not quite sure.
Right, at the start, first room. Muncher in the pipe.
Oh, this guy.
So, it's offset.
So, let's just... Yeah, this right here. So this is an offset bridge, and you make it in the stupidest way possible. Which I actually can't demonstrate for you here because it requires you to go to handheld mode. Go to handheld mode, you grab your little stylus, and you go woo, 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 back and forth really fast until it breaks itself. And then you end up with a bridge that is offset slightly. And
it's not offset enough that the game considers it to be in the same space as the heart block, but it's just offset enough that you can stand on it.
Because normally you're not allowed to put blocks below a bridge like this for some reason. That's actually, I don't understand why, but you can't. Yeah, I literally can't show it in docked mode.
You can't move your cursor fast enough.
Yeah. You have to be able to use touch to get that cursor movement.
You should have been on emulators, you could use mouse.
Or in emulators you can do it with your mouse.
Yeah, but
that's true.
That's touch controls, so it's the same.
Yeah. For sure. Great question, thank you. No, that was not a stupid question. That was a very interesting piece of tech.
Yeah.
Dev rep for Wagon Money, devware. That's the most Nintendo thing I've seen. Yeah, it's really stupid.
We never got to the dev exit for Wagon Money.
We never actually talked about the dev exit.
No, I'm saving it because.
Okay.
Oh, you're saving it. Okay.
Sure.
Let's see if I can. Okay, so if I take my Switch out of the dock and show on camera.
Oh God.
Let's see if we can do this. I don't know. What's the worst that could happen? Don't think about that too hard.
There's a lot of worse that could happen.
All right, so there.
You need to you can't do that. You need to have placed it. Like you can't have placed it in the world yet. You need to be holding down for the first time.
Got it.
Yeah.
So you
like that.
Hold down on the screen to draw the bridge, and then you swipe a bunch.
Okay, but I'm still at the eraser. Great. Swipe.
Randomly offset by somehow.
Yeah, and you see that is slightly randomly offset.
You can put it back in the dock now.
Yeah.
It goes the other way around. There we go. There we go. Offset bridges. So this is now offset. Now, if I put another bridge here, you can kind of compare and see that this is kind of scuffed, right? Like, this isn't a thing that you could create with normal methods. But because I swiped back and forth really fast, and then I can put ground tiles there, or hard blocks, where I normally wouldn't be able to do that. I should explain all of the setups like that. I mean, we will be making some broken tracks and showing some teleporting stuff. I think I'd like to do that. Though, I was hoping to have our video out before this, but editing takes a long time, so that's what it is. This look ahead troll is one of my favorite trolls in all of the world. It's so stupid. And it gets pretty much everybody. I think I saw 2 people.
Yeah, there's been 2 or 3 people
actually look at this setup and say, "Oh, this will give me a mushroom. I better hit that first." Like, it's the stupidest thing in the world. And honestly, this is my favorite kind of troll. It's just dumb stuff that.
It's a pretty good one.
That's the single Federico style troll I've ever made.
So good. Honestly, thought it was gonna be some crazy black hole stuff, which is funny. Yeah, this is weirdly, it is not black hole. It is just.
How many setups do we have to actually require a black hole? There's like 2.
I think
Not
none
actually that many.
anymore. So there's some that we used the black hole for because we didn't know how to not use a black hole.
Right, but oh yeah, because the pipe thing we used it, but you technically don't need it. But the black hole.
You do if you want to make it a red pipe.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So technically, you do still need the black hole to create that, but there's a way of doing it with a non-red pipe.
Yeah.
Sure.
The black hole isn't even hard, so.
We literally showed how to do it on Carl's stream, so it's not exactly proprietary tech anymore.
Yeah, no. There were a couple pieces of tech that we were trying to kind of keep to ourselves. It didn't really work.
Didn't happen.
But people were still surprised by it, like teleporting the player through walls and stuff.
Oh yes, when Twitter started blowing up with that cape level.
Can we
No, that's ours!
You were upset. I didn't care because I knew.
Can we get a dedicated stream for the hardest decision of my life and oh no, a harder decision? Well, those were pretty tough. I don't know.
Wait, actually, one of those does have a advanced
does.
good tech in it.
Yeah.
So there's one thing to explain.
This is actually a great spot to explain detached pipes. So why don't we actually do that? Because this is one of the things that you're gonna need if you want to understand 1.1 glitch free, and this is a much more limited use of it. Why is there a track here?
I think that's what the coin is attached to in
Really?
the pipe. Because I used the non-black hole method, so that leaves you with the track.
Oh, that's right. You put that together. I actually still don't know how to do that.
Yeah, because that
so
method is really...
the thing that we're talking about is, of course, in this room with, pipe or pipe here.
He's using an upside-down coin.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
There's an upside-down coin, which is weird. But you come in here and you're like, there's coins coming out of this pipe. What the hell? And of course, it's not a pipe because it's not
because
a pipe.
that's a ground block.
That's ground tiles. So this is an object called a detached pipe. I'm an idiot.
That was not very smart of you.
Nice.
Does that work?
Yeah,
It
it's
does.
fine.
That doesn't
Okay,
even
cool.
do anything to the coin. It's
What?
just annoying.
Oh, no, now it's a small coin.
Now it's a tiny coin.
Well,
Look, it's a tiny coin! I love it!
It still works though.
All right, so Stevo, do you wanna walk us through how to make that?
If I
If you remember.
I actually don't remember the process for this because it's really specific. So,
Mini pipe would have been cool, but we don't have that kind of tech.
we have done both parts of the mini pipe in separate places, but we don't have a mini pipe.
Yeah, and the mini pipes that we had are kind of limited.
Alright, we'll get to that level probably if someone asks about it.
Welcome, Magnan.
Is this the clip?
Oh, also hi, Trollboy. Good to see you.
No, that's that.
All right, while you're looking,
Trying.
I think there's not much else to explain about this level. Everything else is it's fairly straightforward. This
I do
one
want to talk about the
this one is
changing
fun.
checkpoint setup in this level.
I used ELB to make the launchers not fire. Because I didn't want to have launchers firing. This is a fun Stevo actually had to help me come up with this one. This is a hidden block detector and there's a bajillion different kinds of hidden block detectors, but this one specifically had to fit underneath this scroll stop here. This is a scroll stop across the entire level, and that's how we have the scroll fixed here at right underneath the goal.
How does the start of the level work then?
You just go
What?
through a door.
Oh, it's that line there. I see.
Yeah, so this line here is the scroll stop, but you're underneath it, so.
Where the heck is the Twitter clip that was showing the detached pipe setup? I don't know.
Why do you use the coupoling to offset the cannons? That's a really good question, Magnan. So in this case, I actually could have used the Big Buncher or something because we're not actually pressed for sprites in this level. But one of the things that we are always coming up against is the static entity limit, which is the number of things that you can put in a level, is 100, which is fairly low for what it is. And one nice thing about coupolings is that they don't count as entities for the static entity limit, or ELA if you're used to that technology. They count towards a separate boss limit. So yeah, short answer is it saves a sprite, which was not actually that important in this level, but we're so used to just, if you want to center something, use a coupoling, because,
90% of all our problems came, especially in the finale level, just came from, why is the damn entity limit 100?
Yeah. So yeah, that's why we use coupoling's for that.
A little side note though, if you're going to use a coupoling, always use Roy. The limit's the same.
Just boom boom.
You can use any of them, but Roy is the only true answer. Yeah. Wilfred came up to me and said, "Why are you using Roy? I think you should be using Wendy." But no, Roy is like the only real option here.
Just for that, I'm changing them all to Ludwig.
Perfect.
How did you guys do the checkpoint twice in this level, Cap?
Oh.
Yeah, this was the stupidest checkpoint twice in the entire world. You come in here in blue state. One of these changes the switch, and the other doesn't. This didn't have as high of an impact as I really wanted. But, because people were like, oh, it's a puzzle, I need to figure it out. I'm like, this is the stupidest thing in the world.
Well, your average player doesn't know about, that setup.
Yeah, so you come in blue state, and you need to not hit the switch, so you go left, and then when you die, you're like, oh, I just go left, and this time you needed to hit the switch, and that's the entire thing. Roy is disgraceful. Alright, people have their opinions about which coupoling to use, but it does not matter. Or...
I will argue this until the day I die. Roy is the only option.
Use actual Bowser.
Actual Bowser is kind of a problem, depending on...
If he spawn blocked, he won't do anything. It works.
Yeah, that's fair. But also, actual Bowser counts to the same limit as Bowser Jr., and Bowser Jr. is...
Right, Bowser Jr. is useful because he does the other kind of centering.
Yeah, if you wanna center a
because he's small.
If you want a big thing that's centered, you want to use Bowser Jr. because Bowser Jr. also doesn't count as a sprite because he's a boss and will center stuff. So if you see Bowser Jr. in troll setups, that's why. It's just to center stuff. I don't use Bowser in case I need to offset big enemies. Exactly. It's a pretty easy setup. Somebody asked! Shut up, Shade Kitty. Never explained how the hidden block detector works. Okay, sure. I mean, this is fairly well-known tech. This is just sort of a unique implementation of it because it fits in this space here. Basically, the bomb gets trapped in there. And do I have some hidden blocks? I don't. The bomb gets trapped in this sort of offset winged hidden block, and for some reason the winged hidden block doesn't check for collision until another hidden block is hit. And at which point it does check for collision and is like, oh, I should have exploded that bomb. And it explodes.
It's such an odd way of coding it.
I mean,
it was
does
present
check,
in Mario Maker 1 as well.
It does check the first time the winged hidden block gets hit. It just checks again every time any other Kaizo gets hit because spaghetti code.
Right. So it checks when the hidden block gets hit, but not when the bomb walks in and gets trapped.
Yeah, well, if the bomb just walks into it, it's not moving, so it's not gonna do
Yeah,
anything.
for sure. So yeah, it's just offset in a very specific way. You can just mess around with some of these elements and find these yourself. There's a bunch of different ways to do it.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, all you
talking
need to
about
do
the
is
mole
use
switch
a one
trigger.
way to clip it into the block. And there's a variety of ways of doing that.
How will this affect LeBron's legacy? I don't use Bowser in case I suddenly feel like creating a boss battle in the middle of the troll level. Yes.
That's some good logic there.
All right. So let's talk about a dev exit. And while we're doing that, come up with other questions and stuff you want to see.
Yeah.
You guys have any setups that are really subtly cool that the player would never notice? Yeah, definitely.
Probably, if we remember which ones they are.
So right at the beginning here is one of them. I think this is not one of my setups. This was there before.
This
I
was
joined
me.
Bandwagon. Nice. So you're meant to sort of. There's a couple of ways that you could approach this. One is just, oh, scary wigglers coming at me. I'm gonna run away, and then there's Brian. Another is a player might say, oh, I know this trick, those are dead wigglers just falling and they can't hurt me. And in fact, if you don't move, they don't hurt you.
Nothing
The fact that they don't hit you if you don't move was not intentional at all. And
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of upset that it is like that, but you know.
But they are actually real. For some reason I thought one of them was dead, but that this launcher here is what shoots Brian, and it is layered nicely behind the middle wiggler there.
Yeah. If you wait, it's kind of a weird thing where the launcher has to be on screen for slightly longer than it would be if it was just falling, I think.
Interesting.
So if you look at the track it comes off of, it like slows down slightly.
That's really interesting.
At least I think that's how it worked.
Okay, so the dev exit.
There's another thing I want to mention
Oh.
right there that you scrolled past. So see that troll with spike?
Oh
that
yeah,
one's
this one's really cool.
Pretty dumb. Well, the thing I wanted to mention is that originally, when we first built this level, and first, I think it was Major built that section originally, that troll was just the obvious thing that it looks like, where you would hit the switch and he'd pull out a spike ball and it hits you and that's it. So
Right.
way later, we just reversed it.
And what I like a lot about this one is that you see this setup beforehand. This is one of the things that I really like about the oldest troll sections, is because we're not using scroll stops. We're kind of making it open and slightly messier. But what it means is that you can do things between sections a lot more easily. And this is one of those.
This is one of those. There's another one in this level that I don't know if people realize.
No one realized this one to begin with.
No one realized this, but I feel like it did affect, like, having seen this did affect their...
Before I reversed that troll or changed it, at least one person specifically said they noticed it the first time and then didn't fall for it later. So.
But having it be opposite, because you come in here in the opposite switch state, so this is just fairly straightforward. When you're on the left, the spike ball is just going to break against the wall. But when you come in here, you're in blue state, so this is going to be going left, keeping this spike ball in stasis. And when you hit your switch up here, that's just going to do
hits that, spawns spikeball. Spikeball hits the other one up there and springs the guy.
Fairly straightforward. But, you know, it only works when you load in blue state from the right of the spikeball. So it's one of those things where it's fairly easy to make it look different when, and act different when you spawn from different places.
Yeah. And then it's the return checkpoint room, if you go there.
Yeah, that one was fun.
There's the launcher that spawns.
I feel like people noticed that. I don't know if they noticed that it was
I don't know if they
section.
realized it was from the other section, because like that's where you blow up that bomb, and then when you come out the other side, there's a launcher there and it shoots at you.
Yeah, it's only when you come through this section do you do that, and then everyone was like, "Oh, this is such a disrespectful." I think I saw one person actually get stuck up here. But the real troll is that you've blown up that bomb, so there's now a launcher here that hits you in the return room.
Yeah.
Where you are then forced to die unless you know the very secret dev exit.
It is actually very secret.
Did anyone here find it? I mean, you guys had the level viewer stuff that's been public for a while. Hackacat found it, I think. I think we might have given him some hints.
I think we did.
And he had editor access as well.
Yeah, I think we did.
So, the first couple of things...
And if you found it, did you figure out how to actually do it?
Yeah. So the first couple of things that you might find are this key block right here. Which normally you couldn't hit because you don't have a power-up over here. You can't get under there. And this Yoshi block right here. So Yoshi, as you might imagine, is important for getting past the forced death spot. Because you can dump Yoshi in the pit and do it. And the key means that you only have to go through this section. And you can go straight to the key door. So... Yeah, and getting that Yoshi is actually a little bit tricky.
There's a bit of a technique.
There's a bit of a technique.
Yeah.
So what was it again? You come over here, you get
Hold
this,
jump
and
here,
then
and
You hold right after he goes past you.
and then I failed.
There.
I failed this a lot of times trying to do it.
You can wait a lot longer than you just did because the mole bounces on the wall.
That's right. But I have to be holding jump. Wow. So, I'm gonna hit that, hold jump here. Do that, and we're gonna go bop. There's
There
Yoshi.
you go.
That was still pretty early. But yeah, whatever.
And the worst part of this is doing the stupid duck jump into here. Don't need that red coin. Red coins are fake. The other worst part of it is getting through here with Yoshi.
The worst part is this spike right here.
This spike, of course,
In retrospect, isn't even necessary, I don't think, but you know.
you have to get
Whatever.
the right frame landing on Yoshi. There we go.
Yeah.
No,
And then now I can get through here.
you do
and
that.
I'm back in the hub room, and I have a key. So I can go here and... Oh, no! Just kidding, I did that on purpose. But you get the idea.
And if you're wondering why we need a forced death at all, it's because of the setup right there, which
Yeah, exactly.
like blows up stuff. So the only way to bring that back is to die.
For sure. So Stevo's talking about this here, where you blow up all of this. There's no way to sort of
Also, there's nothing
unblow
to
up
hop on.
blocks.
Not that, the one that was on your screen when I said it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, both of them, really, but
It
mostly
was mainly
this
for
one.
this thing right here.
Yeah, we need to restore this thing to its former state.
Because especially when you do the right section, it destroys that whole area. So like,
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's why we have a forced death here, and that means that a dev exit is required. But you know, the level is clearable without the dev, and you're not expected to know it.
That is what a dev exit is.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, what else do we want to talk about? Let's look through for some questions.
Do you have any interesting questions?
Um.
Oh yeah, I found the Twitter clip for the detached pipe.
Oh no.
thing.
Okay, so there's a question here that I can't answer. How did
Uh-oh.
you get the clear pipe and door behind a fake pipe trolls in Trash Bandicoot?
Oh, I have no idea either.
It's co-op
so
maker tech.
the person you need to ask about that is 3good, and also maybe Yoko. This is completely scuffed co-op making tech that I don't know any co-op making tricks, but they are very powerful in 3D World especially. In 3D World, you don't have broken tracks because you don't have tracks. You don't have, you know, a lot of your normal black hole stuff.
Technically, you do a black hole, but it's a lot more involved.
You do, but you can't do like thinks it's on track stuff, and you know, it's like tracks give us a lot of flexibility to do glitch tech, which you don't get here. This piece of tech was actually Shino did a bunch of videos on it, and it is sometimes savable. In this particular configuration, it is savable. We went through a lot of weirdness with this because 3good's first plan was that there are, I'm not going to show it here because I don't know how to do it. There is a way to make the clear pipe, the part of the clear pipe that like moves you around, extend past visible clear pipes, so you can have it go like, and that was the original idea. Is you would jump up, you would get this key, and then you would come back, and you would go through an invisible clear pipe into the pit, and that would have been amazing and hilarious.
Funny.
But it was not savable, unfortunately. And 3good crashed his game a lot of times trying to make it. And it took a really long time to find something that was both fairly, you know, funny, like you come up here and die on the same icicle that you died on before, that also you could save. So this is, you know, as much as we say normal pipes in chat whenever this happens, this is not supposed to happen. But yeah, these pipes are like linked in some weird cursed way.
My god, it's like actually just one pipe, but it's split into two parts, but like the middle ends of it have to be close to each other. It's not savable or something. I don't know.
Right, and they have to be angled a certain way, and there has to be a turn in this pipe. Like, there's a lot of weird requirements that we don't completely understand. Could you show all the scrapped levels from development of Wagon World? We can show some of them. Some of them are...
quite a few.
Yeah, I don't have all of them. But I can show you some of the ones we have, for sure. This stupid thing is also scuffed multiplayer editing tech that I do not know. It is fairly limited. I think you can only make this bottom thing do its thing. Now, one thing that we really wanted to do, but it kind of... It's fun as like a technical, oh look, you can do this thing, but it doesn't look very good. It doesn't really work for trolling. But you can do stacked pipes.
Yes, stacked pipe, yeah.
You can definitely do stacked pipes. They just don't... they don't look convincing.
Yeah, it's...
Fun.
Yeah. This door was just a door. Can you knock on the door a few times? Does Lanky show up in 3D World? I did not know that Lanky showed up in 3D World. That's really cool.
Fun.
With the Goomba mask. That's neat. Don't go in the pipe. Would that be bad? Does that like crash stuff?
Probably not.
One thing about Wagon World is that the setups are consistently designed to be as funny and dumb as possible. Yeah, I mean it's not really, with the exception of that one level, it's not really enough to like have glitches, right? You have to use the glitch in a way that works psychologically, you know? Except for that one level. The double cherry.
Yes.
There was another question about this level as well. The CP twice with the vibrating flop. So yeah, I don't actually know too much about that setup, but let's look at it and see if we can figure it out.
Yeah, this is one of the few levels that didn't have much from like me, Janine, and Marble, because 3 Good built it, so we don't actually know as much about this level as the rest.
Both of the 3D World levels are kind of like that. Alarin built most of the other one. Yeah, so let's see, where's that section?
This one.
Right, okay. So this room has a lot of things that you might ask questions about. The one I'm going to start with, because I know how it works, is how do you get the key? Like, you go in this box, and it's like, surprise, you have a key, even though there's no visible key on screen. Oh, silly pipes is what they're called, yeah.
Silly pipe. That's a good thing.
I think they're named after Silicat, but they are also just silly. And that key that you get is from this bomb, all the way the heck over here. So you're hanging out in this room, and the key that you get is from this bomb. And the reason that works, Loop has a great video on this that I referenced a lot when we were trying to make this thing work, where track blocks in 3D World have super global loading properties. So normally when we talk about global ground, we just mean stuff that, like...
Oh, hey, 3 Good.
Hi.
Yo, 3 Good's here!
So, when you said... So you told me that you guys were going over that now, and I thought that meant, oh, we're gonna go over our decision and let you know, so I was patiently waiting around.
Oh my god, no! Get in here! 3 Good is here. So this is actually a good moment for it because 3 Good built this level. So let
Could we get a icon for 3 Good?
I will do that. 3 Good, you talk to everybody in the meanwhile.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Streams all yours.
I mean, Janine, you do have to control the Mario Maker, so...
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, just let me know what hasn't been gone over yet, or whatever people haven't really figured out.
We were going over the checkpoint twice at CP2.
Right, okay. So this checkpoint twice was actually a bit of a pain to set up for various reasons. So to the right off screen, you can see a double POW with a bomb and a launcher. So under the launcher is a hard block. And so what that does is that hard block is loaded in from the right screen, which is the room right after CP1. And so what that does is that, assuming that you played through CP1 on this playthrough, that means that the launcher will actually spawn, and then when the switch switches, it'll crush the bomb and it'll make POWs go off. And that does a couple things. Firstly, it kills the spikeball at the top right so that it doesn't roll across, and it also kills the thwomp. I wanted to make it 1 POW, but the POW radius sucks, so it doesn't extend to both at the same time. And we had entities, so I just used 2 POWs, and turns out it works. Right. So the spikeball up top is, I believe, right. So the spikeball up top rolls across once the switch is switched, and then it activates a block that's currently to the bottom left of the winged Kaizo. That one contains a red POW.
Okay, let me.
And the winged block is involved in a
stuff.
Kaizo detector.
So here.
So maybe you can like hit play maybe, and then see. Oh, actually, wait. You'll have to reload from the other side. But basically, like the winged Kaizo is involved in a Kaizo detector. Oh, rip.
Did we use all the warp boxes just to do keys?
Oh,
did we
no.
actually use all
Wait, the doors. Scroll right.
Yeah.
All of the doors.
We used up all of the doors just
right.
because
we
we
put
wanted
those
to
there
give you.
because we wanted players to have as many keys as possible for the ending. Yeah. So if you reload, you can see the Kaizo detector setup probably. Although you might get killed by the spikeball. So maybe don't.
Beautiful.
Maybe don't
Yeah.
put it after Yeah.
Put those there. Yeah, so, right. So the Kaizo detector gets set up. This is a custom Kaizo detector so that actually is loadable from the right side. It's not usually the usual Kaizo detector is on the other side. So I think this uses an extra sprite. But basically, like when the spike ball rolls across, if it hasn't been destroyed already, it spawns this red POW from the block, so that when you hit a Kaizo, the twister dies because it's embedded in the hidden block, and then it activates the Kaizo detector, and that contraption spawns the fish in the blocks below the current red POW.
Right. Okay. So let me see if I can actually walk through, because I never really messed with this setup a whole lot. So yeah, the fish are here. These are the 3 fish that fall on you.
Right.
And they're activated by this red POW here.
Yeah. There's also the off-screen launcher to the top left.
Oh, actually, they're activated by this red POW, right?
Right, and it also activates the POW to the bottom left of it, which also does stuff. But I can go over that a bit later because it's.
So I'm gonna set that up, and I just want to show the hidden block detector working. There it is.
Right.
So Twister poofs. The spike ball that's here gets freed, hits this block, does a chain reaction to this red POW, which hits all 3 of these. And if this red POW wasn't there, if, for example, this guy didn't come by, then you wouldn't get fish.
Yep.
Yep. No fish.
Yep. And yeah, so that's that. There's also the stuff on the left side, which is also a bit of a pain. But basically what happens is, let's see, right. So firstly, no matter what, the top red POW activates when you hit the Kaizo. That's under the Goomba hat. And so that activates the brick block to the top left.
Right, okay.
And what that does is it blows up the Kaizo block that was hit.
Oh, yeah, so that's why you can get the Goomba mask the first time.
Yeah. So that's that. However, if the bottom red POW has spawned, then it'll activate the regular POW. And what that regular POW does is it causes
red POW here?
No, not that one. Sorry, farther up. This one spawned from the block earlier.
If
that one has spawned, then it activates the regular POW.
This
to the bottom.
guy,
Yes.
yeah.
And that one causes the spiny to fall, which causes it to fall into the spring and then hit the bottom red POW before the launcher has a chance to fall.
And that kills the bomb, so the block stays here.
And it also spawns the helicopter or the propeller hat, whatever it's called, from the block under the bomb.
Right. Yeah. So this red POW also is
Yeah.
what gives you the propellant.
So
Right.
basically, what this does is the first time,
Yo,
the
talk
first
to
time when you hit the block, nothing out of the ordinary happens other than the launcher falls and blows up the block. But the second time, because of the new POW chain reaction, the fish spawn, and also the regular POW gets activated, and therefore it spawns the helicopter helmet and doesn't destroy the block because the bomb gets destroyed.
Yeah. So you can only get one helmet, you only get one key, and you get to go forward. Can we talk about the vibrating thwomp real quick, and why it vibrates one time
sure.
and not the other, and why it vibrates at all?
Okay. So I can answer the last question first. I have no idea. This game sucks. There's no reason why that should work. Yeah.
I can't tell if that's similar to other vibrating
Like,
setups.
This one, yeah. So this one, I was like, I built this setup, and I was like, why is this not working? And then I asked Lauren, who built the setup, and I was like, hey, Lauren, why is this not working? And he was like, oh yeah, the slope needs to be like literally inside the thwomp. And I was like, what?
This guy.
But yeah, apparently the thwomp just spawns here. I mean,
It
I
really
don't know
should
how
be
that
spawn
works,
blocked by all
but-
rights.
Yeah.
Well, it is spawn blocked when I start. Here,
Yeah,
but you
because
come
of
in
the
in
red,
wrong
because
state.
of the switch state. But yeah. So the quick answer to why it vibrates is Nintendo. Why doesn't it vibrate the first time?
Yeah.
That's because of the POW that's off screen on the right side. Remember how there was the entire like twice launcher setup that gets spawned, that gets like, because of the block under the launcher. Maybe you can move the launcher to see it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that gets loaded from CP1, and so if you've gone
From
through
this
CP1, yeah, this room right after CP1, and so if you've gone through the CP1 section, that means that the launcher will spawn when you're in the other room, and that'll activate the POWs once the switch gets switched. So you can just play it, but that'll just kill the thwomp, and it also kills the spikeball that starts the chain reaction on the other side.
Right. Yeah. So this is like the state it would be if I came from CP1.
Right.
And so why? Oh, and in this version, I get a switch back, and it poofs the
Right.
thwomp.
So the switch back always happens. The reason for that is because I wanted to avoid monitor burn. Because Nintendo sucks. When you have hyperspeed on the screen for too long, it burns your monitor.
Yeah.
I think it's handheld only, and it's only if you like stay in
It
the
was
room
definitely
forever.
happening
But
in
I
Jankster
wanted
as
to
well.
avoid, or I wanted to minimize the chance of that happening.
It definitely happened to Carl.
So
It's handheld, but it also depends what monitor you have.
yeah.
The Nintendo bad part is that their own hardware breaks.
So yeah, I put in the switch back so that potentially didn't happen. I don't think it doesn't affect the flow of the level all too much, I think.
What does that switch back, actually?
Huh?
What does that
Up
switch back?
at the top, top center, you'll see a spikeball.
Ah, this is a switch conveyor. They're so hard to
Yeah.
tell in 3D World.
Oh, they have the red pips.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have circles at the end.
But yeah,
so
that's the switch back.
this will be going like
crazy.
that, and when it switches. But when I did it this time, it switches back pretty instantaneously.
That might be because another setup activates, probably. Another setup off screen that just switched it back.
And that's what poofs it, so you don't actually get the vibration.
Yep. I think it's actually kind of jank because depending on timing of when you hit the switch back, it can also not kill the thwomp because of where the thwomp is. So I had to experiment with a few different timings of the switch back because of course you do. But apparently that one's totally fine and works 100% of the time. Like, because spikeballs are inconsistent when they're rolling like on conveyors like that.
Yeah.
But apparently this just works every time, even though there are cases where it doesn't work. Thanks, guys. Thanks,
that's
Nintendo.
good. Yeah.
Epic.
But yeah, I think that's all for that room. Oh yeah, right. Sorry, just like quick thing, but the parachute under the fish, or sorry, the twister under the fish is when you, yeah, right there. When you hit a switch, the twister dies and the parachute fish is now on a hard surface, and so it falls. So nothing complex there, but thought it was worth mentioning.
Yeah, it's a nice little compact setup for dropping a fish when you don't have clown cars.
Yeah,
This will actually work in non-3D world styles as well.
Yeah, it also
this
works with
in general.
works
And
with
it's
literally
also like
anything.
it's got some good features over the regular setup, I think.
Yeah, you don't have a giant clown car taking up space. And...
Yeah, it's also like centered, and it's also, I think, slightly lower than you would usually have it.
yeah,
But yeah, anyway, that's that.
cool. The other thing is the key, which I was starting to explain but didn't get all the way through. But basically, this entire level, up until this point, not counting rooms that are after this twice room, but up until this point, for the entire level, anytime you load into the main world, you are in red state. You're in red state at the beginning. You're in red state when you come through here. This is after it, so it doesn't matter. You're in red state when... this is also after it, so it doesn't matter. Never mind. You're in red state when you come in here. And that's really important because this bomb over here is super global. Normally when we talk about global ground, we talk about ground that makes sure that stuff doesn't despawn once it's spawned in. But track blocks are an exception. They're not only global ground, but they will eagerly load stuff that's on top of them when from anywhere in the level, which is ridiculous. So we need to make sure that you're not just getting a key, randomly. So there's a couple of things that affect this. So one is that the cloud block here will de-placeholder the bomb, so it actually will load in properly and not just be a placeholder.
Have you explained placeholders?
I have not explained
No.
placeholders. Yeah.
Those are a whole thing.
Okay, so simply put, if you load something from off screen from far away, longer than it, or farther than it usually would load from, it loads in this weird placeholder state where sometimes it just won't die or it has funky properties, and we really don't want that, which is why the cloud block is there. So it's on actual solid ground. So the game goes, oh, I'm actually, like, this bomb is actually relevant to like what's happening in the game, and so it actually spawns the bomb, basically, instead of like spawning it as like I think this is a bomb, but I'm not sure. That's what a placeholder is.
Yeah.
It spawns it as an actual bomb, and that's really important to later.
And now, of course, this spike ball won't exist because this isn't on a track block, so it's not going to spawn from halfway across the screen. It will only spawn in the starting room and in this checkpoint 1 room, and that's actually kind of important. So normally, if this spike ball wasn't there, then anytime you load in blue state and switch to red, you'll get a key. Which is what happens in that room when you get the key. But we don't want it to happen the first time. So what happens is when you're in the checkpoint 1 room, we use the spike ball here, which will load, to destroy this block. And of course you're in red state, so it does that while the bomb doesn't exist, so you don't get a key. It'll destroy both the cloud and this block here. And so what's going to happen is when you first get to the checkpoint, the bomb is just going to walk off and despawn. You won't get a key.
Actually, I'm not even sure that happens. I think it stays as a placeholder, and then the switch block goes into it, and it literally doesn't die because that's how placeholders work. But I'm not sure. I really don't know. I can't really see stuff off screen, and I really do not care as long as the setup works.
No, it absolutely, yeah. But when this block and cloud block are gone, then you don't get the key because the bomb isn't.
Yeah.
gonna do its thing.
That's more or less a reoccurring theme with troll making. If it works, you don't care how it works. We just
Sometimes we care.
roll with it.
You really would roll with it, Marble.
But that's
I would,
why you
yes.
don't see the key, is because it was spawned from so far away that it takes a while to get to the screen. So if you run through here, you go in the thing. And, I actually saved a sprite and changed this to a pokey because it was a little confusing when it was a switch block. Here, this turned out a little bit better.
Right, that was a good change. It used to be a switch spike block, and that was kind of...
People got confused and thought, "Oh, I'm supposed to come in here in the other switch state or something," and that was like, no, you need a thing. Yeah, I think that's it for that. I think we also have a small checkpoint twice at CP1. Over here.
Right.
Which is... How does this work?
This one's controlled by the red POW up top.
This guy, yeah, okay. So one thing that troll makers use a lot of the time for checkpoint shenanigans is that spikeballs, when you spawn from the editor or the checkpoint or the beginning of a level, always roll left, no matter what. They just always roll left. That doesn't count spikeballs that come from blocks, which always roll right. But if you scroll in to load the spikeball, it will roll towards you. So when you're coming from the beginning, you spawn here, you go over here and you scroll this guy in, and the red POW gets hit. When you spawn from the checkpoint, it's like spawning from the editor here, and it just rolls off and does nothing. So that's how we make a difference between the two. There's, when you are coming from the beginning, this red POW gets hit, and when you're coming from the checkpoint, it doesn't. And the red POW is just gonna kill everybody.
Yep. So it kills the thwomp, which does the initial switch. It also kills the spiny, so that which would do the switch back on the other if the red POW wasn't hit. That one is it. I killed it. I mean, it's nice that it coincidentally is in range of both and also never hits the on-off switch. But
convenient.
it's helpful because there's no spiny bouncing noise off screen because it's actually obnoxiously noisy in 3D world.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah, if you just spawned under it, you can hear it. It's ridiculously loud for no reason.
Yeah, it's really loud.
But yeah, and also note on the piranha creeper, it's there because it pushes the thwomp, because it spawned embedded slightly inside the thwomp because the stem is slightly larger, and so it slightly pushes the thwomp.
So it's a little bit lower, yeah.
Yeah. I put it there slightly for timing. They're also not sprites, which is very convenient. But yeah, I just put them there for some timing stuff, although I'm not even sure that matters in this version. It probably doesn't. It's just horizontal at this point. But it doesn't do anything bad, so it doesn't matter. That's what that is.
Other good question, how is the car not moving? Let's talk about the car setup and a little friend known as...
oh, that's in the subworld.
Yeah, it is. Hop Chop. Let's see. How do I need to modify this to...
Oh, you can activate the red POW with a large spike ball above it, and that'll probably do. Oh, rip. Get rid of the spike wall to the right of it, I guess. The spike wall to the right of the car.
There we go.
Yep. So, believe it or not, that's all it takes. So how does this work? My guess... Oh, maybe don't exist in the switch block.
I'm
Or
just
spike
gonna
block.
put it here.
you probably need the wall to the so something like that. So hop chops are weird enemies in that they're like springs. I think similar tech was discovered with springs recently.
Yeah, I think this is similar to the very new spring tech.
I can
Yeah.
jump out
Whenever
of it.
you
That's
jump,
interesting.
it breaks the grounding effect. But basically, I think what it does is it catches,
It's
it
like-
touches the car for a frame. So it's like, so the car's like, oh, I'm stuck to the spring until it springs me. But then the spring just leaves. And so it's like, oh, well, I'm not on the spring anymore, so when do I spring? And the answer is never, as it turns out, because the hop chop just ends up, falling into the pit, into oblivion. And so now the car is eternally grounded until you jump. I honestly can't explain it. Until you have to jump in the car. You can't actually Z out of the car, which is kind of strange. But yeah, that's the basics of it. There's a lot of interesting stuff that it does. It also does something later in the level.
Yeah. I think
but yeah,
I think it's
like-
also because the hop chop is in like a weird state before it parachutes when it's
Right.
coming out of the block
Oh yeah,
there.
also, could you put a block somewhere that the hop chop falls onto? I just want to show something.
Oh yeah, this is actually
Yeah.
really important.
Yeah.
It's like, it's some really interesting sure.
So if the hop chop lands, the grounding breaks. So I'm driving, and then all of
Not
a
just
sudden-
that, but
Oh, I get
it-
boing.
yeah, not just that, but it also does the spring effect.
That has
It
troll potential
finishes
also.
nothing.
Yeah, I've been, I don't think I used that. Well, I mean, whatever. But yes, it forcibly springs whatever it touched at activation, which means that you can do it with switch activation.
Yeah.
Which is also possible.
Using
People
a
have built
twister.
trolls. People submitted trolls with that. They didn't make it into this level. But they do exist, and this is tech that exists. So you can also not be in the car. The spree
Oh,
it's kind of
interesting.
funny. It'll just, well, you can see for yourself.
We're just gonna watch it. There she goes.
Yay!
And it happens.
Yeah.
It happens when the hop chop hits the ground. So if you watch
And
that
if-
hop chop,
If I'm right, that should work with any object.
It works
not
with
just the
anything,
car.
pretty much.
Yeah, watch anything.
Which, yeah, it both bounces it and breaks the grounding, which is pretty funny. But yes, I think that's most of the tech to that.
That's gonna kill the Goomba.
Huh?
You don't need to kill
Goomba?
it when it's.
let's do.
Can't you just get rid of that big spike ball entirely? If you're using
What
the
are you
Goomba?
trying to do?
I need to open this block.
Oh,
Oh,
you can just use a small spike ball
Oh,
to hit the
yeah,
ball.
there it is.
Just use a small spike.
And boing.
that big tag.
Like you can just roll a small spike ball into the hop truck block.
It's true, but then the
or that.
But then there's
works.
floor there and it lands and breaks.
Wait, isn't that the point? Okay, whatever.
wonderful.
Nice.
I love this game.
Yep.
And then
game is pretty
Goomba's
great.
just even without this block here, that Goomba's just hanging out.
Pretty much.
And then when the guy hits the ground, it gets spranked. That's really fun.
Yeah.
There's another use of that same tech, or similar tech, at the end.
No, we got rid of that.
No, we did not.
What?
The cars.
No,
No,
we're-
it does.
there.
Oh,
Oh.
right, okay. Yeah.
So here you
Yeah.
can see this is where the hop chop is, and this time the hop chop doesn't fall off and despawn; it gets stuck in a twister. And I'm in the wrong switch
Yeah,
state,
it's
aren't
too
Wait.
I? Is that it?
Yeah, I think it should be fine.
Yeah, there we go. Cool. And then let me save a sprite and give myself a switch. So this spike ball is there to clean up this block and make sure that it's not underneath the thwomp. But this thwomp gets grounded in much the same way, right?
Maybe. Well,
That is not an ideal place to stand.
There.
no.
So yeah, that thwomp is grounded in kind of the same way, and what's interesting is, I think it's because of the spring here, that it just kind of slowly falls.
Yeah, that's just what.
Could you ground a spike ball with that technique? Answer is yes. Yes, you can.
Let's actually try that. Oh, by the way, you can get in this pipe. Fun story, we originally thought that you couldn't. And I was like, well, it would be a soft lock if you did, so let's just make this pipe real and go to a death room. I think I saw 2 people get into that pipe. I have not been able to do it. I don't know how it happens, but I'm glad that we put that pipe there. But yeah, let's go to the roll. Let's try a spike ball.
I imagine this would do the same thing as the.
There it is.
Yeah, this is that.
That's really funny. And if it doesn't land, it's just sitting there forever.
Amazing.
That's just a spike ball that lives there.
Physics in my Mario Maker.
Yeah. But yeah, that's how the thwomp at the end works as well. And for some reason, that spring hitting it sideways. I think without the spring, it doesn't.
I think without the spring, it goes fast. Oh, it just doesn't. Oh wait, because it's not in the correct
The
position.
spring
because it's
puts
not
it into
sprung.
place where it needs
So,
to be.
There's a couple things, but firstly, the spring is related to the. Oops, you're gonna have two more to the left.
Oh, this is the version that's used in the
Oh
other
no,
3D World level.
currently because the right. Okay. But yeah, so the other 3D World level has a similar setup at the end, but that one has a fast falling thwomp, which is like this. But I was experimenting with a setup to move it into place, and I just happened to ground it while it was being sprung, and it just moved slowly. Like I think a bunch of us were like in VCN cracking up over it, like for like a few minutes straight. Because the stupid slow thwomp is like ridiculous. I don't remember how that goes, to be
I think it was
honest.
like this.
So many
Probably.
things
There it is.
while filming, like
rip.
something completely accidental happens. It's
Semi-solid
great.
needs to- Oh wait, semi-solid needs to catch it before it falls.
Oh, yeah,
I
I can
don't
just
remember
do
how
that.
it does.
Oh no, I can't. I do not remember how this was.
Oops.
It-
You can undo in this
It
level.
landed one
it's
lower
fine.
than the.
I mean, I've made a bunch of changes. I can just load.
Okay, sure.
But yeah.
But yeah, the block breaking is a bit of a pain to set up. Even with all the waiting that we have, it's still like, because it has to be timed pretty well to like for the large spike ball to break the block as soon as possible, in the right position. Because
yeah.
you can't use like anything else because that'll probably kill the thwomp.
Yeah, red POW is out.
Yeah, and it's kind of
Bombs,
difficult to fit a bomb in that space. Although maybe I could have done that, but yeah, that's the solution that I went with.
Same number of sprites anyway.
Probably would have been more because you want to explode it faster than a bomb. Because the player, like the idea is that no matter what, as soon as the player gets there, because the switch can't change before the hop chop grounds it, and it also can't change before, like, it can't change too early. Otherwise, it'll crush the spike ball, and that'll prevent it from, or it'll block the spike ball, the large spike ball, and that'll prevent it from breaking the block. Although, you know, maybe a bomb would have been smart.
Yeah, could
Now
you
that
just
I
put
think
a
about
bomb
it,
so that
I
the
could have just
bomb hits
used a
the
bomb.
and then...
Yeah.
But
I mean, bombs make
no,
sound
I
really good
overcomplicated
as well.
it, so we're gonna keep it. I mean, it
It's
works.
same number of sprites, so I don't care.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the thing. Anything?
Also, Carl's live, and I really want to go into his chat and make an announcement. Don't watch Carl, watch us.
You are responsible for your own actions. I'm going to.
Okay.
This thwomp thing is just. That's
Let's
just
put the swamp
how
in
it
the thing.
works. I think Carl used similar tech like this in the
He did.
Yeah, there's a
12 days.
this similar
He
Yeah,
used that
similar
in
tech.
the Rhymes with Fun level.
Yeah.
Right.
Or no, was it with the monster there? I
No,
don't remember.
not that one.
There's a Geekmas.
No, the 12 is 12
12
days.
days of Geekmas.
Yeah.
And for some reason, it just goes through these switch blocks.
Right. So it depends quite a bit on what blocks you have, because switch blocks it'll go through. But if you put I think if you use question blocks or like other like solid tiles, it won't actually go through. I think if I remember right. Yeah, it won't go through.
Switch blocks and
Um,
P blocks are not as solid as other blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because of re-
P blocks are fun because they're literally just switch blocks that they skinned.
Pretty much.
Um,
Yeah. So yeah. This sort of tech also works with stuff like launchers. Basically like
We used it with a big bully somewhere else.
oh yeah, right, that's later.
Yeah,
that's also in the-
the bully thing. The bully that everyone used for their YouTube
Ah,
screenshots.
yes.
Yeah. This
God,
guy.
bully. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So that's the hyperspeed anyway.
Yeah,
yeah.
This used to be just a switch here. Unfortunately, that led to some cheese where you hit the switch twice fast. Which sucks
What was it?
because I think this had better like timing.
Yeah, this one was cause okay, like there's a slight difference because when you hit the switch block or when you hit the switch block directly, it activates the switch block faster. And so the small thwomp activates at the same time as you go down. But or at the same time as the switch or before the switch is changed. And so that just carries you directly. However, if you have the question block under the on-off, as is in the current level, what that does is it actually delays a moment. So the small thwomp actually activates before or slightly like before the switch block. And what that does is it goes backwards before going forwards. Maybe you can see it.
Yeah, a lot of people did this time. Or I forget how it is,
Yeah,
but like
something like that.
they hit the right spike.
If you stand in the perfect position, it'll carry you right by a little because thwomps have recoil if they're up against a solid surface and about to pound a solid surface. So this one, basically, like it thinks it's pounding into the switch block, the switch blocks, the red blocks. So it's like, oh, I'm gonna go back and then I'm gonna pound it, and then the blocks change and then it goes left. So it's a little sad, but honestly, like the delay isn't. I think it's actually okay because it's like
Can we just shout
It's
out
kind of
Nintendo
funny
for
that,
not allowing
like,
this to work?
there's a little delay.
Like
Oh,
making
that
this
not
a soft
that
block?
does that's not a thing. Yeah.
This should not be a soft lock. This is Nintendo. What the? I just
Hey,
You
it
don't even
didn't
need
used to
round
be
blocks
in
to the left
V1.
and right of that. Just like a single switch block and a switch underneath.
Yeah.
yeah.
above
You don't
it.
even need this. It's like
Yeah, but
If you spawn in directly the middle. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you drag your character
yeah.
to there,
It'll
then
sense
just-
it.
yeah. Amazing.
amazing.
I
Geek
love
version.
this game.
Anyway. So that's what we ended up doing. We could have done some red POW stuff, maybe, I don't know, but that would be more sprites.
Right.
Let me look at chat. I haven't looked at chat in a minute.
Oh yeah, I've been checking for
Okay, cool.
stuff. Yeah.
Me and your mom simulator. Yeah.
Yes. I was. Yeah. still probably my best Twitch chat message.
You have some good ones.
Yeah.
This ending room we actually changed very late in the process. This was one of our last things that we put in.
Right.
The version that we
Okay.
ended up with is
Epic
mine.
ending
Yeah.
lore. So originally it said hi because I put hi in every level that I make, and then it was like, oh, that's not enough delay, or that's not structured right. So we made it because we wanted to make it like, because 4 wide high sucks.
Oh yeah, like this.
Yeah.
That looks
So we were
bad.
like, absolutely not. So we went with yo instead, and I was like, yo, and what if it revealed a message and it said yo mom? That would be hilarious. And then people were like, no, they wouldn't get it. Oh, and I was like, oh, no, but it's funny. And so we settled on having it say yo dumb, but in chat, if I was around, I would just say yo mom to compensate, so it works out that way. But yes, that's the lore. Right. There's actually an explanation here that most people don't know about.
This
if you scroll
guy
left
right
a little. Not actually that one.
Okay. Oh, here, yeah, this guy. So a lot of people dodge this. So let me just demonstrate real quick. So if you just hit this and stand there, the spring springs you up, despite it falling on your head and not coming up from underneath you.
So yeah. So a question that many people have asked me is, why does this work? My answer is, as usual, I have no idea. But what I do know is that this setup is X position specific. And what I mean by that is, if you move it to the left of a certain X position in the level, it breaks. Like
Let me free up
I
some
can't
sprites
explain it,
so I can
but
copy it. So we're
I
gonna do
think-
exactly this, the exact same thing.
Yeah, you can move it like
Copy.
somewhere else. Yeah,
We're gonna go over here.
that should be fine. I don't really remember the actual position.
I'm gonna put ceiling above, just like before. Better, and I think there was a wall. Like, how'd that look? Yeah, this is a spike block.
Yeah, it doesn't really have that much setup to it. It's just exactly what it looks like. This still works here, huh? Okay, I don't really remember what the position that it switches at is. What I do know is that I was trying to copy it into the... because I originally built this in the subworld. So I originally put this in the subworld, and I was like, oh, you know, like, we can just, like, have this wherever. And then I, like, tested this for, like, 2 hours, trying to figure out why it wasn't working. Yeah,
there you go. The
I was testing this
the
for 2
mushroom
hours, and I was like,
is what.
wait, why does this
it.
not work?
Wait, hang
I
on.
literally built the setup the exact same. It's not that complicated a setup, right?
Okay, the mushroom is required.
Yes, the mushroom
Yeah.
bounces the spring, and I'm guessing that past a certain X position, it bounces it right, and before that position, it bounces it up.
Got
Or
it.
either that, or it's higher slightly by a subpixel or something.
Amazing.
But yeah, basically, like, I spent 2 hours debugging a bug that was not my fault at all, because this game is very well programmed and knows how to do floating point.
We found a lot of like absolute X, absolute Y jank.
I do love floating point numbers. Very cool.
Stevo and I found one that was like only works if your Y coordinate is divisible by 4, right? Like.
Oh right,
Oh,
yeah,
right,
that
Or was it 3? I don't remember, but it was something.
yeah, I think
like
it was
that.
4. I think it was 4.
So that's fun. But yeah, so x equals 9 is not actually that unique. It turns out there's a lot of there's a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah, I found one in my collab with Everton that only works if it's above a certain point. and-
Amazing.
Oh yeah, there's those.
So always check that kind of thing if you find something that you know. Rubik's Cubed asks, "Is there a list of who contributed to which level?" No.
We didn't
Yeah.
do a good
We
job keeping
didn't.
track of that,
We
and then
didn't.
we remade all the levels.
Organization.
after
It ends
that.
up being a
Absolute
huge
trash.
because like most of these levels end up being like people submitted stuff, and then we did a few iterations on top of a lot of stuff. We mishmashed it, and people
Yeah.
made their own spin-offs and fit it to the level.
Yeah.
So the unfortunate answer is it's really hard to say who made stuff, but I mean, like
Yeah.
technically, I could give explanations for exactly what the history of this level is because I built it, but that would take way too long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's no reason for that.
For sure.
Yeah. And like
as
I
in, like,
remember some
everyone's
trolls
being
that were from certain people, but because like even in the very old version, we were actually trying to keep track. At least I did a bad job, and I think other people did. And then we ended up remaking a bunch of stuff and changing things, and then
Pretty
who knows?
much.
Yeah.
This level went through like a huge I think this was one of the last levels to get finalized.
I think I
Uh,
might have the old
because-
version.
Oh yeah, that was something.
The pre-3 good version. Let's see.
Yeah,
Yeah, here it
this
is.
was like
Is it this one?
probably.
The troll that could fly? Yeah, here we
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Oh, that looks
man.
like. Oh my. Oh. Ew. Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Ew. Yeah, I remember.
Oh, this room.
Right. This room. So this troll. Okay.
GG.
Sorry. Okay, so this troll. Firstly, the troll is that it lags your switch. Because all the visuals suck.
Except for mine.
So
Mine is
it was
doing
like,
fine.
okay, you'll wait around here, because of course you will, and then this thing just teleports through the floor, which is a really good payoff if it didn't take 9 billion hours to set up. Yeah.
Also,
and then the
you don't
vertical's
really
just
notice
And also
the
there.
that
fact
no one
that it-
noticed the flag at all.
No one noticed the flag.
Oh,
And no one noticed.
yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have noticed that it like teleports through the floor. It's
Yeah. So basically, we kind of scrapped that. We also scrapped most of this level, or at least half. Yeah, because like I think at this point,
I remember playtesting this version actually.
like it had some good, it has some really good trolls that might be used later, potentially, maybe. But like, oh, it didn't. Yeah, this one was this room was just that. I think this entire room got scrapped.
This room didn't make any sense to me. I think this one was like,
yeah,
lol, you went
It
too
was
fast and
okay.
accidentally went through the
It had
pipe.
some okay stuff in it. It was mostly for this into pipe. That was a thing. Oh yeah, this was the era where you put screens on. Actually, that's still now. Never mind.
Yeah,
That's still
no.
now.
Didn't you see
It's
that?
always-
That hasn't changed.
That Oribeshi level that
I'm-
Geek posted.
mm.
No.
This must be a rocket. It's fantastic. You need to go watch it.
Okay,
Hmm.
sure.
They
I
they
don't
put in
know.
the description. I really like rockets, so I put a lot of rockets in my love.
Wow, that's crazy. I'm something of an astrophysicist myself.
That must be a rocket. Anyway, the problem with this, as is a lot of accidentally go in pipe trolls, is that you can accidentally dodge it, and then when you're standing here, it doesn't. You can't really tell whether you were supposed to have gone through here or not.
Well, I mean, okay, I think the switch switches back by itself. If I remember right.
Yeah. I remember that happening to me.
But yeah,
So
I
if
think
you're
it
gonna
got
make-
changed, but I
If you're
also
gonna make
think
go in
that...
pipe and go in door trolls, you got to be really careful that it doesn't just look like another door that you could have gone in that might be the end.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's a good philosophy. Is like if you go in, if it exists, you need to know that it's wrong.
Yeah, and that's why it's good to have them like hidden, have the pipe hidden, so you don't even know it's there if you
Exactly.
dodge
I mean,
it.
that one is
also
technically hidden,
solves
but
it.
you can also go in it after-ish.
Well, after
Or
it
it's
breaks
also
the wall,
visible
it's not
after.
hidden.
Yeah.
Because a lot of
Well-
people will be like, oh, and then you switch the switch so you can't go in, and they're like, oh man, I messed up because I should have gone in there
Yeah.
before the switch. Like,
Pretty much.
player psychology is weird, and you have to be really careful about it. Oh, this thing.
This was the original version.
Yeah, can I load this? I wonder.
I think so. I think you can just load this. Oh no. Okay, so this had zero psychology whatsoever.
Yeah,
because
it
you
just,
can't
like-
take cars through pipes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's actually a really good payoff, and I really like where we
Yeah.
ended up with it, where there was like a, you know, you
Those are
could
funny
convince
cards.
yourself that you should have taken the car,
Yeah.
right?
like so that's why like I like the new version a lot better, where it actually has a reason why you would want the car,
Yeah.
or like it has a car that you would think, oh, that's the car I want. Wow, I really
Yeah.
messed up, and then it's like, ha, got him.
The level isn't that
Vehicular
bad.
manslaughter.
I really like the auto duck troll because it's a new setup for a pipe entry troll. Yeah, potentially.
I think it could be executed better than it was here. and
Yeah,
be a good
for sure.
troll.
Yeah.
Definitely better than it was in this version of the level. Yeah, I mean, there's not really that much to say other than we reworked most of this stuff,
Yeah.
and I'm sad about like not integrating a lot of these trolls, but I'm also happy that it got reworked overall.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is that Wagon World went on for so long that it kind of became a dumping ground for like, oh, I can't use this troll in my level, I don't know what to do with it, here, you can have it, right? And so...
Wilfred, I think that troll came from. I think when I built that troll, it came from Rogue, who I don't even know if he's still around anymore. But
Yeah.
yeah.
And so what
I think
ended
that
up
was, like,
happening
years ago.
is a lot of the main builders, like me, Marble, Stevo, Three Good, Alarin, at least in the sort of second half of Wagon World, what we were doing was basically going through the archives of stuff that people had said, like, oh, hey, you can have this, you know, you should use this for Wagon World, and just kind of cobbling together levels from that, you know what I mean?
At the end stages, it was just me building the trolls myself.
And
though.
then at the end, it was just Stevo building trolls.
Yeah, I think Troll That Could Fly did end up being like a lot of stuff that I just inserted to make stuff work.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
also just
'cause-
stuff that I found over time because I was also
The wrong
building other
levels
3D
was
world stuff.
mostly us as well.
Right,
The
wrong level.
Yeah.
was the
I think that
Garbage
happens
land.
to most of the stuff.
This was all Marble. Just blame Marble. This is 100%
Yeah,
Marble.
blame Marble
All of
for
us told
that.
him that it was a bad idea, but we put it in anyway. This was me because I like stupid stuff that makes people laugh that isn't really a troll.
Oh, yeah, do we want to talk about the how the hardest decision of my life where we like the original version where it was bad?
I don't think I have that actually.
Yeah,
Oh, are we
Um,
done with the Troll That Could Fly explanation?
are we?
Yeah, I
don't
think we've
I think
covered
that was
everything more or
pretty
less.
much it.
Yeah, I mean we could be here forever if we.
Yeah, we're not going to go through every troll. and
If someone
every
has a
level.
question, we can answer it. So let's do another dev exit.
Sure.
Let's
Yeah.
see.
There aren't actually that many.
There aren't
There's
that many, no.
Pinnacle. There is
yeah.
This doesn't
DeVru
have
Sandstorm.
one. This, I mean, technically, it's kind of like Sorry Everyone, where it's like
Well, this doesn't even have anything special set up for it. You just go in.
you just go in the pit. Yeah.
Because you spawn without the big mushroom, so you can just win.
Yeah. So yeah, there's some tech that we should probably go over in that level. 1-1, but everything is a lie. I think we want to go through them in order a little bit.
If we go through in order.
Pinnacle is the next one.
Janksters doesn't have a dev exit, but it has a little bit of a weird checkpoint twice that a lot of people didn't notice, or if they did, they got confused about it. This thing, the first time you load, when you haven't spawned from the checkpoint, you just came through the checkpoint from CP1 or the beginning. You actually do have to get the mushroom here, because you need to break through this, and that is controlled by this abomination
This awful
over
thing
here.
that I put together. Yeah, so that's multiple teleporting spike balls and a progressive power-up setup. And I think there's also something else involved that I forget how it works.
Yeah, so I think I can explain this actually. So, okay, when you've loaded from the checkpoint, there's a couple things we need to do. We need to break these 2 blocks so that you don't actually need the mushroom. That is done with this spike ball right here, which teleports. And we'll get into some teleporting tech in a minute. And it's a little bit hard to show because this spike ball, like we said, it's far enough off screen, and it's actually assisted loaded with this platform.
Yeah, so it's the placeholder
So
state.
it's a placeholder, which for spike balls basically just means it doesn't roll. It just stays there because it's off screen. And, you know, it'll just travel along with this thing, with the platform. And the platform will teleport. And these, yeah. So these, this is actually kind of difficult to explain, I realize. These guys are there because they'll just, even the placeholder spike ball will just slide along the platform when it hits a wall. And these, when you spawn from the checkpoint, will be there. And so it teleports, and for various reasons involving, you know, ground blocks in random ass places.
For spike balls, it only matters the left edge of the screen stuff.
The left edge of the screen, which is filled in over here. And
oh yeah.
Long story short, if it's entirely filled in, it's just gonna teleport.
It used to not be like that, and it was controlled differently. But
a spike ball is going to teleport where
I guess
it
that
teleports.
changed.
So the spike ball is sitting here on top of the platform, which is on this track, and so it's just gonna break these 2 rows, which is exactly what we want.
Yeah.
Then,
Sorry.
if this is melted, however, the spike ball will hit ground here and will de-placeholder and break, I think.
Or does it despawn?
Or maybe it despawns. Oh, no, it's just that it's not on the, it's not considered on the platform at the time the platform teleports, because it'll be on ground here.
Right, yeah, that's...
And so it doesn't get teleported with the platform. Then, if you're small, and only if you're small, we want to break this, we want to hit this block here.
We want to not break it, we want to hit it with a small spike
with a
ball.
small spike ball, and let the mushroom out and get it. There is, in fact, a Podobo here, so if you jump in that, it's not a soft lock. We should delete it for the geek version. Where you just make bad levels. Anyway, so, if that's controlled by this, so I don't remember how this. Yeah, okay, so same thing. If this spike ball, which is again placeholdered, it's just traveling along with this track. If it hits ground, like this conveyor here, it's not going to teleport with.
In this case, if it hits, so what happens if the thing up there isn't the? If that's a P balloon up there, because you're big, the spike ball will just go onto that conveyor and get stuck on it and not do, and it won't teleport because it's not on the platform. So just nothing happens.
But if this is a mushroom, no block will get booped. It actually, the mushroom won't travel on its own. It needs to be on the platform. The
mushroom is also placeholdered, so it also will not move on its own.
And that will stop the spike ball placeholder enough to be on the platform when it teleports. It'll be here and slide across. Anyway, that's this abomination of a setup. It sucks. It broke a lot, and we had no idea
horrible.
how to test it or fix it. And don't do that with your levels, kids. And yeah, this Podobo here controls the twice. So if you're in this, if you've loaded this room over here where you get the spring back and whatever, then this will have loaded and these guys will be melted.
Hunter asks, are there any other levels that had main builders like how Freakin mostly built Trash Bandicoot and Alarm mostly did Bowser's Fury?
Yes.
Okay then. So, this would be easier if you went to your core spot, Janine.
Yeah. But that's just to say, if you are clearing this from the beginning, you have to get this mushroom. Where normally getting the mushroom here is bad. Because from the beginning, all of this is disabled. Oh yeah, and the other this guy also, that's what the muncher is for. If the same Podobo melts this ice coin, the muncher is there, and then the spike ball.
Then the small spike ball is immediately unplaceholdered by the muncher, and then it will just do nothing.
Yep. Anyway, so the auto level here was Larry, also known as Locke. There are like 3 Larrys and a Lappy, which is confusing.
Nice, fun.
This one was built mostly by me. Garboland was Stevo.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
I
As
added
much
a
as
bunch
Carl
of.
likes to joke about it, it was actually.
Garbo's saying, yeah, that was not a joke. I actually built all of Garbage Land, at least the new versions of it. So
I
don't know if we can have the old ones,
but trolls in here. I also added a bunch of the Easter
you added all
eggs
the
for, like,
curiosity trolls to the first one.
Yeah. Your fish is my command. I want to say this was Ramo.
That was built by Ramo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Ramo.
Yeah, all the way back.
This is one of the few levels that made it through the Great Purge.
Oldest trolls. So
The Great Purge.
that Wagon Money was one of the first levels finished at all. Actually, that's from way back.
Amazing.
And also Hot Taste is from then.
Right.
Yeah. I think it's Sorry Everyone. I think was built by Polar, and then also me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oldest Trolls really didn't change that much in the last 2 years, actually.
Yeah, that's because I built it. In
Good
I'll take credit for that.
Sure. Laurel unboxing. I don't know.
That was me.
Stevo. Winter
With
Wonderland.
trolls from
originally-
other people, of course.
Yeah.
And like with Wagon Money, the sections were
Yeah.
all built by different people, but I put it together.
Winter Blunderland was mostly us 3.
Yeah, that was originally.
It was mostly put together by the time I showed up.
Yeah, that was one of the levels that got completely remade. It was me and Marble, I think.
I think it used
Yeah.
to be
And
called
Pretty Good was-
Jankster's Paradise, and I think it's this.
Yeah, it's.
Oh yeah, this is the thing.
Oh,
Yeah, you can
Oh,
recognize
I
some
am
rooms.
changing.
Like this was
There's that
completely
one or
That
two
room
rooms
didn't
that
change.
stayed.
my goodness.
This you can kind of recognize this.
Yeah,
Where
but
you,
even that was added in, I think.
yeah. I don't know anything about this ending.
That was scrapped.
the ending was
this
weird.
actually is this the
Yeah. It's
Oh!
Oh yeah, that's the same troll, but it's like.
What?
What?
Why is there
doesn't
a
make
fish
any
in-
Huh?
sense. Okay.
Actually, this
Anyway.
might be like that might be like an in-between version. I don't think that's the actual original.
That's fair. Anyway.
Oh right, back when POWs and claws weren't all like thinks it's in claws. Right.
Yes.
I
This is,
remember
that was probably made before Broken Tracks were even a thing.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Trash Bandicoot was
That
pretty
was
good.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Janksters. This was actually a sort of mashing together of 2 different levels that we scrapped most of. Do I have those?
Which were they?
It would have been
I think this is just an
Proof of Contempt and what was the other
Oh,
one
okay.
called? I forget.
Thou shalt not dummy.
Yeah, something
Yeah.
dumb
Oh,
like
yeah.
that.
Contempt and Thou
right.
Shalt Not Dummy.
It's an awful
Oh,
title.
that's right there. The mushroom thumbnail.
Hey, look at that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
So one of the levels was Night Forest, and the other one was
Ghost House.
Ghost House. So we ended up with a level that was half and half. But you can recognize some of the setups, like here. That just had
Amazing
no
execution.
psychology to it, so we added the star. But yeah, this was done by me, and then Marble came and made it worse. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
basically.
how it goes, isn't it?
We argued a lot over Jankster's Paradise,
Yeah.
and the spring
Actually-
backtracking section.
Jankster's Paradise is ridiculously complex. You can tell, so you can tell it was made by us three.
Yeah.
Me, Marvel, Janine.
Yeah.
Yay.
There was a couple of things that this troll, I think, I'm not going to show it because this could be adapted to be.
You'd have to
For
change
another
it so much, though.
But you can recognize this room, for example. This is this.
Oh yeah, that was in the original, wasn't it?
And this is actually after I added the despawn detector.
What?
That
It
does-
just misses.
Well, I think it wasn't originally supposed to put you up there.
Yeah, and then the spikes were here to make it hard to. Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, troll design.
Something.
And then there was like
whatever
this
you
over
Oh,
here, and then there was like timing.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, there was an entire.
what?
section
Yeah.
that
I think this was Alarin originally, and we had to
This-
change the second
yeah,
half
this full
quite a lot.
Yeah.
We actually had another layer over here the second half up until like a week before release, and then we were just like, it was
The
a lot of
level's too
key
long.
balloon navigation, and it just sucked, and it
Yeah,
wasn't that funny. So we
I
just
am
like,
happy that
deleted
that
it.
wasn't.
that was a very good idea.
Huh? What's that?
There's multiple thumbnails in some of these levels.
Hashtag
Huh?
trolled.
Amazing.
I've never seen that before. I didn't even know we had an alternate thumbnail for that.
Well, it was there.
Oh, there was a CP0 in this level
Oh
because
yeah,
we had a spare checkpoint.
that was just a flat out
That was
CP0.
just straight CP0.
That was it.
That's just-
Oh, I
Can't
never,
just
I never knew
CP0s
that.
here.
That's crazy.
Yeah, this room was entirely cut. Yeah, there
It wasn't actually a bad room, it just didn't really fit there.
Yeah. Back when Wagon World levels could actually be completed in 15 minutes.
Hey!
Imagine that.
All right, so we got a little sidetracked, but let's do a dev exit.
No, we're still going through who
Well,
made
we
what.
gotta go through
Oh
who
yeah,
made
yeah,
each
yeah.
one.
Who made what?
If you know.
Okay,
Then
Pinnacle. I don't know.
That was
actually.
Ramo and
It was
Hello.
Remo, and then I
Was it
touched it,
Alarin?
and then it got sent to everyone else, and everyone else touched it. So
Lots of people
yeah.
have done a pass on it, basically.
I
And
know
then me,
that
Marvel
one's-
Stevo, you know.
I know that's changed a bunch of times, but it was never like fully remade. I don't.
I'm sad that
Yeah.
nobody recognized Thwomp Suck. I was
Yeah.
I was devastated.
Yeah.
Bowser's Fury was mostly Alarin, despite the title.
Yeah, I had nothing to do with this level except for like one troll that I.
Do you want to
thought
talk about the history of Darude, Marvel?
Oh,
Hey,
okay, yeah.
Actually, do you have that
This is
image? I want to show it on.
I can
Oh,
go
God.
over it.
Yeah, please
So,
find me
Uh,
an image.
so this level,
Let me find the image.
was originally a 15-minute. Well, it's still like pretty short, relatively speaking. But it was originally a 15-minute romp. And then so I got sent a room by Marble. So Marble suggested a twice. You know, so we were thinking, oh, you know, it's modern. It's like, actually, wait, this was for Jank originally, wasn't it? Yeah, it was the last level of Jank.
Yeah, this was
like-
moved from jank to
Yeah,
modern
which
because it was
I'm
too
happy
modern.
about. Yeah, I was like, okay, you know, we need a KCP in this world. So that's how we settled on the entire mushroom thing. That the original KCP I think sucked.
It
And
did.
then you know we built a room around it, and then Marvel sent me an abomination that took like I think it
Literally
took me,
50
like, a
entities.
few hours to build, and then it didn't work. So I was like devastated. I was like, you know, I spent 2 hours building this. Like it doesn't make sense. I checked every single tile. It's all exactly the same, right? And then Marvel was like, oh yeah, it's not a switch twice. It's a progressive. And I was like, oh. Yeah. So as it turns out, the room worked, and I just didn't know the condition for the room working.
Sure, yeah.
Which was very sad. It was even more sad that I had to add another troll on. I had to add a few more trolls to the already dense contraption. I don't know if can we pull up that image at some point. Let's
Oh
see.
my
Yeah,
god.
who has
Throw
the
back to-
image? I feel like
I'm looking for it now, but I found something even better.
Oh,
God.
oh wait, did you find
yes.
Kino Dog?
No.
We need that image too at some point.
Here, let me,
Oh wow.
what?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a link to it.
Oh, I found it. Hold on.
You found it? Okay.
Oh yeah.
I have it. It's alright. Linked it.
Oh, there
Ah,
it is.
fun.
There it is. Okay. Yeah.
Here's what we're looking for.
Wait, it downloaded it instead of
Huh?
opening it. I hate computers. Give me a second. Why is that? Okay, whatever. Okay. OBS. Image. There we are. Okay.
Yeah.
This is not even its final form.
This is not.
Yeah. I added in another setup on the left side.
Oh, I was gonna say, because that was the only part of the room that was good when I played test.
This did like 6 different things.
Average marble setup.
The actual
Like-
majority of the complexity here comes not from the actual trolls, it was D-cheese. Like the entire
Yeah.
bottom half of the contraption here is D-cheese, not part of the troll.
Oh.
What
Why?
Yeah.
what it basically does, it measures the timing of 2 different POWs and does like an AND gate. I know it was an XOR gate. It wasn't even an AND gate. It does an XOR gate.
It does an
and depend-
XOR?
For the
and,
love.
and opens a boo ring on one of the
Oh my
occasions.
god, dude. Sorry, you have to see my face.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah.
Just-
This. Right. So we took this. This originally like linked to the D's room.
This was a go in
No, I
pipe
didn't.
troll.
We didn't. link
Yeah,
it.
this
It
was a
going pipe
go-in
troll, but
pipe
We didn't originally link it.
In case you
Yeah.
couldn't tell.
I couldn't.
Oh no!
Wow.
Now it's a back and pipe troll, but it was originally just a go in a different
Yeah.
pipe troll.
In case.
Oops.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's pretty self-explanatory, right? Like
Yeah,
people can tell what's
exactly.
going on in there.
Yeah, you just look at it and you should know. Yeah, if you're a real troll creator.
True.
True. Why are we gatekeeping? Anyway,
I'm kidding.
yeah, so this used to link to a new D's room that had just like literal spike. I actually like that version slightly better.
Yeah,
than
the
this
payoff
one.
is a little bit better.
But this one had to be a go back and pipe, which is fine. I really like the new trolls though; they're really
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Yeah, the original was like you just get dumped into a spike room that with a naked pipe, and then the word
These
just
flies past.
that which we might show later, but the word just flies past.
The
which
D's,
is pretty
D's
good.
made of acorns. D's acorns. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's that. That's a setup that exists. This was one of 2 marble rooms that we just axed because they had gotten out of control.
Yeah. And
You
then
see, I do make very. Let's just go through a bit of design philosophy. I'm good. Janine has a habit of making very psychological things, which have no bearing on the real world. They work in her head. And whether they work in the real world, they sometimes do, and they're sometimes amazing. There's this one troll in Janksters, the up throw spring thing, and especially after we added a few things like
Okay,
before and
the up
after,
throw
it
spring
works really
thing
well.
Is not.
Yeah, shut up. Okay, I'm
does not
speaking.
narrow it down. There are like 5
Okay.
different trolls that can be described
That's
that
the
way.
good part.
Yeah.
The one where it goes through a block on a track. That
Oh
was
yeah.
just taken straight from a Janine level, an old Janine level, and that's really good. But there were other ones where I was like, yes, it's psychological, but I don't see any world in which someone would do the psychological thing you were specified.
Okay, but sometimes you said that and then everyone did.
Yes, okay, I will concede that sometimes I was wrong. Anyway, okay, that's Janine. Stevo has a very low patience tolerance. He tries something for literally 10 seconds, and if it doesn't work, we're on to the next thing.
Hey, how
So
many
he
times have I
iterates
been the
very,
one-
very fast.
How many times
And-
have I been the one to get something working when you couldn't after like 2 hours?
Yes, but that's not my point here. Okay, your design philosophy is that you iterate very fast, which means you go for a lot of potential ideas, which means you find working stuff that happens to be a lot simpler than what I do. I, on the other hand, I get an
Dig
idea stuck in
in.
my head, and when I can't do it, instead of being like, oh, I should give up and try something different, I might find something better in literally 10 seconds of work. I dig in and spend literally 6 months on it in many cases.
Yeah.
And
And
that's how
sometimes
you
it
end
results
up
in
with-
something really cool, but most of the time we get
Yeah,
abominations.
An example of the cool kind is the boss fight in the finale. Right?
It's also an
was-
example
Still
that
doesn't
was a
work. I
marble
still
room.
hate
Actually
it.
look at the contraption, but we'll ignore that, right?
Oh.
But
But
yes, Marble did a lot of very complex work on a lot of levels.
If
um
it complicated, it was probably Marble.
yeah. Okay, Breaking Banned. This was pretty close to done when I showed up. And by
And
close
yet
to
we
done,
still
I mean
managed
we
another
did
20
20
revisions.
more.
Oh yeah,
versions.
right.
I don't know.
Sorta-
That's the most revisions of any level. I don't remember
Easily.
who. I don't know who originally built it, but I know I did a pass on it and changed quite
Ramo,
a
I
lot.
think, was the
Marble.
original one.
Yeah, I think Ramo built it.
Got it.
Right. Oh wait, because in the old one there were like 5 builders, and they were each in charge of one era. So I think Garbage Hand was Haive, Oldest Trolls was me. What was it? Jank World was Explosive, and then was Modern
One of them
Ramo?
was Ramo, and
Meta was
Spectre.
yes, Spectre.
Um
But that was only like in the very old original plans.
Yeah. So the wrong levels, these are interesting. The original concept was built by Wilfred, but they were, here, in fact,
They didn't have any trolls in them.
they didn't have any trolls in them. They were just, you go there and you get the hint,
And then you're back to the next
and then
level.
you're back to the other level, right?
Yeah.
So what ended up happening is Stevo made a couple of really cool KCP setups, like the pick up the launcher and the hold down.
I made
10
the first
seconds.
iteration. Well, it had the hold down thing, but a different version of it.
Yeah,
And then I also made the first iteration of the code, where it only had one code.
yeah. And then
Hey, that's
Stevo got
another example
overwhelmed
of me
with
to-
how difficult this was to route, so I took over there because
Yeah.
Because
The code setup was another example of me suggesting something and
Oh, yeah.
being like, no, I think that's possible. We can do that. And Janine being abso-fucking-lutely
I was like,
not.
that is impossible. We are not doing that, and then we did it. Yeah, and then Marble, yeah, was absolutely critical in making this double code thing happen.
yeah,
And then Stevo and I built together. Or, actually, this was mostly Stevo.
yeah, a lot of the actual trolls were me or Janine.
And
Yes.
the twice here was our design.
Yeah, and then there's like the skewer room because when
I did the
when I
skewer
was
room,
working
and
on-
it's all bad.
when I was working on it myself, I wanted to include the skewer room, but I didn't actually have any trolls, so I just put it there, and it was just the skewer room.
It was just but
No one
without
will
any trolls in
remember.
it. Like not even defenders trolls. There was just no trolls. It was just
The only thing I don't know if people realize, but the place where it says wrong level above the skewer room is set up exactly where there was a hint in the original level.
yeah.
That's
It's
kind of a fun
it's a little
detail.
unfortunate that you see this first from the top. I
Yeah,
was
that's
try-
your fault.
It is. I couldn't figure out a way to route around that. that met all the other requirements. But
To be honest, the routing of this level that did eventually happen was pretty damn good.
Yeah, I'm so amazed that you guys actually like pulled together the routing and built like an entire level on top of it.
yeah, and then there's actually trolls, right? Like
Yeah.
that was part of our goal here. At least that's how Stevo kind of framed it. It's
Yeah.
like the KCPs should, for the most part, be actual trolls in themselves and not just, you know.
Yeah.
Right. Because a KCP on its own isn't even a troll and it's just boring. So.
Yeah.
But.
There's a couple times where we do stuff like that, like the hidden block in the. Where
But
I was
that's
just like,
to
I need
skip
something.
stuff.
But yeah, one of the things that we really had to figure out with the routing here is that you wouldn't necessarily remember the previous thing, right? And there were multiple ways that you could get to places, and we had to make sure that everything worked no matter how you did it. So luckily what that meant is that by the time we ended up building it, it's actually fairly self-healing. If you sequence break, most people who sequence braked ended up having to go back through the real sequence anyway, because they got to something they didn't understand and then had to go back.
Because there's one KCP that's fairly easy to accidentally find, and it's the pickup cloud one.
Though
Or
that
pick up
actually,
one
we
too.
fixed that because it's weird. Okay, I'm gonna save that until we actually talk about those levels, because
Oh yeah, that's
Weird.
a good idea.
we can go into a lot of depth on those. Kino
Kino
Die.
die.
Kino Die.
I don't actually have the old version of that either.
Do you know who built the old version?
The original version was either Ellerin or Polar. I can't remember.
This is actually a bit of Wagon World history that I know because I read through a lot of archives.
Oh yeah, the real original is just key die.
Yeah. Mario Commits Key Die was intended as a Wagon World level.
Yes.
But it got out of hand for reasons that Marble knows.
It was too long. That was definitely a probably cared
Funnily
about.
enough, it went completely background. It would have been a great Metaland level, in the way that Metaland eventually ended up.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
For
It's
sure.
just that it was 2.5 years before its time.
It was a good thing that it was released.
It was absolutely, yeah.
But
Someone else would have done it if we hadn't.
yeah,
really.
absolutely.
Other people did do it, yeah.
And so there was talk about making a Kino Die Light, or a Key Die
A
Light
key daylight.
thing. Sorry, Kino Die is bigger in my brain for some reason.
I wonder why.
And
Oh,
I
hi,
think
Wilfred.
that was this level, or was that Death-pacito?
That was
Okay, there was
that was the thing. Yeah.
So, Keyday released in October 2020, and that had a great reaction. And we're like, oh, we can't put it in the Super Bowl anymore because it's already released and out. But we want to do like a callback to it because like it was such a pivotal point in like our server because we worked on it for a good few months, and also it's largely where the Bandwagon team got its name. Like I know there was the original level, but this is a lot more recent. So we wanted to do some sort of reference or callback to it, some sort of Keyday light.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we knew we wanted to do a lot of twice in that because there was a big hole, a twice sized hole in Metaland because there was the 1-1 but everything was a lie. That's auto.
And we
Wrong
didn't have
levels
wrong levels,
weren't
at least not
anything really
close
at
to
that point.
now.
So to fill in the twice hole, we wanted to make a Keyday light kind of thing. So we came up with a level concept called Mario Commits Death-pacito.
Do I have that? actually?
I still love that title.
Yeah, you have it at the bottom.
It was really
Yeah.
Um,
I don't think there's any progress on it. if I
It's
remember.
very
It's-
abandoned, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very abandoned.
very
yeah.
unfinished.
The basic concept of it was that there was
You
a
can
one
kind of
checkpoint
see
section.
Just looking at this room, you can kind of see the
Yeah.
the concept.
There was
right?
one checkpoint section that had four different versions, 4 different layers, and you went for it 4 times, and it was twice in 4 different ways.
Oh god.
and I had like 2 different checkpoint rooms that changed the tech to say CP1, CP2, CP3,
Oh my
CP4.
god.
I'm kind of glad we didn't do that. Twice is
We got,
a
That
meta
would have been
that-
a nightmare to set up.
and the
That
actual
would've been-
trolls weren't
honestly-
that good because it's really, really hard to build 4 things on top of each other.
It's really
feel
hard.
We had all the sections. We just like
Wilfred's
couldn't
here.
put it together into a coherent level.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
and I also ran out of sprites like when I
Yeah.
had still 2 rooms to go.
Wow, that's crazy.
Didn't
Random
I feel like Zolly made a section. I vaguely
Zoni
remember
made a
that.
section, but it wasn't very good. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I remember.
was
it was
one
like
good
there was
troll.
one thing I liked from it. It was so long ago I don't even remember.
If you go to the subworld, you can see the one section I did actually get reasonably close to finishing, and it is identifiable as being made by me. That's what I'll say.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those ideas that I wouldn't have ever tried.
Yeah, I remember I had an idea where like on the 4th time it would just go to a different pipe, so we didn't have to deal with making 4 layers in the same section. And then Marvel's like, no, it's so much cooler if we have the same section. That's one thing I remember.
Do you want to add a Wilfred icon?
Yeah,
Jimmy?
that's what I'm working on.
Okay,
Alright,
I
cool.
can draw myself with my mouth closed.
You're just gonna get the, you know, the normal one.
It's a shame we're not on
Also-
Switch because
Oh,
I
does it,
could
like, take
pester
setup
Carl
to
to
do
raid
that?
us when he's finished.
I mean, if you have 2 images, you can go on that site that I linked to.
I can make an image. I have GIMP open. How hard could it be?
okay. Just keep in mind that all this was assuming that Wagon World would get released, like maybe 5 months afterwards. So it was like, oh, you know, we're gonna do a cute callback to Key-die. And then when
this
people
cute
got
level
to
from
Key-die,
a
they were
year
like,
and a
"What is
from
this
less than a
level?
year
I have
ago."
no idea
Yeah.
what this is.
Exactly.
It was like,
We're
oh,
expecting it to be a callback from like maybe 8 or 9 months ago, but it ended up being a callback to a level the ye old community remembers, and anyone who was remotely new at all would have no recollection of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, there
Well,
you
if we
are,
were
Wilfred.
actually, you know, died it on a couple.
I'll put the. I made a mouth close. I'll put it on the website you linked, whatever that is.
Wow, that was quick.
Yeah, look at the picture.
Oh, do I have to make an account on this?
Just log in.
You
with
just
Discord.
you integrate it with your Discord.
Oh, okay.
I do.
Anyway, so that's Death-pacito. Let's see. Who built? What's next? Oh, there's an easy one. 1-1. This was
1-1.
Stevo and
It was
Wilfred.
a lie. No, that was originally built by I think Spectre.
Yeah, Spectre built it
okay.
Me
originally.
and Wilfred were actually doing a rebuild on it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah,
is
a
when
lot of
we-
the trolls were based off the original troll, but like better.
Yeah, a lot of the trolls were like the original one, and I would add layers and crap.
Yeah. That happened to a lot of trolls in Wagon World. And this, I think, is when we first started just doing VC all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This was one of the first levels to get like reworked.
I think that was one of the first to get the full rework.
And when I
Um,
played, there was a general consensus that this was the best level in Wagon World. Which it is still a very strong contender, but we have a lot more strong contenders than we did.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not a
at the
derp.
time.
It's the very best. But
Before the great purge of 2022, there was
there was a lot of
Great purge
mediocre.
2022. There was a lot of mediocre stuff.
Yeah.
Like it was stuff that got built a year ago at that point. So like in late 2020, using.
Yeah.
I don't want to say everyone's like stuff that they couldn't use themselves, but there was a lot of submissions to Wagon World, which was here I couldn't find this is the stuff that wasn't good enough to make the cut into my own solo level. So here you
Yeah.
can have it.
It was kind
Also,
of
you know,
dumb.
I mean, if you're building stuff out of submissions from people, it's from less experienced makers. The trolls might
Exactly.
not
Yeah.
be to begin with, and then it's also like, yeah,
So there was a good 15 levels that were just mediocre, and if we'd released it at that point, we had a minimum viable product, but it would have been.
Yeah. Also,
not
we didn't
very
have a
good, to
table
be
of
honest.
contents level, so it was just cold open with
It's just-
We also
Yeah.
didn't have a website or anything, so it was just like, here's Wagon World. Garbo Land.
And it was old Garbo-land too. So.
Yeah. It was Garbo-land that was made by Hive about 10 minutes per level, and it was literally just block spam. It was exactly the kind of thing that you would find in Endless.
Oh yeah,
Um,
old Kaiser
Like,
Blood Go
not a
Ding.
parody of the Endless, but like actual Endless stuff.
The original Kaiser Blood Go Ding was literally
Literally
you
just
get a
Kaiser
balloon
block
and there's Kaiser spam and there's fish in the blocks.
Amazing.
Anyway, the
So
next level
anyway,
there.
we spent a whole year reworking like at least 10 levels, like completely gutting them out and
Yeah.
improving every setup. So that took a year and a half.
Who built
But then
this
the end result was great.
This was Marble.
marble?
This was me, yeah,
Is it all marble? Yeah.
more or less.
Basically, all I did was the
Ooh.
very ending screen with the face and the thumbnail here, the button.
What about is there note block music in here?
Oh yeah, I
Oh,
did the
right,
note
yeah,
block
Janine.
music. It's like
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was Koji Kondo, to be honest. Not this little known music creator called Janine.
Little known. I'll have you.
it's a slight reharmonization of Super Mario.
It's
World.
funny because like if you're not paying attention, you won't even realize it's
Yeah.
different from the music.
It just sounds like the same as the music, but like creepy, you know. This one is whoa, why am I hitting upload?
Let's not do that.
I've
Yeah,
been
upload, let's
hitting that
go.
upload button way too many times over the last couple of weeks. So this one is interesting. It was there
Oh,
was
Wilfred,
a
I like
concept,
the icon.
and then I kind of built out the
This-
framework. Marble, actually, we started with the boss fight. Marble had built.
Yeah,
a
shall
lot
I
of the
go
boss
through the
fight.
history?
Yeah. When was this originally thought of? Because I know this wasn't in the original plans. It was gonna
Yes.
just end after Metaland.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it was
Let's-
gonna end after Zero Brian.
Oh yeah, Zero
Oh
Brain.
god. Let's go for a bit of history. This was right after. It was 4-year Mario Maker celebration, so that's tells you how old this is. More or less
Hey,
3
welcome.
years ago. I saw the 4-year Mario Maker level Uncaged, which started with a story level segment. It was by a creator called Kerfix.
A 4-year
that's still
Mario
one of-
Maker.
Yeah, it's still one of the best levels ever made in Mario Maker to this day. I would maintain.
The dry bones
what-
level?
Yeah, the dry bones level,
Okay.
like the
I remember
story
that.
segment and the thing at the end was so cool. But I saw that and thought, hey, we could make a kind of story segment for Wagon World
Hmm.
because
This was before we
So
had a
what-
story.
this was before we had a story. It was literally just opened on Garbo Land. But I thought, hey, why don't we do like a story segment at the beginning and end of the world? So I asked for volunteers, and Larry volunteered to make the whole story thing with the cold open, with Carl's level.
Yeah, the
And-
animation at the beginning was it.
Yeah, the animation level. And at roughly the same time, I started making a boss fight for the end, which was half story segment and half interactable stuff. That was the original idea. So it's like a boss fight that's half story, but you also can interact with it and you die sometimes from trolls.
And the level was gonna be just the boss fight, right? No.
The level was going to be just the boss fight. But then Clank, in his infinite wisdom, came with a single message delayed Wagon World by at least 6 months. He suggested, what if we made this a red coin level and made like one section dedicated to each era? And then I realized
It was such a
oh,
good idea
no.
that we had to
It was
do
such a good idea.
Yeah.
But like, oh no, that means we're gonna have to keep the boss fight in this main world and put a literal entire red coin level, which usually takes up 2 subworlds and is still sprite tight on sprites. We had to do it in half the space and half the entities, and still make it the best thing in Super Wagon World, or at least a fitting send off.
I think it's actually good.
This is
Yes.
honestly the most impressive level in Wagon World to me for that reason. Like,
I agree.
It
The
turned
fact-
out so well.
the fact that we did all of this in the subworld. You know, like, the whole thing is in the subworld. Yeah.
Yeah, and then later on, I was like, oh, the boss fight doesn't really convey the story as much as I would have wanted. So I made an animation level to go directly in front of it,
Yeah,
and And that kind of just like introduces the idea that you're being brought back through the eras.
So
Yeah, and then eventually Janine made the website, which was definitely not a complete afterthought.
it was absolutely complete afterthought. So when I first sort of joined on, there were two main projects that didn't have anyone on them. One was what became Jankster's Paradise, and the other was the finale. So I was like seeing like, oh, I wonder what I could do with the finale, and there was a completely different hub room that was like all horizontal and you had to run through it, and it took up way too much space. But I remember being on a call with Wilfred, and Wilfred said, what if for Meadowland we dunk you in the 50 pit from the modern era thumbnail?
That was my idea?
That was your idea. You were like,
was that Wilfred's idea or my idea?
Oh, maybe it was you. I don't know.
And also, who thought of putting the coin in Meadowland? That was a good idea.
Oh yeah.
That was good.
This
Yeah.
guy, yeah, this was me. This was me.
I don't think it was me who suggested the 50 coin because I specifically remember playtesting this level and knowing nothing about it.
Oh, that's fair. That must have been Stevo,
I might have.
then.
I think I was one of the first playtesters for this, and I remember because like I think it was Alarin was telling me like, oh boy, get ready for a marble level,
Right,
like
'cause-
unnecessary, complicated, and I was like, and I played it, I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. Why do you think that a lot?
I remember.
That's not nice. That means you inherently thought you heard the words marble level and you inherently assumed that was bad.
Is
no,
that
no,
un-
Alarin, the way Alarin said it, he was like, oh, it's so overcomplicated. You're gonna hate this.
It is very complicated.
There was one part I really hated, which was Garboland, because originally Garboland section was so much worse.
It used to be.
It was the spike maze in from the table of contents level.
Oh yeah.
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 It was the spike maze, but the section was still completely wrong,
Yeah.
which was so confusing. Like, I think they had to explain it to me in VC, and I was like, wow, I hate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that took a while to nail. I didn't think it would be that hard because I felt like people would give up faster, but people just don't give up in troll levels. They're
Also,
like,
did you
"Oh."
have the extra red coins at that point? That would have also been bad.
Yeah, that was actually a fairly late change. Is changing it so that
Oh,
there's
I
only.
never thought about how you guys would be tight on red coins because you're building this in one subworld.
Wait, I was gonna mention the I remember trying to make the little boxes to represent the eras, so I might have thought of going in the 50 pit because
Yeah, that's
So-
right. Yeah.
I thought came up with that little Z on the boo thing.
Yeah, no, these frames were already there by the time I showed up, and it was just like, and I'm actually really proud that the Meadowland section uses every single frame.
Yeah, I think that's
That's, yeah, that's pretty
So
insane. I
you-
love Hump Room Trolls.
you
That's
go,
a good one.
you get thrown in this. Obviously, you go through the Garbo land. This one you have to damage on the. You have to actually Z on the boo. This one you get
And
the
the
red
red-
coin.
The red coin is in that one.
This one's a little bit subtle, but if you come back into this room, this is a P-switch repeater, so you can't soft lock in here. So like, the thwomp has to be very specifically placed, so that the P-switch repeater works. It's kind of silly, but
Yeah.
anyway. So that's finale, history-wise. There's a lot of setups in there I still want to talk about.
Yeah.
And then the cooldown
No,
levels.
the cooldown levels. These
Speed
were,
one was all Stevo.
I think, pretty much all these were built very late, and they were built by
Yeah.
a lot of them were me.
Yeah, speed. This was Stevo.
I built speedrun. I also built.
Stevo built
I
the
built
first
the
version of this, and then we
first room of slope. It used to be just like the very first thing in it, and then we eventually went back in VC and came up with the rest because Marble said it was too short.
which was true. It's a lot better now.
Oh
Yeah,
it's
it's
great now.
definitely better now.
This was
Completely normal platform.
I
That was one of the
remember,
last
this was
things we
like-
did.
This was like weeks before release.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this was
We got the
thrown
entire thing in
together
2
right
days.
before
Yeah,
the
I
end.
remember,
Yeah.
I remember joining VC and like, hey guys, we decided to make another cooldown level.
It's like, hey guys, we decided to build an entire Kaizo level.
Yeah. I was just like, oh, okay then.
And Dolphin Laugh was a huge help here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
The-
It was
we
actually
don't
a
have
Kaizo
much
maker.
experience building Kaizo. And it's
I built
very
a
different than building trolls, and yeah.
I've built a couple platforming levels, but I don't really.
Dolphin was the one who convinced us to take out all of the annoying sound effects that we had put in the original.
Yeah. Yes.
That was a good idea.
Also, Buck. Buck was a huge help.
Oh yeah, Buck was helped that too.
Non-sus, this was Stevo. This was.
Oh yeah,
really
non-sus.
early,
I built this one, and then the actual non-sus with the chain chomp thing was built very late because we had to replace something that sucked.
Oh, was there a different setup before?
It used to be
Wow,
just the thing
You're
with
out
like
of sprites in
really-
this level? That's crazy.
yeah, that one.
Andy, this was first made by me, and it was literally just the P switch falls on you and you get soft locked. I think I got this idea from the anti troll level. I was like, what about the anti soft lock? And it's just a soft lock.
Oh yeah.
This one was really old
Yeah.
too. Before most of the other cooldown. This
Oh,
was
yeah,
before cooldown levels were a thing, and it was like I remember looking at lists of the levels in Wagon World, and in Metaland it had this as one of the actual levels.
Oh my god.
I mean, I think it's kind of fitting that soft locks are what sticks with the meta.
It's true. I kind of wish, like, I almost donated Toad Reed's Defender's Troll Guide to Wagon World,
Oh.
and I think it would have been a really good fit in Metaland. But I wasn't really involved with the project at the time, so it was like, I don't know. It didn't work out.
I feel like at the time you would have done that, we weren't like considering having a full level built by one person.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, do you guys remember what was the first one of these? Because I remember this became a joke.
The
There
first
was,
one
Oh.
of these was this, but an earlier version.
No, the
Well, the
first
first one of the,
picture
like,
was the
This
best one.
stupid
all of
pick a
these.
path thing. I think
yeah.
I feel like
There,
I'm definitely one of the first people who made the joke go on. I don't
Yeah,
know
it
if I
wa-
did the first one.
was it? It wasn't Shano. It was because Shano did one of them.
There was I forget what the first one was.
So this one was built by Haive.
No,
and
not
then-
the level, the thing, the concept.
Yeah,
the stupid like Zero Brian thing.
Yeah.
I think so I think I just like had somebody, maybe it was me, had this really dumb like
Oh, hey, Super
pick a path thing where one thing's obviously fake. It's like a
Good to see
dumb
you.
joke. And then everybody started making their own, and it just spiraled out of control to where we wanted to make an entire world of just this. But we eventually just I didn't follow much about what happened with this, but it got shortened down
Oh,
to 2
wait.
levels, which is good.
It got shortened down to one level.
Wait, hold on.
Two.
Wait, I found some stuff. Wait, there's. Okay, wait. How is there any stuff? Okay, I can link the message that I'm looking at.
Anyway,
Did you find the original?
the
I'm
typography-
looking pretty early.
Hey, Lecter! I did a lot of the slope text here. Slope text is great, and I love it. It
Yeah.
only works
Oh,
in
right.
some styles.
Yeah, I want to talk about that text that says quiz at the beginning because
Yeah,
that
it's
is
actually really important.
so. The original version, the one with the clouds is still in here. Where is that? The pick a path between the clouds.
Oh, yeah.
It's over here
Here
somewhere.
it is.
So the original, it would just be the starting screen, and you walk to the right, and you have this. And that didn't go well because people didn't know what the level was supposed to be at all, and then it wasn't funny. And
Nobody got the
So people-
joke, and we were
yeah,
really sad
people-
about it.
people would just basically walk through the level, being like, "Oh, what the heck is this? Where's the trolls?"
Yeah. Framing it
And-
as a quiz was an absolute brainwave.
We
Yeah.
tried. What did we try before doing the quiz thing? We must have done something else. Or maybe not.
We tried a
Did-
couple
did-
things like changing the title and the
Yeah,
description.
we tried a lot with the title. We did a lot with the title and description to
Yeah.
try and make it make sense, and it just didn't. But eventually, we came up with, what if we frame it as a quiz and put like actual questions at the beginning, and then
Yeah,
And then that
literally
makes
having 2 rooms that were like legitimate, like, you know, this is a piece of trivia, you know.
like, they're- like
got
an
the
actual
players
quiz, but
into
like
the
it's just a-
mindset of the thing, so when the stupid
Yeah.
stuff started happening, they got it more.
and then it was one of the funniest levels for a lot of players
Yeah,
after that. That was really
It just took getting him into the right mindset.
yeah.
I still think the first 2 like actual quiz questions are like the most troll maker thing I've ever seen because it's not like an actual quiz; they're just sub-pixel stuff. Like
Yeah.
yeah. pixels higher.
Well, it's stuff
Oh, I
that
did
you
the
it's
earliest
stuff
one I
that you
could
like
find.
experiment with and find out as a troll maker. It's like, oh, this is actually a little bit different than this other thing, right? Like this doesn't actually activate it, but this one does, right? Like,
Yeah.
and like knowing this stuff is really convenient as a troll maker because you
Yeah.
Yeah.
sometimes you have a setup with one of these and it doesn't work, and then you place it with one of these and it does. Like,
You have like, yeah, there's like such a difference between like with conveyors having a ground block after, having a spike block after to make it go slightly.
Oh yeah,
smoother.
we should have
yeah,
ended
that-
up doing something with that.
Yeah.
that would have been cool
Would-
too. And then the stupid giant P switch.
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
oh, yeah, there was also the other change. With one of
this
them
one
used-
was the nicely timed one where you, this is where it's like obviously stupid garbage. Not like, you
Yeah,
know?
this is where it's like.
I think the typography was mostly janeen.
Yeah, I figured out slope text for the table contents level and just started using it everywhere because it's amazing.
It looks good.
Oh
And
wow,
then-
Juju
This one
sent-
was built
wait,
by
okay,
me.
No, Bedcliff. Wait, Bedcliff and Juju had like some of the first ideas for the pickup path.
This was
Really?
marble. This was
Yeah.
all marble.
Yeah,
yeah,
That
that
was
was
great.
That one is great.
And this was
That was me
Stevo,
and
then marble and I
you
did
and-
passes on it.
yeah, it was my idea. I built a couple of them, and then Janine did some stuff, and then we got Marble specifically to build the no sprites one.
Yeah, the one that feels like marble is built by marble. Like Stevo and I tried to build this, and we were just like, I can't make it overcomplicated enough. We need marble.
Can you play the final thing? I'm actually quite proud of this one.
All right, yeah. Let's give
Was
it a
this
go.
based off the stupid POW switch?
And it actually uses 0 sprites.
It actually does use 0 sprites.
Like you could have totally done stuff off screen because all the stuff goes off screen, right? You could have totally added sprites off screen and no one would have like noticed.
But we
And
did
you
not.
still chose to make
We
it
were
zero.
actually out of sprites though. No,
Well, no, I
Well,
mean, were we like we were
These are
out of
the-
sprites, but like I put some
Yeah,
spikes over here
Okay, we
for
had like
no
3
reason.
spare.
Yeah, so
I mean, I wonder why we were out of sprites in this.
Wow, that's kind of crazy.
I can't think of a reason.
I wonder why
No
we
reason
ran out
at
of
all.
sprites.
It was a matter of principle though, you know? We can't like say no sprites.
Oh,
and then, like,
absolutely, yeah, no, yeah. This is
Yes,
this whole room
I'm
is
with
0
you
sprites.
100% there. You gotta do that.
And also, we had to make it harder for ourselves by not just destroying the whole thing with spikeballs. Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had to destroy it in style.
and for what it
This
is, it's like,
entire thing took me like 6 hours, I think.
Oh my god.
Anyway, that's that. And then the thing at the end with where you go in the castle and then Brian destroys it. That was Marble's brilliance. My only contribution was adding this stupid gap down here.
my contribution was the fish behind the goal.
The fish behind the goal. Yeah, no, this was great.
That's a really funny dynamic.
That's kind of how Wagon World went a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's so dumb. That's such a good.
So yeah, that was all of the levels. We went through some of the history. Let me just read back through chat real quick, because I think we missed a few things. How does this sound? The Marble room? I don't remember. Marble, you still have that room, right?
I do, yeah.
What does it sound like? 'Cause
Which specific room? The Kino Die
the-
one.
Oh, the
room-
Kino Die
I
one. We
remember
haven't
how
shown the Kino
Kino-
Die one.
Oh,
you don't need
no.
to remind me how the Kino Die room sounds. I remember.
I remember playtesting that Kino Die level, and then just
I
going into the
remember
editor
watching you do
exactly
that.
after it, multi-selecting the entire room and saying, "Marble, this
Which
is
had
for your
taken me
own
6
good."
months at that point.
Yeah, I
Just
I
get
remember
to
like just looking at the Wagon World Discord, Marbles and VC sharing a screen, and I would join, and I would just be like, "Stop, stop doing this." He was
Yeah.
like, "No, I've already built so much. It's sunk cost fallacy." And I'm like, "Exactly." That's why
Yeah,
you should
that's,
stop."
sunk
The
cost
thing is,
fallacy
I was
isn't a good
completely
thing.
aware that it was sunk cost fallacy, but I was doing nothing about it.
look, I found a few playthroughs.
Oh yeah, Mackenzie, Jankland does in fact, yeah, we do use that frame, but a lot of people don't see it because they do Meadowland last and just go in the key door. What were you saying?
Do we have the Kino die room?
I have it.
I have your playthrough of it.
Oh yeah, okay. Right, because I recorded a playthrough. I recorded a lot of.
But that won't
playtests
show
for
the editor.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's still like I just remember it was.
I think there's probably a screenshot of it somewhere.
Oh, wait, the flag versus checkpoint was one of the first pick-up path things we came up with.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's
Anyway,
one of my
let's
favorites.
do another dev exit.
Sure, yeah.
Real quick.
Pinnacle.
So, yeah, I think it's Pinnacle that is the next real dev exit. So the reason that this has a dev exit.
Wait, what about the Darude?
Oh, Darude. Oh,
That's after this,
Oh yeah,
right?
that's after.
Oh,
Okay,
it is
thank God.
after it because
I hate
yeah.
Darude's dev exit. I was the one who built it, and I hate it. So okay, this one used to be much worse. But the reason that we need a dev exit is because of the pipe door switcheroo here. So when you, how do I demonstrate this? I'm not going to, but basically, when you first load this room, you go in this door that's on screen, and you end up in this room, which is right side up. I even marked the dev.
Yeah, you'd have a pea balloon.
And you would have a P balloon, so you know, there's no difference. And then you take damage, you do the thing, and then there's like a fake troll that like you couldn't have dodged, right?
Well, yeah, the pipe is fake. There's nowhere to go.
Pipe is fake,
So-
there's nowhere to go. A lot of people were like, oh, I should have jumped above the one-ways, because it's screen locked down here. But of course, you can't do that either, except for here, where you're not going to be able to get to. And so you just die, and you're like, well, I don't really know what happened, I'll try again, and then the next time you come through, you go in the pipe, and then it's upside down. And, like, this was done before Gigant's level that did the same thing.
This was done before multiple levels that did the same thing, basically.
This is a theme of
This
Wagon
was made
World.
by Bearware. I remember that.
Bearer gave the first concept, and then Ramo spent a while on it, and then I think I built the setup as it is now.
No.
Except no, I built the two sections as they were.
Oh,
And then I think Marble figured out how to get all of the pipe alignment issues.
Yeah,
worked
I
out.
figured out all the pipe alignment issues.
Pipe swap was definitely gonna be Marble.
Yeah, all of this is Marble. But yeah, and so that's why we need a dev exit, because the first time that you come to this checkpoint, you can't actually go in the pipe, because we want you to go in the door to get the reveal and blah, blah, blah. So we need a dev exit only from the beginning. From the checkpoints, it's all normal. So how do you clear it from the beginning? You go through here, and well, actually, you've already seen part of it, which is the part where I marked dev. It's not in here.
It's in the door, wherever that is.
Here, this pipe. This pipe will take you kind of to the end. In order to get through here, you need a P balloon, and you need to get a P balloon through these saws. And in order to do that, you need a star. The star that you get comes from some cheese that Hackacat found, so that you can actually get these stars. So that's fun. Let me just. So you can just do a jump like that and get a star, and if you're very fast, you go through here. I'm in the wrong switch state, but you would go through the door.
No, you go for the. Oh yeah, you go for.
You go in the door.
You go in the door because you can't go in the pipe. You come up here, and then even then, unless you're very careful, you're gonna end up in this death box up here. You have to use the P balloon to break this, to open this block, and go through here. And then once you do, this is actually a strat that you have to use for the speed run. So if you're interested in speedrunning, you do need to know this. And that brings you to a pipe over here, which brings you back to...
Do you still need the P-balloon the entire time?
You do have the P-balloon through here, and you use it to kind of navigate around and go in the door.
You can take damage and then not have it there.
Right.
But you need to
That's
take damage
the
twice,
P-balloon.
though.
I think it's still the fastest strat.
But yeah. Yeah, that's that dev exit. I do need to take a very short break and use the bathroom. If you guys want to entertain everybody while I'm gone.
Okay.
I'll
We'll
only
put
be
on
a
the
minute.
show.
Another really cool.
Oh,
we get some Subway Surfers
can you go
media
to
here?
Bowser's Fury into the checkpoint 2 room?
Oh, good idea.
Where's...
This is sad because this is like a classic Alarm thing that nobody appreciates.
Oh wait, is
but
it the
Yeah.
Goomba thing?
Yeah, the Goomba
Yeah.
thing. It is in the subworld.
I love that one. I don't.
yeah, but nobody
I
appreciates
mean, I think Carl danced to it. I think I like that part. That was. I think that's the best reaction that I saw of everyone. But yeah, that's. Yeah,
I don't think I've watched all
really
the,
appreciate that
the
one.
Wagon World videos.
God, I got so sick of watching Wagon World videos so quickly.
Yeah.
I watched like I watched part of Carl's finale while donating blood. Funny enough.
What?
It was, yeah, it took because the process I was doing took 2 hours, and you can't move your hands during it because they have the needles in your hands. So I was like, yeah, okay, I'll watch some Wagon World.
That is. That
Was it
sounds
live?
awful.
No, it wasn't live. This was very recent. This
Okay.
was when the day the final video came out is when I did this.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but by that point, there was like I had like 10 minutes left in the procedure because so many things went wrong.
Oh,
The Wi-Fi wasn't working there, which is a horrible thing for a bunch of people who are strapped down to a chair for 2 hours and literally can't move their hands. I was surprised how much I didn't hate it. Anyways, Mario Maker.
Honestly, just go to sleep.
You can't.
That's
You
the-
can't go to sleep because you have to squeeze a ball every 5 seconds to get the blood flowing.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that
It
sounds
sounds
pretty
so
good,
terrible. I'm surprised I didn't hate it. It was kind of chill. I don't know why. But yeah, Alarm has so many things like this where they're really cool, but nobody appreciates them. This is
Oh, yeah, the swapping power-up hint thing in...
yeah.
I hit that one.
That's like that's like troll creator mindset. You're like, yeah, they're gonna notice this. Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna notice this thing in the mid on like the corner of the screen when it's covered in random garbage and ice coin aesthetics.
yeah.
Still giving grief about that to this day. I can't believe you thought that would work, though.
I had when I was making my first levels, I had so many things like that where
That wasn't his first level, though. That's like his third.
Yeah.
you know practice takes perfect. You gotta
Practice
get
takes
does
perfect.
take perfect.
True. Wait, okay, he had his first dark level, and then he had snowballing, and then he had his fish level. Then
Get a
he
lot
had,
in here.
then he had Tequila Sun.
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. That was the first troll level
I
I
think
ever
it's at
played.
least the 5th level.
Wait, really? That's awesome.
Yeah. I got it from Carl's Discord, and it just happened to be a good one.
Oh,
That was the first decent Delaran level, I think.
That was
First-
funny. That was really fun. Dude, like I think I got quite a bit of like inspiration from that level to like actually keep making trolls. At that point.
Anyway, we are currently how long into the stream? 2 hours into the stream,
Woo.
and 2 hours 45 into the stream, and we're definitely not going to have time to cover every single level in the kind of detail that we went over Troll That Could Fly in. So, if people want to request like levels.
I feel
I
like
want to know
if
more
we go
about.
over levels, we should probably look at Janksters at
We
least.
should look at Janksters. We should look at the finale. We should look at.
We should
wrong
look at
levels.
maybe wrong levels, yeah, but in any other ones people want to see.
Yeah.
Any suggestions, folks?
It is a shame we're on YouTube. I wanted to get Carl to raid us. And we could have be inundated by 1,000 people's worth of questions.
Yo, that sounds like a great time.
That would be
Is
fun.
Carl still streaming? I want to send him my fire
Yeah.
level. He is.
He's doing cooldown and like
Hello, I'm back.
puzzle trickery.
Oh,
That's
Hello.
a good
Oh yeah, you should definitely.
okay. Yeah, I should just go in the chat and say, hey, play this.
Yeah, he just finished Wizulus's what's it called?
Okay, just have to log
trickery
into
level.
Wilfred 2 real quick. Give me 2 minutes.
This is all this is, by the way. It's Goombas walking into pipes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mason.
Goomba.
Uber.
Was there power-up limit stuff in this level?
Yes.
Yeah, we needed it so the launcher there wouldn't shoot a second time
Oh.
if you missed the boomerang.
Oh my god, that's cool.
Yeah.
I love stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay, so did you go
What we
over
said
the old
last
Kino
year.
dissection? Asked Shade Kitty. I would love to.
Do we have it?
Janine doesn't have it
I
on her
don't
Switch.
have it, but Marble, if you want to send us a photo of it, or a
Um,
screenshot real quick.
Oh yeah, whatever. I will log on to my Switch and take a screenshot and post it to Twitter.
Or just
Whilst you were gone, we were saying that we are definitely not going to have time to go through every level in the kind of detail that we could.
Oh, absolutely.
So we should pick like a few more.
I want to go through the wrong levels, actually.
Yes, we said the finale, wrong levels, and Janksters definitely, but also anything anyone wants to see.
yeah.
Let's start with
I don't
wrong
know.
levels, and if anybody wants to see a specific level or a specific
Yeah.
setup, ask in chat, and we'll definitely
Yeah.
take a look.
Do we have an image of the original, more basic code setup somewhere?
Oh, that's a good question.
Look at.
That might help.
Awesome. So, didn't we, with Juzz's playthrough, didn't we find out that you can break this by going fast?
No, that is not what happened in Juzz's playthrough.
No, he just hit all the right
Juzz's
blocks.
playthrough.
No,
Because
but
he
didn't
just
he
got
do
the
it?
code right.
I know that happened. I know that was hilarious. But I feel like he went in a second time and didn't do it right, and then still got the key just by going fast.
I wouldn't be surprised if that happened, but because that happened many times during testing, we had to fix stuff. But probably not. I don't know. It's consistent enough. Every time
like,
someone walked into this room, I was like, please don't break, please don't break, please don't break, please don't break.
Yeah, this kind of looks like to me a black box where it's like it works. We don't need to know how, but it does.
Yeah.
So I can actually explain this one. I know how every single piece of it works.
Oh, okay.
It's
I know the concept because it's based on mine.
kind of ridiculous. But
This
it's
thing
there.
is ridiculous.
And it is it uses a lot of sprites, man. The fact that all of these POWs were necessary is just silly.
I'm looking at this Kino die setup and I'm just realizing again just now that not only was it a marble setup like the Darude one, but it was also trying to save sprites.
Oh,
whereas
yeah,
the Darude
no, it
one
was-
used like 50 sprites. This one used, I think I counted at one point, it uses 16 sprites for the entire room.
No, it is.
Which,
It is. the
Considering what it
definition
did
of,
was
like,
ridiculous.
The troll symphony, where it's just like stuff coming out of blocks.
Trolls.
Can't watch the stream right now, but will the stream be uploaded afterwards so people can see it later? Yes, absolutely. We're streaming it through YouTube, so that is the default. It just is the VOD.
Yeah.
Yeah. YouTube doesn't do the deleting VODs the way that Twitch does.
Yeah, so are we gonna go over this code setup now then?
Well, I thought you were looking for the original.
I have no idea where to even look for that.
Anyway, we can just talk about it.
Yeah. Well, what I want to say is so it started with my concept, and what I wanted was a code input setup, but a setup that would activate something as the moment that you put in the right code by hitting the blocks. So you don't need like to go hit the check thing at all, and it can activate a troll. And the way I thought to do that was using a seesaw, where if you have the seesaw there, and then you have like a bunch of items on it, and you have the launchers, like to make it so that if you make it so the correct code is a situation where no weight is on the seesaw on the left side.
It's actually a really cool way to do a code. So basically, in order to understand how this works, the first thing you need to understand is placeholders. We talked about placeholders a little bit, but they also work in a horizontal level if the seesaw in this case, which is the placeholder, the thing that makes placeholders, is off-screen vertically like this. Anything that starts its life from the editor on the seesaw is weightless, as far as the seesaw is concerned. So while it looks like, there's a big launcher with a bunch of garbage stacked on top of it, on the very edge of the seesaw, this launcher is actually weightless if you're down here. So that's what these mushroom platforms are for testing. So I'm gonna put one here so that I can show it on screen. This launcher will act like it was weightless, and the other one here. For this mole here. That's gonna hold them up while we take a look at stuff. So these springs, however, don't start their life on the seesaw. They spawn in and fall onto it. And that means that they actually exert weight on the seesaw. And as Stevo said, the mechanism is set to activate when you clear the seesaw of all weight.
Yeah, so if you look, those ones are they're on the height of the seesaw and sitting on launchers, so they're like holding it. What's the thing on the right side that's gonna push it down? It's that POW there,
launchers.
Right? No, is it that POW that drops
the counterweight, yeah. So these two are the counterweights.
That POW right towards the middle, so that it's trying to push it down to the right side, but it's very little weight, so it can't really do it. And there's springs on the left side there. The ones sitting on the launchers right now are what's holding it. You see the lower launchers, if you were to push those up, those other springs would then be on the seesaw, and you would never be able to do it.
So why do they have to be springs and POWs instead of power-ups?
So they were originally power-ups.
They used to be fireflies. The springs are there because they bounce other things upwards.
Okay.
Yeah, the springs are there in order to make it the double code thing.
The springs transfer the movement up to the top seesaw.
Okay, there's a little testing setup so we can come up here and look. Yeah, so the top seesaw is the second code that Marble and I added. And you can see it's also weighted down, this time by fire flowers. And basically, it's the same idea. You need to clear the left side of all weight, but this time we transfer the signal of you hitting one of these up into the fire flowers using the springs here. And occasionally a POW to kind of help stuff along. So basically, if you hit one of the correct things in the code, so this is 1, 4, 6, 7, and then 10 is always part of the code. Then it'll clear a fire flower off by springing a POW up into it. Do that fire flower is gone. It's up on the POW up there. But if you hit a wrong one, it'll add a fire flower to the left, and you won't be able to get it off. So yeah, that's why there's springs and not power-ups there. Now, what happens when it unbalances? Well, that's what these things are for up here. So the goal here is to get a thwomp pushed into place over here when the code is correct. In both cases, we need that thwomp pushed into place. And what that thwomp is going to do is when we jump up for number 10, it's going to switch the switch. So you can kind of see, I think, that the thwomp ends up there, right? And that is too far to activate when you're down on the left of that scroll stop. But when this note block is hit, so if I let that set up and then just hit that note block, you see the thwomp gets looped over to the left. Watch that thwomp. Ah, there it goes. And now it is stuck there, and there's a bomb right above it. So as soon as it senses you, it's very fast. It's gonna go up before it goes down, and when it goes up, that bomb's gonna explode, and the switch is gonna go off. Now, how does this note block do that? Well, so this launcher doesn't exist. This is only there because of loading jank, so that the thwomp and launcher here are in a stack. But this is using a little note block transfer mechanism. So you see when this note block gets hit, I want this note block to also get hit. And that is a mechanism that's actually fairly useful for traditional or gimmick levels as well. So I'll just show that. So if you have an offset platform, this, and are out of entities, and a launcher. So the launcher can transfer this signal here. So that launcher is below the platform, but it's going to get bounced up by a note block. Okay, so the launcher is going to get bounced up there and be kind of stuck halfway in the top note block. So when the top note block gets hit, it goes through the blue platform, hits the bottom note block, and then resets itself. It's actually fully resettable.
Probably should have built it so the bottom was actually on screen.
Yeah, fair. So you can see how that kind of just transfers the note block hit fairly instantaneously. And so we're using that in a couple of ways to transfer signal from the seesaw's unbalancing to the thwomp. And that's done with, out of sprites, with these munchers up here. We did use boom booms at one point, but they janked out too much, so we switched to the munchers. That's what it is. So when either seesaw unbalances, even by a very tiny amount, this note block will be hit. These spinies look like they're very tall, but they actually compress quite a lot when they actually load in. So it's very little movement is required for the seesaw to cause one of these note blocks to be hit. So, questions?
I have one.
Go on.
Did you guys
Sound
choose
like a
the code
professor.
based on what was easiest to implement into this?
Absolutely
No,
not.
it is
No, that's
completely
completely arbitrary. We can
Yeah,
change
the
it.
setup can work with any codes you want. So
Yeah.
that's-
Oh, okay.
but at least, well, there's some specific things the code has to
Yeah,
do. But
specifically 8 and 9 are never part of the code, and 10
Okay.
is always part of the code. But the rest of it
Yeah.
is completely free.
yeah,
Oh, that's cool.
And it's
So-
just, changing what's in here, right? Like, I came up with
Yeah.
4 different setups. One for if the bottom one's right and the top one's wrong. If both are wrong. If both are right and top one right, bottom one wrong.
Yeah.
Like you just need 4 cases and you can get all of them.
So
I think I'd
Basic-
rather believe this is magic than try to understand the whole thing. That's fair.
That's a good way to think about it.
yeah, I
Um,
thought this thing was impressive when it had 1 code.
So I won't spend too much more time on this, but basically when the seesaw unbalances, these note blocks get hit immediately, and the right one only gets hit for for code 1, which is the bottom one. And all that's going to do is this bomb is going to be sitting here on this platform here. Without So, bomb sitting on that orange platform, right? If the switch were to switch, it would blow up. And hit a P-switch. Because this would blow up, put Muncher into P-switch. But if you do code 1, this note block also gets hit. Which transfers the signal to this note block and pushes the bomb down through the platform, so that it doesn't actually set off the P-switch.
I'll also point out that everything here needs to load. So
Oh, yeah, it has
everything
to load.
The
That's
really
what
hard
we're
part,
doing.
yeah,
Scroll stop.
exactly. You have to run. This is not instant load. We have to load correctly if you run fast, if you go really slow, if you like pause at a very specific
You go and
spot.
then go back and then go
You
forward
go,
again.
yeah, and then unload everything and then reload it. It's just a huge mess. This one way is very important. Let me just say that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for example, this is getting an assisted load from this platform here. And so it is a placeholder the entire time, but the placeholder is still enough to do the note block transfer. I think it might unplaceholder when it gets booped down through. I don't know.
Probably.
I don't know if that's how placeholders work, where you can put them on like another platform and they'll still be placeholders.
I think it gets unplaceholdered.
No, I've tested this. If you transfer them between platforms and there isn't a single frame where they aren't on either platform, the placeholder thing transfers between platforms.
Interesting.
That's fun.
I did not know that.
The rest of the stuff down here is just to make stuff happen when all the detectors go off, right? So, for example, this bomb, this is actually a really cool trick that troll makers should make note of right here. This spike and conveyor means that the bomb is sitting there, and it will blow up when the switch hits, and it will blow up this block. But you can't see the bomb from across the scroll stop, because you know how sometimes if you have a scroll stop and you just have a bomb sitting there, it'll kind of turn back around. You can kind of see it. Using specifically a spike block and a conveyor, you can make it completely invisible.
I think a donut might also work. I'm not
Donuts
sure.
also work.
Donuts also work. Yeah, it's because spikes are like sub-pixels lower. You can the most obvious way to understand that is if you put a semi-solid over a spike, you don't die to it. That's because they're slightly lower.
Right.
So it gets pushed by the conveyor farther. Like if it was a block, it would be on the block before it's on the conveyor. I don't think I'm explaining this well without showing it, but just a spike block makes the bomb go farther on the conveyor.
Yeah.
Because the spike is lower, and therefore the instant the bomb tries to walk onto the conveyor, it gets put back down to a lower height.
Yep.
Ish.
It's a really cool setup and very generally useful in trolls.
Yeah, I think is SMV1 the only theme where that's a problem? I feel like it's
No,
not a thing.
I don't
we
use
used
the
it
problem in every theme.
I think it's every theme, and we specifically used it in Hot Taste of New Soup. Because
yeah.
New Soup
obviously.
bombs are giant and
New soup,
New
everything is
soup,
giant.
new soup.
the rest of this is just to make it say hello when the boo shows up. When the P switch goes off, Lemmy says hello by hitting a music block, and this spike ball spawns the parachute boo, which gets hit by a spring and goes over here if you didn't do a full jump. Okay, I think I'm done explaining this setup unless there are specific questions. There's some other stuff in here, but I don't
Maybe
care.
talk about our specific philosophy behind it. Like, why did we even want to have a code to begin with? Or why did we want to add a second one?
We wanted to add a second one because Marble is absolutely insane.
I don't know why we wanted a second one. I know I wanted the first one, well, partly because I thought of the idea of putting a troll with a code. You know, like what I said before, but it's also that it's one of the sort of what I thought of when I was first coming up with it is that a code is a like you need information from somewhere and you don't have it when you see this code.
Yeah.
So
people weren't gonna just like keep trying to go through this level, thinking, "Oh, I must be missing something."
Exactly.
So I was kind of thinking of it as like a way to indicate that you're supposed to go to the other level.
Yes.
It's one of the big risks with a level like this is that the player won't, because we can't actually guarantee that they'll go to one level or the other first, right? Both of them were in fact open. But we really need you to not like start searching around and do stuff. And Pooh found this one, which
Of course.
I don't care. It's fine.
Didn't he quit on this?
Yeah, he quit on this level because he got confused. And then decided never to play a troll level ever again. Which
Oh wow.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have ever played them to begin with.
Yeah, no, he probably
I
shouldn't
was
have played-
honestly amazed that he played it at all.
His entire reason for playing the world was scuff to begin with.
Wait,
It was
like,
solidarity for
That doesn't make any sense.
Nintendo deleting
Oh,
that
right.
stuff rather than wanting to actually play trolls.
Yeah.
Genius reasoning. Okay, anyway, moving on. What next setup should we talk about? Because there's a couple other fun ones in this level.
Yeah, for sure.
Eternal Oblivion asks, do you guys come up with a contraption first and then make the troll for it, or do you guys think of the troll first and then make a contraption for it? It depends on how smart you are and whether you are me.
I think it's different for all of us, and it also depends on the thing. Like a lot of times, I come up with a troll. I start with like finding some weird tech, and then I come up with a troll app based on it.
Yeah, a lot of trolls come from, oh, this is a weird interaction. Like you find something that really shouldn't exist in the game, and many trolls are based on subversion of expectations. So people would expect a setup or simple arrangement of items to do one thing, but it does a different thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Or it's just like
So-
you already have a section, and then you're like, oh, it would be funny if this also happened.
Yeah,
right? But
Yeah.
then it's the idea before the setup. It's different.
I
For
tend
me,
to
most of the time, it's setup before idea. Oh no, sorry, idea before setup. I think
The dry
like-
bones swap is a great example of this. Because it's clear that you started with the idea first. What if we swap these two? But then you needed to find some sort of setup to realize
Yeah.
that.
most of a lot of my my favorite troll ideas I made are just like I have this idea, like there's no way, I have no idea how I do this, and I just like keep tinkering it until I get it. It ends up being really satisfying when I finally put it all together.
Absolutely. I tend to start with the story, like the big picture, like you are going through this level, why, what is your aim? And then building out a list of like sometimes ridiculous constraints that need to be met for that to happen. So I get stuff like, the finale Metaland thing where it's, you have to load the same room like 5 times and then it needs to do these other things. Or, something like this where it's like, okay, you're trying to get this piece of information and then here's what you know and here's what you don't. What do you need to get a player to actually do that? That's where I usually start, and then I'm like, okay, what kind of jank can I make happen with the pieces that I already have?
Yeah.
Which isn't that effective of a strategy, but it sometimes works out well. It did a couple times here. I actually really liked the process of taking trolls that were like not very well polished and then sequencing them. Yo, Carl!
Yeah.
Hi, Carl!
Oh, it's the Carl thing.
Laurel.
Good idea and good setup are sometimes really hard to exist simultaneously. Absolutely. there was a lot of times where we had great ideas, but then the setup didn't work out and we had to scrap it.
Yeah.
Yo,
Unless you-
Oceanity, hey.
Hey, Oshi! Good to see ya. Anyway, so where were we? We were gonna talk about some of the other setups here.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about picking up the launcher?
Oh god.
Do we
this
want to just
setup.
talk about teleporting real quick?
I feel like, because this was another complicated teleporting thing. Okay, where in the super world do we have like a relatively basic teleporting setup?
1-1 glitch free.
Yeah, 1-1. There's also like
No.
the super simple snowball one
That's
in.
not a simple one.
Or no, not glitch free. The
Winter
other one.
Blunderland. The
Yeah.
Yeah, Winter Blunderland
mushroom
has the
teleport.
snowball. Yeah, and then there's also 1-1, but everything is a lie. Has the go through the
Right.
pipe thing.
As a person trying to make troll levels, it's so hard to make good setups from good ideas, but the inverse is a little easier. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just need a piece of something to play around with, and then
Yeah.
it's in the subworld. Right?
Making a troll from a specific idea rather than starting with a setup. It
Okay, we
leads to
can
the best
actually
trolls.
start with this one.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's quite good. It leads to the
Oh,
best
this-
trolls, like the
I'm actually-
Dragon Swap one.
I'm actually
But those
super proud.
kind of ideas only come around once in a while.
Yeah.
I'm actually really proud of the like psychology on this troll right here, even though I don't know if it really worked that well, because it's like, oh, I'm gonna hit that and it's gonna go around the track into the launcher.
For sure. So this is a typical broken track teleportation setup. Let's just make a broken track real quick for demonstration purposes. I'm gonna just give myself a bunch of sprites.
But this isn't even a teleport. This is a player hyperspeed.
It is, but it's illustrative.
Go to, if you want to show teleport, go to the one in the subworld at the
Yeah,
bottom.
for sure. Well, I'm gonna start with this one. Then we'll...
Yeah, this one's.
Okay. So the key to all of this is well, typically we use Gorp. I tend to use Goop. But
It's funny that it works with both.
yeah, Goop and Gorp are like two of the
If only it
main
didn't.
enemies.
If it didn't work with Mushroom Link Sword, it would just be Goop and
It would
Gorp, and it
just
would be really funny.
I mean, it's pretty much just Goop and Gorp in anything but SMB1.
True.
So, okay, let me grab Goop, because this is how you normally see it. But basically, where is he?
Left twice.
There you go.
One more. There you go.
You have
There's
this memorized.
small Goop.
No, I saw you pass by it multiple times. Okay, I'm not that much of a nerd.
I know.
So here's small Goop.
You know every spun. Anyway.
Okay, so the big the one bug that Nintendo could patch and would ruin our entire lives forever is this following piece of undo tech. If you have a claw and you have something that is in it, and that thing that is in the claw changes sprites. So typically you'll see small Goop to big Goop, or small Gorp
That's
to big
Gorp.
Gorp.
You
Yeah, sorry.
fool.
My bad.
could
But
you
it also
aggravate-
works with Spike to Spikeball, Mushroom to Link Sword, etc.
I remember one
Not a
time.
this-
cover. Those are the only things that work.
This now becomes weirdly, and then you have to play pause. So you put something in a claw, you change its sprite, you play pause. This thing and the things that it is attached to, like tracks and whatever, become immune to undo. So I should be undoing all of those things that I did before, but it's just broken. This guy is just immune to undo. Undo cannot touch him. Does it work with other containers? Not quite as well. Alarian, you're welcome to join the VC as well if you want. So for example, I can make a broken track using this by making 2 lengths of track that I can undo to get rid of. But the one that has the ritual Gorp on it will not be destroyed ever because it's immune from undo. But this is a track that was connected to another track, so it still thinks that it's a track connected to a track, but we've undone so that track doesn't exist anymore. But this guy was immune, because it's touching the claw. And now we have a broken track. Broken tracks typically work the same as other tracks, except they can kind of do fun tricks like skip over gaps and stuff. So that's fun. Unless you try to transfer them to a curved track, at which point there is a huge bug that will just teleport them.
It just kind of goes. I think it's going to 0, 0 because that would make sense.
It's going to like 0, 2, I feel like, or like here, I think.
It goes to 0, 1. Yeah.
Yeah, right here. So if we were to, you can actually see it briefly. Where to put it?
This is not the best level to showcase it in.
It's not, but it's fine.
Should have just made an MP core spot.
That would have been
I mean, the other setup in this level would have been a good place, but you know,
That's fine.
this is what we're doing.
You can actually edit the make
do a
button.
launcher.
Yeah.
Do a launcher so it goes up higher and you can see it.
Yeah. So if this was a launcher that was on this track, this is tall. This is going to kill me, but whatever. Yeah. There it is.
And to the right of it, there's space right there.
It's fine. So you can see it goes all the way to the left. You can also make it go to another curved track if it's already
If
been
it
on a curved
starts,
track.
yeah.
But we don't typically do that in Wagon World.
Because that takes a long time and is hard.
Track
Yeah.
timing.
Yeah, so I think it's like it tries to teleport to the last curve track it was legitimately on. But if it doesn't find anything, then it'll just default to 0, 0. That's how I think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay, so we have a whole video on this that is being edited right now. So I'm not going to go into like, why did I do that again? I'm not going to go into like all of the detail, but that was for teleporting something that is directly on the track. But sometimes we want to teleport stuff that isn't on a track. And for that we use pushing or carrying.
Hmm.
So this cloud block is going to teleport, and it's going to be it's going to be carrying this snowball here. Now that snowball is going to end up, if I load it in.
You load in the right spot.
Can we? There it is. It's going to end up right here. And that is actually fairly independent. I'm just gonna move this a little closer so I can load in. Is that gonna work?
That won't work right now, I
It
think.
should work.
Oh wait, will it?
Yeah.
Oh no, never mind.
So, I'm just gonna go through this like rapid fire real quick. So what is? Yeah, if I delete this ground block, it'll do something really different.
Is that true? I'm not sure. Or
No, it won't.
No.
not.
It's because it's on column 0, not column 1.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's nothing.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is a teleport with nothing
If there's
besides.
nothing, it just defaults to the lowest.
Yeah.
Got
It's-
it.
If you look at that little bit of
So
ground
that-
directly under the question block, that's the only thing that's affecting it.
Yes, it gets like stuck on that little cap.
I need to turn off scroll. Great.
It's coming from a cloud, so the scanning column is number 1 instead of 0.
I'm trying to have this set up where I can show this reasonably. So that's still there, that's expected. And then if it's up 1, then this ground.
That's not. It needs to be 1 to the right. The scanning column's number 1,
Oh,
not
it's
number 0.
1, not 0, that's right.
Yeah. So now it's gonna be in the same place as you. Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, you got caught in that ice coin.
Oh, right. That's so weird. Okay, so if you're wondering what the hell we're all talking about, Let's just go through and try to figure out where this ends up. So, the first thing that a carried teleporting item is going to do is, and I'm going to oversimplify for a little bit, just for the sake of speed, is we're going to look at column 1. It doesn't matter where we are in the level, it's column 1. Why is it not column 0? I don't know. It's column 1.
Don't worry about it.
It's going to go from its origin row, which is here, and it's going to attempt to fall here with no physics. Then it's going to choose this row and attempt to scan. Oh, it gets caught right here.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Yeah, we're going to have a snowball over here somewhere. Yeah, it's right there. Right there. So let me... There it is. Yeah, okay.
Yay.
So the destination of this snowball, it's picking a scanning row by trying to fall in column 1. Once it picks a scanning row, it's going to go snap back to where it started, where it teleported from, and try to scan left until it hits solid. Then it's going to
scanning row.
Do that.
Then it's going to repeat that process by snapping back up here to the vertical spot that it started from and falling down. So, we're going to end up with a snowball right there.
Yeah.
Pop. and if I delete more ground here, you'll see it moves further. If I delete some more ground, now we have a snowball in the wall. And that's because it started trying to fall from here, but it couldn't fall, so it's just there.
Yeah. This is fun because it's basically like we're figuring out how the collision system in the game works.
Yeah.
But instead of going so far, it's like it teleports and does the weird stuff where it goes in the wall.
And then the reason that it started doing all of this is because I put this block here. If this block was down here, like that, it would... What it would do is it would snap over here. We get column 1. We pick this row as the scanning row. It's going to go from where it started, scan to the left until it hits solid. Then go back up to where it started, which is this row conveniently, right there, and attempt to fall. And it can't fall because it's on a block. So that's where it's going to end up. And that's how it works in the actual level, and that's how we hide the mushroom behind the snowball.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the
And
first
it's
time.
also-
The snowball's not actually using the setup, it's just to hide the mushroom.
Yeah, literally, it's
Yeah.
just to hide the
Hitting
mushroom.
block here,
The
just
snowball is
pushes
just
the
to
mushroom
make
through
it funny.
But this is a very extremely oversimplified crash course in how to get a carry teleported object to land where you want. And it is, as you can see, it involves ground blocks from the left side. You scan across a random ass row here that it chooses based on here, and then it's like, then it snaps back again and then tries to do vertical movement. Like, it's just a huge mess.
Yeah, and it also gets way worse than that.
Yeah, because we're gonna start talking about pushing in push teleportation, which is slightly different again over here in Don't Go Here First. So that actually was pretty helpful. Okay, cool. Yeah, we go over it a lot more slowly and in a lot more detail in the video.
Yeah, we're gonna be. I know we have graphics and stuff to like.
Do you actually have a visualization of the scanning? Because that's
I don't
something
know.
that-
Ask Yoko. I'm really hoping.
If we can get one of those, it would be so helpful, I think.
Yoko's editing it, and I have not seen the product.
It's
maybe-
supposedly 75% done though.
Anyway,
That's good.
so okay, how do we detect when you pick up the launcher, Stevo?
Okay, so there's a cloud behind the launcher. So if you go up there, there's a thing.
I just did undo.
Yeah.
It's fine. You can actually tell there's a cloud behind here because of the
Yeah,
black
you can
pixels at
totally
the
see
top.
it. But
That's not usually there with a launcher. That's usually transparent, but no one notices.
and if I remember, if you look down, it's on a seesaw and it should be balanced with something
Yeah.
else.
So it falls onto the
Wait.
seesaw. The
Oh,
fire
it's that
flower-
fire flower is the counterweight.
Yeah, and the fire
So,
flower
but-
is further along, so it exerts more
Yeah.
torque.
So just
on the thing.
So as soon as you pick up the cloud, you stand on that launcher. The launcher on the right there, at the right end of the seesaw,
That's
is
placeholder.
that's placeholder. So that's weightless. But as soon as you push the launcher down, it moves that down, blows up that bomb, and opens the scroll stop. And it specifically has to be those. It has to destroy the scroll stop in that spot and open up those rows. Because it's the
that's
thing
our
we were
scanning
just
row.
we're just talking about that with the broken tracks. The scanning rows are right where that bomb is.
So let's actually do that process with one of these things that teleports. Let's do the
That's-
POW, maybe.
Yeah.
To start. So, where is this POW going to end up? Well, the first thing that we have to ask, so here, it's going to be here when it teleports. Or actually here. I think it's here? Anyway.
It's like halfway in between.
Wait, is that cloud on the track?
This is
Yes.
a detached track.
Right.
Right.
Cloud.
That is detached to be closer to the end of the track to teleport.
Yeah, it just makes it
Okay.
faster.
Faster. We will go over that in video
That's-
2.
yeah.
So
Alright, there's that
what-
red pipe is
what
also
row
a
is
weird
this on?
thing.
1,
It's
2,
this.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's in row 9. Or 8. It's 8 if you count from 0.
Yeah.
Let's count from 0. So, row 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right here. So,
Should just hit this. So on the first scan down, it should just be on the starting ground or the lowest height. I think it's the same. It would always be there.
oh, because the pipe doesn't count because you're inside of it.
Yeah, the pipe
Yeah,
doesn't
the
count.
pipe is one big collider, so if you're in the middle of it, it doesn't count as touching it because
Amazing.
yeah.
Okay, so it attempts to fall, so it goes to here, and it's gonna pick this row, and that's why this awkward slope is here, by the way.
Yeah,
For this exact setup.
yeah, to have the starting ground lower.
So we're gonna pick row 1, this guy. As
Row 1.
scanning. So we're gonna snap back to
When you look,
here.
that's one of the rows that got blown up by the bomb before this happened.
We're gonna scan
That's
across here. This will have gotten blown up by the bomb, as Stevo said. And we're gonna hit this, right?
Hit that scroll stop.
So then the POW is gonna snap here, attempt to fall, and it just stays there. So this is actually the final destination of the POW.
So it should just appear right there in that wall.
Yeah, and if we, I'm just gonna delete this stuff for right now because that roll's been blown up. How do I,
I guess delete that muncher too.
You just add ground along the bottom.
no.
Oh, right.
There it is. It's behind the make thing, but you can see it peeking out there. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so I can safely undo here, I think.
There's our things right there.
They're not.
No,
active,
these.
though.
Yeah, it's only the home tracks.
Okay.
Oh,
So
it's the
why
tracks,
are
not
we
the
teleporting a POW to this random ass spot? This is a very good question that you may have. So the physics and the interaction and like pushing of an item is determined after where it ends up on that frame. So
Yeah.
the frame it teleports, it's going to determine that it ends up. I think it was like here.
It's there.
Yeah, here. And after it does that, it's like, okay, POW traveled from here to here. So I'm going to apply POW pushing physics along this row. And that is
Yeah.
going to push this launcher into the wall and kill it.
That's
Doesn't
Doesn't kill
it's
it.
like- it just moves it away.
Oh,
it
that's
just
right.
puts it.
The launcher then teleports away also.
Yeah, it's just pushing the launcher away because we could have just killed it, but then you would see it dying. And that would be
If you
lame,
go
so-
through the room normally and just pick up the thing, you can actually see it happening.
Let me,
The launcher gets teleported about 10 blocks to the left.
yeah. crazy people, yes. I did not discover any of this tech. I only learned it from Marble and Stevo, so...
Yeah, this setup is mine.
I optimized
And I hate it. I'm sure you did.
This is also made to work in either switch state, if you don't get hit by the Wiggler.
If you don't fall for the troll.
I kind of like how that Wiggler ended up, because you come through here in blue state, probably. And the Wiggler is disabled.
It also gives that launcher a reason for existing.
Yeah,
Okay, so wait, before you pull this, if you look nearby the make icon when Janine pulls the cloud, you'll see this launcher teleport about 10 tiles to the left, and it will shoot downwards because it's clipped into the ground.
Yeah.
Oh
there
yeah,
it is.
I just saw it there for the first time looking at it.
Yeah. No one notices it, of course, but
Yeah.
it is there.
It's just our way of getting rid of it quickly.
Where's the switch or P block that it hits? There should be one.
Can you
Yes, there's
get up
not.
here? Is that a problem?
No, because
No.
the Goop and Gorp are still
Oh,
there.
okay.
Goop, yeah, Gorp will save you.
We've already tried that.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
thought of that.
So that's how we get rid of the bottom launcher. And the top launcher ends up there because of this P block.
Yeah, that random
Oh,
ass P block in the
the
wall.
top
is there
launcher is up
solely
there
because
because
of
of-
that P block.
Because of that other launcher that's on the cloud, you can see in the corner.
Yeah.
Reacts
So
similarly
yeah,
to the POW.
this guy is going to teleport, and the place where it ends up. So it's gonna choose the same scanning row, and it's gonna scan all the way to here. So we're gonna teleport to this column, but we're gonna teleport to a different row because it started from up here. So it's gonna teleport something like into
Get
here.
it up in there and the
Yeah.
pipe or something.
Which doesn't matter that much because the only thing that we're doing with it is to push this launcher. And something being pushed follows different rules. And in particular, one of the many rules that they might follow is if there is a P block or a solid switch block. In this case, it's a P block because it could be either switch state. It will teleport up to that P block even if it goes through solid ground. Actually, it has to go through solid ground in order to
Yeah.
use that rule. And that's why this launcher, which is the one that falls on your head, teleports exactly to right here. Because this other launcher teleports through it. Did I explain that right?
That sounds
Yeah, more or
right.
less.
Okay.
It also gets
more
downwards
weird rules to
hyperspeed because
reverse.
it clips into ground blocks at its top.
Oh yeah, and yeah, because the top of it is clipped into this pipe and ground blocks, it goes downwards really fast, and that's why it crushes you.
Yeah, well, it would crush you anyway, but
You
yeah.
can't really tell because you're like in the crushing frames.
Yeah, for sure.
So
So that's this room. This is an offset block. Don't worry about it.
yeah, we'll probably talk about those at some point. The other thing I wanted to get to is the blue skull platform section. Oh wait, that has offset blocks.
It does. Let's
Okay.
do the skewer room first. That's actually a really good intro to offset.
Yeah, that's a good place to start with those.
So there's a
what's the
random
Goomba
ground
room?
tile here. I don't know if many people noticed, but this is required. It also could have been a spike block.
But only those two things.
Only those two things, yeah. Just as a demonstration, if it's a hard block like this, that happens. It's still there. It's still a hard block. It's just invisible.
You can't see it.
Okay, so offset blocks. What the hell? How do you make blocks fake and invisible? There's been a bunch of tutorials on this, but I'm just gonna go over real quick. Is there an undo safe area here? I think down here.
Bottom
is
right should be
probably
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay. I think this is where I would typically make them. I need sprites though.
Bleeds and goobers, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna use exactly the same tech, and like I said, I'm gonna use the goop version this time because I prefer that. Okay, so this will work with any block that can also go on a track.
It works with anything that can go on a track, but it's different with blocks. Yeah.
So I'm gonna put on block on a track, and then I'm gonna delete it. Good job. We did it. So it's deleted, but it's still in my undo stack, so I can get it back by undoing the Koopaling stack. I'll explain the Koopaling stack maybe.
The Koopaling stack, yes. Forgot about that. It does actually do something useful.
Don't worry about it. So, I'm now going to use this track for performing the ritual. And this time I'm going to use Goop and change him into a Goop ball.
Goop ball.
And I play pause, and now Goop and the Goop ball and the claw and the track are immune from undo.
Kind of.
Kind of. So weird stuff starts to happen, and if I undo enough...
That happens for some reason.
I don't know why it moves here. I don't know why the thing that you highlighted is offset, because I guess it still thinks it's on here. Yeah, you see that these are still linked, weirdly, but it's actually over here. I don't know. Everything is going weird now.
Moving back to another track is part of this that I don't understand at all and haven't tried testing.
We're going to delete this. We're done with that. This step, I do not understand why it's necessary. You have to bring this off and undo to get it back on. Don't know.
Now these setups are basically just someone else figured it out and we just repeat it and make it work.
So now...
One of these steps might be unnecessary, but we would have no idea, and we've been doing it ever since.
Now I put it in the little armpit of the curve track. I pick up the curve track and I move it, and voila, there it is. I have to delete this track as well, or else the level's corrupt.
Don't you have to delete the curved one too?
No, the curved one is fine.
You usually do.
You usually do, because you don't want a random curve track.
Yeah, of course.
Now, once you delete the curve track, you cannot move this object without it snapping back, and sometimes when it snaps back, it will do so in such a way that will make your level.
So the thing with that is it will snap back, but if it snaps back and ends up on top of another block, that's what's corrupt. Okay. It's the overlapping.
So there are 4 blocks that this offset block is touching. Top right, these 4. The top right one, as you can kind of see from the editor, is where it quote-unquote actually is. So this needs to be clear, or else the level will be corrupt. So if I put a block here...
That deletes it.
Am I corrupt?
You can get it back. You can just undo and get it back.
You're not corrupt, though.
What? Oh, these are undo safe. Weird. Okay.
These are, yeah.
Yeah, these are fine.
So the top right needs to be empty, or else your level is corrupt. One moment. One sec.
So the top right is corrupt, but if you put another block anywhere, like the top left, bottom right, then you can do special things with them if you interact with the offset hard block.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. So one of the things that happens is that various things that happen when you break or mess with this block happen to different blocks. So when you break a block, 2 things happen. One is it removes the sprite, and the other is that it removes its collision. These go wrong with offset blocks.
This doesn't exactly work properly.
Yeah, so for example, if I do this, this is typically how you make a fake block, because it's going to remove. So the block is going to snap to here visually whenever you play. It always snaps to its top right.
And its hitbox is still offset.
And it removed the collision from an object, and it actually removed the sprite from an object, but that was here. So,
Yeah, but here the collision's gone. It's just a fake block
gone,
now.
It's a fake block. If I have a block,
probably don't want to use that spike ball the way it is.
Yeah, I know.
Actually, put a donut. Put a donut in the
donut
spot.
is a good So if I have a block here, it will despawn that block. So it's now de-rendered. That donut is de-rendered, but it's still there. It's just that when it tried to de-render the offset block, it rounded to the bottom left for some reason. And for some reason, having ground in certain places will make things do.
So having ground on any of the 4 blocks, or the 3 where you can actually place it, will make it immediately get rid of the collision.
It spawn blocks it, basically. You can think of it like that. Here as well. If it's not destroyed, its collision is offset. It's the way it looks in the editor, right? There's a block right in the middle. But yeah, so let's go back to the section. So this,
That's a
yeah, this is a track block that is not on a track that requires another glitch to make. But it's gonna basically, the point is that it's gonna explode the bomb immediately. And you can see this one gets destroyed. It doesn't de-render itself, it de-renders bottom left of it, which is nothing, so that's fine. The bottom one is going to de-render the bottom left, this guy, which is why it is an invisible hard block that's not destroyed. And that's why in the actual level there's a ground block here, which does mean that the bomb isn't needed for the bottom one, but it is still needed for the top one. So that's fairly straightforward. These guys kind of show you that mechanic where this cloud block, a lot of people were maybe astonished that they could stand on Boom Boom's head here and not fall into the pit, and that's because there's a cloud block there. But you can't see it because it was destroyed when this giant spike ball hit those. And this little spike ball is just to kill the giant spike ball at exactly the right moment, so it destroys what we want and nothing else. So normally a giant spike ball would just
roll for everything.
Roll for everything.
Oh, well, just hit Boom Boom.
hit Boom Boom, yeah. We want to spare Boom. So yeah, that's basic offset blocks. I think that's all of them in here. Well, there's these as well, but that's the same idea. The spike block here doesn't de-render, as you can see, because it's a spike.
Spike blocks and ground blocks don't de-render because they're special and weird.
They also, I don't know of a way to make a fake ground or spike block.
I know of a way to make a fake spike block. It sucks, and I won't explain it.
Yeah.
This smiley face is not just a stupid smiley face, though it's also a stupid smiley face. It's what controls the difference between spawning up here and coming through here. Shade Kitty says, it snaps back, but literally snaps into the wrong position for whatever reason. It doesn't snap into the position it thinks it occupies. Are you talking about the spawn blocked, quote-unquote spawn blocked ones?
I think he's talking about the de-rendered ones.
Oh, interesting. Okay, the Koopaling stack.
Yeah.
The Koopaling stack is there because we're in a vertical subworld, and we need to load these guys immediately, and they need to be centered. And we were out of sprites. And we had, conveniently, a small sprite right here that was a multiple of 4 away from where the thing we needed to be centered was. And every spot in there was spawn blocked, and it just worked out really well, and we decided to use...
That used to be done with a launcher, but then one of us realized, holy shit, that's a multiple of 4.
Yeah.
You can say that's right.
That was alarming.
You can also do it with like multiple of 2 with the small Koopa.
Yeah.
I was talking about offset blocks like 5 minutes ago. Oh, just like... Yeah, the creation of the offset block. Got it. There is a flower here in the bottom right corner, and that is because only Alarin and one other person had Powerball unlocked on this account. The rest of us were too lazy to play.
Wilfred has it.
It was me, yeah. I unlocked it on this account because well, one, I already unlocked it 2 times before, so I'm kind of the expert. And I wanted to see is if I uploaded a level with a Super Ball, had someone else download it, do they have the Super Ball now?
Yeah, and the
That's what
answer
I
is
wanted to
no.
Oh, it's actually really funny. If you
I don't
hold
have
down
the
and
Super
select
Ball.
on it. If you hold down and select on that Super Ball flower,
Yeah, I can't make it into a Super Ball, but it is a Super Ball. So that's why it's in the corner. Is just like in case I needed a Super Ball, I made sure I had a spot where it wasn't
there.
deleted.
Once you get rid of all of them, you can't.
I
make
want
any
to
more.
talk about the cool blue skull platform setup.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Not a lot of people appreciated this one, I think.
This is,
But it is
yeah, I
very
think
cool.
the
Because it's a
complexity of
copy.
this thing is.
I think people are too focused on the fact that it's like, oh yeah, it's the Shay level.
Yeah.
Or they're like, oh, it's going left. Or it's going the wrong way.
And
That's
they don't
stupid.
realize that they're standing on a blue platform that should, by all rights, be moving. Because of how blue skull platforms work.
Also,
Just troll
the
magic at this point.
even just the launchers going around was annoying to set up.
Yeah, so this is actually a good example of the curve track to curve track teleportation.
Right, we do actually use that.
And you
So-
show it in the level.
Yeah, we actually showed
Yeah,
it
you
in the
walk
level.
past this.
I like that we did that because you kind of see the contraption. It's like, but yeah, you see the cloud blocks hit a curve track before they teleport, so they just go back to the last curve track that they were on.
You're doing a little weird movement there. That's
And then they do a little weird
normal.
movement when they show up, and I don't know what that's about.
But it works.
It's what it does. And so that teleports the launchers up one by one. I don't know how Shay originally did it, but it was probably
Yeah,
not
he
with
just
this.
had like looping platforms and tracks, but I couldn't get the timing for that, so we're doing this.
That's fair.
Oh.
This entire room was built around this thing.
This thing's fun.
Um,
If you delete all the saws there, you could see it better.
yeah, that's true.
All right, well, okay. First of all, the offset blocks. That's what's important. But right by the skull platform.
I was like, where are they?
Down here.
It's down here.
mean?
There's some offset hidden vine blocks here.
Yeah, so if you delete the skull platform, you'll see there's switch blocks.
And let's just fall with this guy. Let me grab a platform or something.
Yeah. So there's a switch blocks there. That's what you're actually standing on. It's not nothing.
Oh, this is not spawned, so that doesn't exist while this is happening. So this entire contraption is to hit the offset blocks and destroy them.
That hits the. You should probably put ground to land on.
So we're dropping this thing, and it's all global because it's on that platform. It hits those offset vine blocks.
There's vines, and the switch blocks are not visible.
And it Right, and then when they de-render when you reload the
Then,
room...
yeah. Then when you reload the room, the vine blocks reset, but the switch blocks don't, so they're still invisible.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question then. In the other section, the section where you spawn cannon thing, did you guys come up with that vine troll simply because you wanted to disguise the other vines?
Yes, but we also stole the troll from Bearware.
I vaguely remember that. Okay.
But that is why there's a vine set up there, is to cover these vines,
Yeah.
kind of. Even
So
though it doesn't
now
really.
There are
But yeah.
solid blocks right here.
With no residue.
Yeah. The
Completely invisible.
good thing is that there's no, like, fake blocks left behind.
Yeah, this block right here was my attempt to cover the vine growing sound.
Except it's at a completely different
covering the
time.
vine growing sound from up here, because this is actually an offset vine. Why does that have the sound effect? Because this is also
I think
an
that was
offset
my
vine.
fault.
I think they're just copied.
I just
so
I think it's
them.
my fault. I copied them, yeah. This is an offset vine. And so
Yeah.
this vine growing is the one on screen that kind of masks both of them. And even if you figure out it's supposed to mask something, you probably think it's going to mask this one. And that's fine.
No one actually realized that was an offset vine.
This setup,
Oh, that-
no one realized how hard this was.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think this
Like-
was, I think this was my idea, so you're welcome.
It was your idea the first
this
time.
timing is just ridiculous. And everything has to load at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't this in 1-1 first?
It was. It was originally going to be used at the section with the infinite bomb.
Yeah.
You were going to like go over to the bomb, then this would fall in front of the pipe.
But then we just went back to the cousin part.
Yeah, it's fine.
Honestly, the one in 1-1 was better just being the waiting thing.
This bomb doesn't do anything. It's entirely bait. There's nothing up here. Can't go there. Haha, get trolled.
Yeah, count cards can make tracked things into real things, which is useful in some niche circumstances.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very difficult to use, but you can.
This fire bar is there in order to melt these 2 coins. And I won't explain the entirety of this, but I'll just show you what happens when the coins aren't melted, which is this. What you see come through the second time, and when you come through from the top, these spike balls exist and destroy the other guys. And so you see this.
My beautiful.
Perfect face.
Yeah, so that's what it is. I like building these like tiny little things that control like the entire flow of the level. We had a bunch of doors and pipes leading to here, but most of them don't actually work. I thought it was more interesting to have the player blow up a thing and end up there. Anyway, I think that's about it for this level.
How do we go to wrong level? I guess just do it goes with this one.
Yeah. This thing at the end.
Oh right,
you
the
can
muncher
see...
thing.
Oh yeah, the muncher. This is. Do we want to do detached pipe? Is that? I don't really want to.
Nah.
You can
I
use
don't
some
like
kind
it.
of. You can look it up. There's a lot of tutorials.
Yeah, there's
But basically,
a dumb way to do it, and then you can
muncher-
also use the
Yeah.
black hole.
The pipe that this muncher is quote unquote in is this pipe right here. And I made the practice because we were sharing an account of like writing it down and being like, these are the things that you need to not mess with. That platform got me good. Oh yeah, the
Platform. Or small platform.
yeah. So this, the only kind of interesting thing here is this needs to be a specific amount off from the bottom so that it looks the same as when you are standing here. So that's how we measured that. And then the offset block is just the same offset block stuff, right? There's where the sprite is. It tries to de-render that one. That's it. And it removes collision from this. Yeah. Let's talk about the other one.
The other one, the only interesting setup I think is the ducking, and also that. Yeah, there's something.
I have to go for now, but you can just ping me if you guys
Sure.
want me to for anything specific.
Oh yeah, 1-1.
Else, I might
Oh,
come
there
back.
is a dev exit in that level. There's not a dev exit in this level, interestingly.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll see you later, Wilfred.
See, oh,
Yeah, and he's gone.
This one. There we go.
Yes.
Okay, so this level. When you remember when you accidentally corrupted Don't Go Here First and had to rebuild the whole level like 3 times? Yes, absolutely.
When did this happen?
I think you were there. But I think you weren't like technically there because you would have told me to not be an idiot and just like go to the subworld and it would have been fine. But instead I went to core spot and that was a bad idea.
Oh, that I remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember this at all, but it sounds like a good time.
It's fine. I got through it. So, interesting stuff in this level. Let's see. Okay. Teleporting spike balls follow most of the same rules of teleporting, except that they end up in the same place as they would end up with the other rules. But they exert a spike ball hitbox along this. It's just along the immediate. Along the scanning row, okay.
Along all of the places where it scans.
Yeah. Remember, it's going to teleport, so it looks at the very left of the level. It can't fall here, so it's just going to teleport exactly where it is, which is conveniently across all of these blocks, which hits them all at the same time. And you see that nice code reveal. Oh. Why does that take so long? Oh, we made it take longer.
Because you put a delay on it, that's why.
So yeah, it'll hit all of these blocks, and then the ones that are part of the code, we put punchers in. So that's a nice, easy way to spawn a bunch of blocks. We use that in a couple of places. Stevo.
Duck detector. Woo.
Oh yeah, well it's different from my version, I think.
It's
of it.
the same principle.
Oh, it's the same, yeah. So there's 2 thwomps there.
There we go.
Right, so there's 2 thwomps, but you see the setups are different, so they're at different height. But normally when you jump there, they just kind of, you know, both pound at the same time. But if there's a white semi-solid behind the brick blocks. If you do the thing.
Right, and
yeah,
people know about the Easter egg. If you hold down here, and now only the bottom thwomp will activate, and the bomb will explode.
So it does a very short jump, activates only that left thwomp, and then since it's against the wall, it kind of tries to back up away, and that's what blows up the bomb.
Yeah, and that's the real reason for all those spikes there. Because if you are able to jump...
So if you put a ceiling and you just jump into that, it will just activate.
There it goes. So yeah. And then Marble edited this to put the cannon through.
Oh, I thought you... Wait, no, is the white platform only there? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I thought the spikes were there because you extended the white platform all the way, so you...
Oh!
Jump out down under the spikes.
No one would do that.
Why would we do that? I mean, the hint tells you to stand exactly there.
This guy, I think, is really interesting. It's literally just all on the screen. This note block has no business spawning its contents because it's on a semi-solid. But for some reason, Spring being there, just
not only being there, but specifically being in
even
that
if the
position.
semi was not here, like it would not be able to spawn a big muncher because there's not enough room. But for some reason, if you have like a slightly offset spring under here, it spawns.
Yeah, I remember this being in an early version of Breaking Band.
Yeah, it was.
It was in a fairly late version of Breaking Band too.
I guess.
Because the pacing was bad.
Let's talk about the door swap thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
okay.
that.
So a lot of people were...
Detached claw time. Let's go.
Oh god, detached claw. Alright. Cool. So, this door right here goes here, and then you go back in the door, and then you're somewhere else. How does that happen? Well, it's because you didn't actually come out...
It actually lies.
It actually lies. You didn't come out that door. You did not come out of this door. You came out... Can I move this safely?
You can.
Yeah, you can just grab it and move it, but it'll not be glitched.
You came out of this door, and then immediately teleported on frame 1 all the way over to here. How the heck does that happen? Well, the secret is this winged POW over here that only appears if I multi-select it. This winged POW is detached from this claw. So it is in this claw, but we have moved it away in the editor. And on frame 1, when it loads, the game goes like, oh, actually what happens, I think, is the claw starts to swing, and as part of moving it, it resets the POW's position to inside of it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that probably makes sense.
And as part of that, it teleports and pushes you. So, without all the stuff there to hide it, would look like this. You can see Toad over there for a second. And we go through the P blocks and onto the other side of the level. Push teleportation, which we will explain at length in our video about exactly how that works. But basically, the POW snaps back into the claw, and it pushes you. The way that you make one of these is actually really simple. We used to use black hole to do it, but then we realized that we were being silly, and there was a way to do
It's actually the easiest to
Yeah.
glitch with this to set up.
I need sprites though. So all you do is you just put the claw down, you put the POW in it, give it wings, and then you do the maneuver. If you have sprites, God. You put the POW down, the claw down, you put the POW in it, you give it wings. You don't do that.
That's fine. Just what are you doing?
Claw down, put the POW in it, give it wings, you replace it with your goop or gorp, then you do the ritual, and you undo until the POW is back.
Yay.
And then I can
That's
delete
it.
the spike ball, and there we go. That POW is in that claw, but it is not in the claw. And on frame 1, it's gonna go bop. This is actually how most of completely normal platforming worked as well. Is you would teleport when either the POW or the claw loads in. This is a much more flexible version of push teleportation, specifically because it can go to the right, where broken track teleportation almost always goes to the left unless you do a big track setup, which is not conducive to instant triggers. So that's
Yeah, this is just way more instant than anything you could do with broken tracks.
These levels are still so technically impressive, even with familiarity with tech. Thank yous. Thanks a ton.
Yeah.
It means a lot.
Thank you.
Daniel MV says, kudos to the Bandwagon team. The trolls were so impressive.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. We did try.
Now we put in 0 effort.
It was only recently that I learned half of the Meadowland KCPs were just twice as the famous levels. Because the world they're in is literally
I
called
don't
Meadow
think the
World.
actual KCPs were just the other sections. Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of a mix of original runes and references. One of the best trolls in this level is actually a marble troll, and it's a very simple marble troll, which I'm very shocked about.
Somehow, I've got no idea how that even happened.
It's this note block right here, which is just an offset note block, and it's in the ground, so it's fake.
That was so
you
stupid.
put your spring down in there, and you don't have a spring anymore. Oh god.
Oh yeah,
this
that thing there.
garbage.
This is fun.
That thing is
So
Let's explain the detector at least.
yeah.
you dropped the spring below it. That's right.
I mean that's required to make
Yeah,
it
no.
work. Yeah.
Okay, so Stevo, would you please?
Okay. So well, I feel like we should kind of well, first of all, the top part, it's a Kaiser detector to arm the thing, but the actual setup is that thwomp, the thwomp in the spring and the shell.
Helmet.
Yeah,
the
shell
swamp
mitt.
is vibrating just because of slopes.
Yeah.
That's just
Yeah, that
the
slope
slopes.
setup just makes the thwomp vibrate. That's how it works. Don't worry about it. And you see it has a spring on it with the shell mitt on top of that. Now that setup is, well, it's actually tech that, like, was very well known and is around forever. Like Carl has a video of him building a level with basically this tech, but this version of it is really weird because if you have some other item like the spring to just anywhere else in the level above it, then it'll just sit there and do nothing. But as soon as there isn't another item above this setup, the shell will bounce and go.
Yeah, so in particular how it's done here is you see there's a spring up on the top, right, top there, on top of that muncher. There's a hidden block detector here, so that when you hit this block, you both spawn a spring and drop that spring off.
Yeah.
So now I can jump up here just fine, doesn't matter, won't set it off. A lot of people didn't realize this and just thought it was a position detector, which is fair.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But as soon as this spring is no longer above that sideways spring over there.
I mean, it kind of looks like it's not really above it, but it
counts.
Still doing the thing, yeah.
Then that shell is gonna hit the switch. Bop.
The reason it doesn't go off before the spring spawns out of the block is because of that other spring that you just saw falling into
That's
the
what the
void.
other spring is for.
Yeah. In fact, if
you just delete that other spring, it'll trigger immediately.
actually
Or if
even
you-
better, if I just do this and like drop it, you'll see it triggers. What? Oh, do I also have to be below it?
No, there's probably some other spring somewhere.
There's some other spring that you know.
Hey, probably to the right, there's some other item that would do it. But yeah, you see it happening.
Oh yeah, these guys. Yeah, as soon as that spring falls, it does the thing.
Yeah, that setup is really cool and useful, and we probably did bad execution with it here, but whatever.
It's a brilliant setup for what it ended up, the troll that it is, right? Like it doesn't really, it doesn't really showcase the tech, but it uses it in a really interesting way.
This is a cool example of make the background stuff complex, but not the web stuff that the player sees.
Oh, I just throw this and it boops it up. Oh no. Fantastic. Absolute stupid troll.
Very dumb.
What else here? Oh, this is not not glitch tech, but I'm actually pretty proud of this. The way this room changes when, depending on how you get into it, is by this ice block. And this POW. This is the kind of stuff I love building. It's just like, if that ice block exists, then this bomb blows up on frame 1 and kills this track bomb and then causes the spikeball to spawn and a vine to grow down. But if it's melted, then it's completely silent. And that bomb just comes over and quietly blows up the right-hand side, which is what happens the first time. Because you're here in trolling his fart room. And that all happens. So you get one or the other two. Either this one just blows up quietly, or a bunch of garbage happens and the vine comes down. And that's all. None of this is glitch tech, but I'm pretty proud of fitting it into a kind of compact container here. Anyway. Anything else on the subworld? I think that might be it.
Yeah.
Unless people have specific questions. This is all stupid garbage that I made. Which didn't really work most of the time, but when it did, it was hilarious.
I like how before you built that, you came to ask me to build it because I can. So I'm the stupid garbage expert apparently.
Stevo, stupid garbage expert. Because I wanted to do like the end of Luigi's Ill-Advised Adventure, where it's just like, you know, a lot of stupid garbage that happens. And but this is not as good as that. But we didn't have any sprites or space.
There was like no space there.
I'm pretty happy with what we did. This is all similarly fairly straightforward, you know. Switch never switches in this room. This is a use of placeholders that's more troll creators should know about. And I feel like when beginner troll creators learn about it, you can kind of level up a little bit. This spikeball does not roll if you spawn from this pipe because the screen is locked to the bottom. And so this is a placeholder, spikeball doesn't roll. But when you come through this door here, it does roll, setting off the POW and dropping that launcher. And it's just a really nice little compact thing.
Yeah.
We can also make it start to roll by switching the switch, so because there's a blue block under that spikeball. And as soon as there's ground, as soon as it switches, it's no longer sitting on the blue platform, it's sitting on the blue block.
That thing is much more useful if you don't have custom scroll, because then it's a vertical screen height detector.
Exactly.
Yes.
It'll detect the screen scroll very fast, consistently. People want to see what happens if I undo in the spot that says no undo, so I'm going to do that.
That's just gonna bring something onto that track, and that's it.
Yeah.
Just corrupt stuff.
It's,
Or
It will
break-
not
breaks
corrupt
what we want.
anything.
It will
Sorry,
not corrupt
it breaks what we want.
Oops.
Oh.
Good undo.
Thank you. I think I need to undo a real action and not.
I think you need
go
to
through pipe.
do
Yeah.
something here and then undo it.
Yeah. Okay. Pop. Yeah. There
Place
we
the
go.
POW. Yep, that's it.
So I'm just gonna load. Oh yeah, I want to talk about that platform also.
oh,
Wait, what
wow,
is which
yes,
platform
yes.
even is that?
That's the
the
one.
Fjord
that
Makes
Oh,
me
that's the
wanna
one. Yeah. right. That
so
one we just placed at the end of.
yeah.
Yeah.
So a thing that we discovered way after we built Janksters, which is kind of half the reason that we built this section.
We were making the explanation video and we were like, why isn't this working? All I
Yeah.
changed was a tiny thing. And then we discovered a whole new piece of troll tech that we could do
Yeah.
with our existing setup.
So this guy doesn't kill you, but when you drop a platform through him, then he does.
Yeah.
Now, in the first version that we released of this was just a regular blue platform, which fell slightly too fast and then broke a lot of the time, and then people like dodged the rest of the section and never saw it again, and it was a tragedy. So we replaced it with this detached track guy. So this is a tracked platform that doesn't have a track on it, and it falls just very slightly slower. Also, notice that when you first come into this room, the guy doesn't spawn until after it's passed through, so it doesn't actually do the effect.
And also the fuel guns and the spike top. The room it was made so its size. The scroll stop on the far right side is far enough away that the blue platform will despawn and try to respawn when you come back left, but it's not far enough that the spike top despawns as well. So that's there the entire time.
Yeah. Well, the platform despawns, it falls off the bottom.
Yeah, but it doesn't try to respawn until you
Yeah.
go far enough away, then come back.
Yeah. So that's these are like some of the small changes we made in the updates after release, to just fix some glaring problems. But I think that's all I want to say about this level, unless anybody has questions or you guys have something else. But yeah, because it's because that is a tracked platform, it has to have a track that it is on in order for the level to not be corrupt, but they don't have to be in the same place. So that no undo thing is the track that platform is on. When you press undo around it, it snaps back onto the track.
Yeah.
And then
You have to recreate the
recreate
tracked
the thing,
platform.
and it's a huge pain in the butt.
Wait,
Yes.
maybe I could mention this. Look to the room that you're like just to the left of what you're looking at. All those dumb pipe aesthetics.
Oh yeah, those are
Yeah,
just there
so-
so that you know where the hint refers to.
Right, that's
Yeah, it's
something
make
I
them all
tried to
recognizable.
design in, is that the rooms where the KCPs are, I wanted to make very recognizable, so they have like weird aesthetics and stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that did help with the level.
Yeah, in retrospect, we probably should have done this. But we didn't. A lot of people tried to jump off of here and were confused why they still went to the spike.
Yeah, whatever. I don't care.
But we didn't, so that's what it is. I think that's it for this level.
That's pretty much it for that level. That one's pretty simple.
Hey, Pink Panther. Hello, Taco Panda. I'm back. The backwards pipe Haka tried to go in. Yeah, one of those pipes is backwards, and when Haka Cat was testing, he tried to go into the butt of the pipe.
He became the butt of the joke instead.
Oh!
Got him.
Amazing. Okay. Let's do a dev exit, actually. Which is still gonna keep us in here, because this dev exit is actually really cool. So clearing from the beginning in this level is actually really easy. It's the way that we expect the player to do it. Clearing from the checkpoints is actually quite difficult.
Very not easy.
And the one secret hidden thing that you would need to know to do it is this block right here with a link in it. It's actually kind of weirdly hard to hit because you're gonna have a power ball. So let's, if I spawn here, let that go. So from CP2, or from CP1, I can get here fairly easily. And then I have to do a little duck jump, bop, to get that link sword. And if you miss it, it's done. If there's hidden blocks, you can't get back up there. Get link, and then you bust out of here. This is all...
You bust out there. Oh, that's
What?
so much better.
Actually, when I'm actually
actually
clear
not.
checking it, I don't even go this way. There's a convenient switch.
I've been clear checking this badly then.
So you come all the way down here, you get... I really like this dev exit because you have to, like, go through everything and, like...
You like go through the outside of the level.
Yeah, you come down here, you actually have to use this switch. It has to be on.
No, you do have to hit it.
Well, I'm going... It needs to be on, though.
Oh, right, yeah.
I think I started in the wrong state. Where did these guys go?
You
You
deleted
deleted
them
the sprites.
earlier.
I didn't save.
Oh,
You did save.
Oh, okay. Well, you...
weird.
I have the backup level. And then you come out here, and this is why... so you need to be able to get... And I kind of memorized where I need to go to throw the bomb. Do that. 'Cause I did this so many times. And now we're out here, and you can just enter the code and win. One thing I like about this dev exit is you still have to know the code. So, what I actually do is if I'm starting from here, I want to get to CP2 actually, and in order to do that I need to switch the state. So I pull this up, which switches the state, and then I don't go in the door, I go back up here, and that brings me to CP2, or the sub-world checkpoint here. And then I just do the skewer room, because it's actually much easier if you start from here. You can just go down. Bop. So yeah, that's that dev exit. I like it a lot. It was actually kind of fun to do, which is very important.
And the SMB3 one doesn't actually have a dev exit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the SB3 one you can just go to the end.
Yeah, all routes lead to that one room that you hold down 10 seconds for, and from there you just get to the end. So that was actually kind of convenient. Yeah, and here I have to switch it, because it needs to be on for the code to work. So it's like you use random stuff around the level that happen to be there like that, you know, and it's like... I'm ground pounding here because usually there's rats there. Who would ever try to go in the wrong side of the pipe couldn't be me. Did you do that too? I feel like you might have, actually.
I know Hacker wasn't the only one.
Yeah. Oh, what if I go in this pipe? I'm outsmarting the level creators.
I feel very
Hopefully-
outsmarted right now.
Okay, I didn't break the code setup in this save. And then you're here, and then you clear the course like you normally would. That's the dev. So yeah, that was one of our more fun devs. Why did I go to Course World? We're actually allowed on Course World again, by the way.
Crazy.
Yo.
I did save it. Oh, because I was checking for corruption.
Oh, because when you hit upload,
That's
it's
fine.
like,
I did a save data backup before this, so. Also, this account doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, it's doomed.
Yeah.
We'll be
Do we
up there.
want
Nothing
to talk
gets taken
about
down.
Janksters now?
Oh my god, I still got at least 2 levels you want to cover. We are currently...
I don't know if I want to talk about Janksters.
I don't know. We could maybe look.
4.5
I mean,
hours
maybe
in.
just show them show the thing on screen because it's fun. But
Which
I don't
one?
know if we want to
Oh, the
fully go through
subworld
the
thing.
subworld.
Yeah,
And Jankness,
the
yeah.
thing.
I'm not going through every.
Let's not explain everything, let's just go through
We're gonna marvel
the
at it.
process. We're just gonna go through the process of like how it happened.
We're out
Oh, yeah,
of sprites and needed to do a lot of things.
In terms of history, there was this level was made originally from 2 mediocre levels, Thou Shalt Not Dummy and Proof of Contempt.
We just
Yeah.
kept the
In
good
Proof
stuff.
of Contempt, there was the cool spike top setup that would either kill you or not kill you, depending on whether a single spike top in a block had a parachute or not. It was utterly stupid. But
That was
the way it was
Fjorgensen.
set up in that Fjorgensen, yes. But that wasn't set up very well because the time when it killed you after not killing you was a completely different load of the room. So it might as well have been a different room, and it could have been a different room. There was nothing to stop us from doing that.
Yeah.
So what he wanted to do was make it verifiably the same room. So
Though we reloaded
I think-
the room anyway because
yeah, but like they were coming, with the other one you could have come into a duplicate room. This one you're going back, retracing your steps, so
Sure.
they knew it was the same place.
Sure.
I-
It still has the same problem, but it's fine.
Yeah.
We redeemed ourselves in rung level by having it be on the same
Yes.
screen, except that it broke and nobody saw it. But that's fine.
Actually, in wrong level, it's like on screen when it changes, which is even better.
This setup is from a collab I tried to do with Chai that died. And so I grabbed a couple of the good things for this level.
Another of which was the whole vertical level in Kaiser Block Go Ding.
Oh yeah!
Yeah, that.
Yeah, some of them ended up in Jankland, some of them ended up in Gargoland. It's whatever. This here is a teleporting spikeball that when you load the room in blue state will destroy this entire 2 columns of hard blocks.
Yes.
For reasons.
I don't actually even know why it selects that scanning column.
I think it doesn't matter what row it is, like all of this is here, so...
Yeah. No, but it also goes downwards as well.
Yeah, it goes.
Weird.
Because it should go until it hits something, but I'm not sure.
In the original released version, I saved a sprite by spawning this spring from a note block, but then at least 2 people were like, the hint is to throw a spring into a note block. And so I changed it back. But like, we were doing some weird things. This thwomp once again, there's the burn-in problem, so he actually doesn't exist unless you have spawned this room here. And that's what this little note block went up is for, is just to spawn that from the other side of the scroll stop.
That little setup there to spawn that thing is one of the last things we built in Wagon World, I think.
Yep. Because we needed to save the sprite to have this a regular spring hint.
Something I want to highlight is the purple background semi-solids in.
Oh god, yeah.
Oh yeah.
The psychology of this area was weird.
Basically, not even just here, but in my levels or the sections I make, I like to subconsciously associate the areas where the player is and where, like, deviate between contraptions and where the player is supposed to be. So if you notice in this section, everywhere that's purple is the play area, and everywhere that's not purple is contraptions, land, or just like not useful. And except here where you're meant to throw this, where it looks like you're meant to throw the spring up, that's dark as well, so, which subconsciously signifies that's contraptions land. I meant stay down here whilst throwing the spring up, and that's
that
where you
actually
stop it.
did help the
Yeah.
the hit
Yes,
rate of this
it
roll.
sounds arbitrary and it sounds like I'm just making stuff up.
Like
but
we changed the color
once
of a
we did that,
semi-solid, and it was
yeah.
completely different.
once we did that, it verifiably it boosted the hit rate of that troll by at least 50%.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because subtle
Making it
stuff
so
like
that you
that
can't
definitely.
soft lock in this area was really hard. I wouldn't be surprised if you can still soft lock in it somehow.
Yes, there were. By loading and unloading them, reloading and stuff.
You can walk back and
it's all.
forth.
This room was great. This is fantastic. This is one of my favorite rooms.
This is all Stevo.
Well, except for the setup that was Marble saving sprites.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah,
is,
but it's your troll and mine.
Yeah,
saving
the
the setup.
trolls are mine, though the spikeball getting caught on a thing was kind of based on something from the old original level.
Yeah, it used to be a vibrating thwomp
Yeah.
rather than a vibrating muncher here.
But it's set up very
yeah, I
differently.
remember.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so one piece of jank that you may have seen around Twitter and stuff is a muncher on this kind of slope will spawn in, and when there's a block there's a switch block that's hit, or a P block, it'll just start vibrating, and that's just how the game works. I don't...
You also need that there's the switch block behind it and the other P block there.
And if there's
Those could
something on
both
top
be
of it,
switch
then that will
blocks.
also start vibrating. So that's how that is like... Oh, you need this here. This needs to be solid.
Yeah, you also
Yeah.
need the P block.
You need that to either be a P block or another switch block.
And you can actually turn it on and off. That's really cool.
Yeah,
And then
because
this
it's a P block.
This vibration is what prevents the spike ball from rolling past it. The original setup used a thwomp like this, vibrating, to do the same thing with a spike ball.
And that's also kind of a fun setup because I had to make it like the launcher shoot up and then start vibrating. So I have like the
These are
Thing
JoJo
burner.
launchers. They get all booped into the same area by that note block, and then as soon as this block is destroyed, I think that's by one of these spike balls here that spawns out from somewhere.
yeah.
Something
It's a spike ball will hit like
bad.
the launcher will shoot up and then it destroys the floor and it lands on the vibrating muncher.
Yeah, so this block gets destroyed by setup, and then
Yeah, and also this is a really stupid detector. So when you spawn the spike ball from the question block
Oh
at the
yeah,
top,
this is clever actually.
it hits that, it breaks that hard block, and that launcher is just on a conveyor. So as soon as it breaks the hard block, that will move left. And also it's a switch conveyor, so as soon as it moves left, it like switches and goes back to the right, so you don't notice it.
Wait, what is happening here?
The
The
bomb
hard
looks like
block at the
it's
top,
spawned
at the top
from-
of the launcher.
What do you?
Other launcher.
That thing is what I'm talking about.
Janine.
Janine, what are you
Top
doing?
of this launcher, there's a hard block there already. Not the one you're holding.
What?
The furthest right launcher,
There's a
Scroll
hard
up.
block there.
there's a
That.
hard block
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, I'm just.
When that gets
why
put-
does the bomb not end up in here in this? Here?
Oh.
I mean, the spike ball's going
because
the
you're-
wrong way, but...
Spike ball goes the wrong way. It should be hitting that question block.
Oh, that's the bomb that ends up there.
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
wait, there's another.
If we weren't doing scuffed entity saving, it would look like this. So
Yeah.
spikeball breaks this block,
Yeah.
which crushes this, which I moved the on-off switch because I'm whatever. Hits the switch, and then the launcher goes back, so you barely even see it moving because the switch conveyor puts it back on the right.
That's just a stupid spikeball detector.
It's actually kind of cool. The P-Balloon troll in Garboland was the best zero entity troll in the Super World.
I don't know. There's probably some other good trolls that.
I
were
liked
these
my
are-
simple fake note block one.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
I really like that Devin.
Now the best zero entity troll is the one in Kaizo Block Go Ding, where you hit a Kaizo, spawn a P switch, and then hit the spike ball.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah.
That's also good. I really like that the dev exit from the previous level is extremely obscure. Not having the code plus needing to navigate the whole thing, you'd never find the way out without putting in serious time. Yeah, like you still need the code at the end of the day. There was an arrow pointing at the back of the pipe. It's not my fault. Oh, a lot of people didn't go in the idiot pipe, and I'm really sad about it.
Yeah, it worked so well during testing, but then,
Yeah.
like, on release...
This is the idiot pipe when it's CP1.
Let's just... yeah.
I don't know if I can demonstrate without playing the entire section.
I don't think
No.
you can. You can demonstrate the troll by just starting there, but not what it actually does.
But yeah, the troll is basically you have a fire flower. Where am I?
Although, you should be able to actually get there quite quickly. If you're anything like me, Janine, you've got this CPU1 section down to a
It
T.
still takes a
Like-
minute. I'm just gonna
It's
show
not a
this.
short section.
You're like, oh, I need to damage. Oh no, that's a hidden block. I'm gonna duck jump. Oh no, and then you get CP1 because that ice coin is melted.
We,
Bruh, I went in that pipe. Okay, good job. We call it the idiot pipe for a reason because it makes you feel like an idiot.
We needed to go in pipe troll, so I was like, oh, how about this dumb thing that's like barely more complex than just a pipe under a
and a lot of
platform.
people also didn't notice that the point was that Fjorgensen then doesn't damage you after you come through here, even when you want him to now.
You know, so no one noticed that we swapped out the Kaizo on the track.
Oh yeah, we spent sprites on that.
Not too.
Yeah, so the Kaizo normally on this track, if I let it load, it's not there yet. We'll spawn a spike ball, and then the other time it spawns a spike, the enemy. Goop. Well, I think that's about it. This hint
let's
room.
talk about the demeaning hint.
Defender told us that it should have been more demeaning, and I just... Oy.
I think it should have not existed. Okay.
I liked it. Shut up.
This is one of the most Janine things in the entire Super World, and I love
Yeah,
it.
that's true.
Yes,
That's
I
a
built
good
this.
description. The most mean thing in the Super World.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. Stupid garbage that makes you laugh even if it's not really a troll. Yeah, I think the rest of it is fairly straightforward.
Oh, whose suggestion was it to do another spring up throw troll right here?
My favorite is the last one when you throw the spring up here and it's just gone. There was a couple people who did that and it was always good. It was when you go in the anti again. This is the first anti-soft lock in Wagon World. So it took a lot of people by surprise because they'd been playing a lot of troll levels that didn't have any anti-soft locks in them.
Yeah.
I mean, anti-soft locks weren't... They were a kind of thing in Mario Maker 1.
They were a
but,
thing
like,
from
not
Mario
as
Maker
much
1,
as-
but Mario
I
Maker 2
remember a
we
Dan the
got
Tank level that
tons.
had a star, avoid the star anti-soft lock.
Oh, the best kind.
I think Shade Kitty
Everyone's
referenced
favorite.
that in their
That was a
box
thing.
contest.
Oh yeah,
level.
that was like the.
A lot of
the
people
stupid
didn't get that
mix of
reference, but that was the first anti-soft log.
Oh, this is not really that relevant to the actual level, but I just want to highlight this is the most ridiculous thing we've ever done to save a sprite. You know the thing on the far left with the mole that bounces as bomb?
The what?
So, can you go to the very left of the level?
Oh my god, this garbage! Oh, it doesn't work
Yes.
spawning it in because it needs to roll right. Do I have a door? I do.
What
Yeah,
is
the best way to do it is
that?
just put.
Why is there a winged muncher in a cloud?
That's death if you go for the POW there.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, never mind.
No one
doesn't
goes
spawn
for
as
that
part
POW.
of
It's
the
very
cloud.
sad.
Just put a door and go for it. Yeah. So to get a mole, to get a bomb. Oh, you
I
need
thought
to
I just tried the scroll
as well. To get a bomb into the position down to the bottom right here.
There's a mole!
What the heck is that? Why?
It was Go Sega, not
We-
Dana Tank, you're right.
We
Yeah, it's just-
tried all the things under the sun before we reached this. And there were so many ways we couldn't manage to get a bomb into there, but eventually we just ended up with this. And the thing was, we couldn't have any solid blocks in the left two columns because those are the stuff that was arranging teleporting spikeballs. But it just turns out that cloud blocks don't count because
spikeballs break clouds.
spikeballs don't have collision with them. Well, they break clouds, so
Oh
it
god,
just
that's
counts
amazing.
those.
Where's that mole come from? It comes from... It comes from that block right there. We do an entire...
Yeah.
We do an entire Kaizo block chain to get that mole there.
It's amazing.
That is the worst thing I've ever seen.
Just to turn this bomb around.
To get it in
Bob-
that spot just for the death that no one sees.
I think
Yeah.
it's actually... No. I think it's even better than that. Because this is what breaks the scroll stop.
Oh no, that's the one for the music.
This is just
Yeah,
for the sound
That's not even
effect.
necessary. That's just for the sound.
This is for the sound effect.
I'm surprised how few people went down for that other POW. It's very sad.
Yeah. It's
We-
really dumb. Basically, you just come down here. There's a
Oh,
one way
you
and there's a
delete the
hidden
muncher.
block.
Do you wanna reload and show that? The reason for that second hard block at all is because we wanted it to happen slightly later than when the scroll stop blew open. That was purely so we could have the music time up,
It was
so
entirely aesthetic.
the note, the death music lined up with the
Oh my God.
ninja music.
Yeah,
Not a single person commented on it. No one noticed.
it was really important though.
No one even went there.
Okay, so I'm here. I do the thing.
You need to reload. You need to load from the door, unfortunately, because the spell rolling left.
Oh.
So the bomb's not actually there right
Can
now.
I not just like precision?
Just make it a
look at that!
non-key
Look
door
at
and
that!
come
Look
from
at
the other
that! I got
side.
it! I got it!
No, the spike was rolling the wrong direction.
Oh, shit! No, you're right.
You need to just make it a non-key door and come through.
Nope, not that. Okay. So the idea was that either you would miss that POW or you would do that, you miss the star, and you're like, oh no! And then, but wait, I could get this POW!
And then listen to how it times out with the music.
It's actually
We
perfect.
spent so much effort just for that, and not a single person noticed. It's tragic beyond ages.
I feel like people noticed. Like, they found it funny, even if they didn't realize that there was a whole setup to make it happen.
The thing is, no one actually went down there.
This is another
They
one of
just
those...
ran into the spike.
This
Why does it have a
spikeball-
parachute?
I don't know. It doesn't need a parachute. This spike ball is a placeholder until you fall down here. So that's how we get that to happen as soon as you fall down. Because that scrolls the camera down and then it's on placeholder. Spike balls spawned from note blocks are fantastic. They destroy stuff when they don't exist. So you can't hit the player with it, but the blocks can be destroyed. They're pretty neat setup. Generally useful tech. Anything else for this level? I feel like we explained the stupid teleporting spike balls thing.
We did that.
With the yeah.
Unless we wanted to go really in detail with the
I'm not
backtracking
going
section,
to.
which I really don't want to.
I don't want to.
Or
That's
maybe the
just-
flying machine thing. That's fun.
Oh, shit!
yeah,
we
Carl
completely
was
skipped
obsessed
over
with
this
this
room.
flying machine.
Carl is always obsessed with flying machines for
It
some
is.
reason.
He is, yeah. This is a little
is-
hard to demonstrate because so it's a little easy if I save some sprites actually.
It's like buried in garbage contraption because it's the final level. But
So I don't need the twice. I can just melt it, right?
Make it water as well.
Is that enough? So, okay, first of all, these guys are just there to switch the switch when you load them in.
Yeah.
1 and 2. And the idea is that they don't actually break. They just despawn off the bottom.
yeah, because if the spike ball actually broke, it wouldn't happen multiple times. But because it just despawns, you can do it forever.
This will actually be rolling right. This is maybe actually a better example. There. They just despawn off the bottom because they hit the note block and then clip under the one-way there. And why is there a rightward one-way here?
No idea.
Not a clue.
Weird. And so when you go back and forth, they'll despawn and respawn, and that's what keeps the contraption going. But all they do is switch switches, so we can actually delete them and just switch the switch ourselves. Demonstration purposes. The other thing I'm going to do is we don't need these launchers. I'm going to make this one much shorter.
And you need to reload the room as well.
Do I? With the thing right
Yeah,
here?
because the ice core needs to melt.
Oh, okay.
But I thought that was a setup that worked if you didn't, without reloading.
Oh, was it? I
It
Well, let's try
might
it. What's the worst that could happen?
I know it was originally. But
No, I think you might need to reload. Okay, so what is happening here? The basics of a flying machine are you create a loop of usually 3 things that all update each other's position. In this case, we're going to have this muncher where whenever it moves, it's going to update the position of this cannon that's stuck to it. This cannon is going to update the position of this cannon that's stuck to it, and this cannon is going to update the position of the muncher that's sitting on top of it. So this is troll physics, right? Like this is you lift yourself up
Literally
with your
change
bootstraps and
Yes.
I think part of what makes this work is that a cannon that's stuck to the side of something cannot like move down with it, which is just a weird thing in the game. It just can't move down by being pulled down.
So the tricky part is getting all of that to be stuck to each other and whatever. Because cannons can only be stuck to certain things, but ice coins are one of those things. So what we're going to do is we stick these to the ice coin in the editor. But when you reload this room after this ice coin is broken, they're not actually stuck to the ice coin anymore because it's the coin. This one will be stuck to the muncher, this one will be stuck to the POW. The POW is going to go across here and fall off. Maybe we should have not had it despawn because it might respawn. Is that why it broke something? I don't know.
Probably not.
And this cannon will stick to this cannon, and now we have a loop.
Oh wait.
And then whenever
okay,
you move it, it will retain that momentum until it stops.
Janine, you won't need a room respawn if you put a fireball directly on the ice coin with that
I
setup.
thought that was.
That's
on the
it's
ice
like
coin.
that. Is it? I thought it was
That
the way,
shouldn't
and that's.
open for- I mean, let's try it.
I'm pretty sure that's how this setup should work, but
Well, I need to.
unless it's somehow different in a way I'm not seeing.
Let's.
Yeah, that seems to work.
Yeah, that's put together, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can see the muncher is actually sitting on the donut block right now. It's not actually sitting on the cannon. So the loop isn't complete until everything gets pushed to the right, and it's going to get pushed to the right by this one-up over here. It hits the note block and boops everything to the right, and the muncher will fall onto the cannon, and then we'll have our loop. Why are Yoshis spawning everywhere? Because the reason for these two Yoshis is to have launchers that don't fire. If there are two Yoshis on the screen, a Yoshi launcher will not fire anything. But those Yoshis aren't actually on screen right now, so it doesn't work. Let's actually just delete this for right now. Down a little lower. That's just being carried by the flying machine.
Are you sure the launcher isn't required for the one-up setup? It doesn't.
There it is.
Yay.
I got a one up. The note block over there gets booped, pushing the muncher to the right, and then we go into a loop of updating state, updating state, updating state, until muncher lands on the donut block here, in which
Runs
case,
into that wall
at which point
and stop.
the loop is broken. And then it gets booped the other way, and we go into a loop, loop, loop until the loop is broken by the donut block. So this is a really nice back and forth flying machine switch activated. It's really neat. Now it will break if you hit the switch too fast, because now we poofed the one-ups and everything is horrible forever. Which is why we make you jump over this thing. And it is still possible to cheese. I've seen people cheese it, but that sucks. I don't know what this small muncher is for. But
Something else.
it's
probably.
there, and we have a cloud to carry it away, so it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, what does that do?
Oh, also, if you get freeze frames, it breaks.
Yeah. I don't remember this setup enough to know what that small muncher was for.
That might have been one of the reasons that it broke in sometimes, is when you get the mushroom in the middle.
Oh yeah, that would break it for sure.
Anyway, this is fun. But yeah, that's the basics. Is that you just create a loop, and there's a bunch of different ways to create this kind of updating loop. Well, that's essentially what a flying machine is.
Yeah, and we've used a bunch of those throughout Wagon World.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's about it. Actually, the seesaw thing in the first room where you get stuck in the bottom right.
Yeah, that's an obscure
Oh yeah, I
troll.
deleted it
What?
because I needed sprites. Load-bearing small muncher. I seem to remember that when we were building that, Stevo was like, "I can't figure out why this won't work. I'll just put a muncher there because we have tons of sprites." And then we didn't. Have tons
Oh,
of
that's funny.
sprites.
Yeah, we didn't have tons of sprites.
And then
We
no
could
one
have
wanted
saved
to
those
touch that
two, it
setup
would have
ever
been-
again.
I
Yeah.
don't remember what it was for at all.
As we said, if it works, don't change it.
We could have used those two sprites though.
It
Okay.
would have been so.
We ended up having all the sprites we needed because we cut the section. The
But
reason that you
before
get
then-
stuck in this little gap is because of this seesaw here that we put there just to be mean.
And didn't poison you.
Die.
Can't do anything.
Yeah, with poison you can't see it or do anything to live.
Yeah, this one's kind of fun. Just when this switch isn't switched, the bone shell is here or something. I forget exactly.
Or something.
We use a bomb to blow up one bone shell and then spawn the other one instead of moving it. It would have been fun if it moved as you were coming down. You like saw it moving, but
that would be harder.
All of this garbage is garbage, and yeah, that's that level.
Are there any other like interesting, unique pieces of tech that we use? I'm trying to think.
I mean, probably a lot of people want to see.
Other speed run, but well, Carl looked at that in editor, but yeah, this level, of course.
I remember hearing that said troll had to be essentially redesigned to work in liquid. The flying machine, you mean? Because yeah,
making that work in liquid was different than normal because of weirdness.
So if you remember the detached claw stuff, I don't remember which of the claws that each of these is assigned to. But they're there. That's why you have a bunch of random claws everywhere. Is because that's what's actually teleporting you through the pipes. When you get push teleported, remember the thing in Don't Go Here First with that P block where the launcher teleported up to the P block. Same thing happens with the player. So you're coming through here, go bam up to these switch blocks. This one, same. You're here, and then you get teleported to the left. Bam, you're at these P blocks. So that's kind of how we do that illusion. We can only teleport you, as far as I know, horizontally.
We can only do straight horizontals without doing some like crazy dumb crap.
And we have the illusion of you doing like you're going through the whole thing, but it's just here to here straight. Horizontal.
Yeah, the actual pipes don't do anything at all.
Oh yeah, the actual pipes are just decoration. They're indicators,
Yeah, useful.
But yeah, this level, if Nintendo wasn't stupid, this would be like this was at the top of popular for a solid like several days.
It was up and top of popular until it got taken down.
It was on top popular when it got taken down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because people like this kind of stuff, and Nintendo hates fun. Like it's just what it is. We've archived it. It's up right now. Actually, I'm gonna need to take it down soon. But it's going up every weekend. So anyone who wants to play it can play it. These are just more flying machines. You can see.
Those ones are weird because we want them to go slow.
Yeah. Well, so the flying machine itself is fairly similar, right? You make a loop.
Yeah. This is more the standard flying machine setup.
And then we're pushing it very slowly with the spiny and the muncher, and that. So the speed of one of these depends on how you push it, basically.
Yeah. So the one on the right is going slightly faster because.
And the one on the right is going much faster because it's pushed by a wing POW spawned out of the block, which is triggered when you pass this mall here. Ah, there it goes.
Whee.
There it is. But yeah, in terms of the actual tech in this level, like, it's all just some clever applications of that same detached claw thing. And then we use the POWs in the claws sometimes, but, like, the POW that you hit here is the one that teleported you through here, right?
Yeah, every single teleport aside from the very first one is just loading in either the claw or the POW, and then it teleports. It pushes you.
Exactly. So sometimes This one loads. Yeah, if it teleports you left, we're loading in the POW and it's snapping to the claw. If it teleports you right,
we're loading in the
loading in
corner.
the claw.
The POW snaps.
or something. How? Oh, we're loading in.
No, the claw for that one, the claw is just on the other side, and you're still loading the POW. It's if you're teleporting the opposite direction from where you're moving, we're loading in the POW. If we're teleporting the same direction you're moving, we load in the claw.
Oh, that makes sense. So here, where you're teleporting through here, we load in this claw. When you get up near to against this thing, and that's one of the POWs that's probably over here somewhere. Yeah. It's just invisible POWs hanging around everywhere.
Have we gone over one moment, but everything's a lie? Sorry, Hunter, we haven't, and I don't think we're going to get time for that today.
Well, let's just do it real quick, because we've talked about a lot of the tech.
Yeah. If there's like one specific setup you want, we can...
Do they want this one or everything is a lie? Because the others...
said everything is a lie.
That's the other level.
Everything is a lie. Okay, let's look at that, because this is all just sort of the same tech we've been talking about.
This is the same tech, but
this
different
one
applications.
hard to explain because it's... Yeah, we talked about...
Yeah.
I think we've talked about most of the tech that's used here. Just
talked about all the tech, it's just the applications, yeah.
The application is just you make a little Timmy level using all of that tech.
It looks like that, but actually, that's the very limit of what you can do with it. It's just that the way it's presented, it makes it look like, oh, we can do anything is possible.
Yeah, exactly.
It's presented very specifically so that it looks like that, but it's actually
this actually has a dev exit.
Yeah, that's it.
Points.
It's also, this is the most sprite efficient level in Wagon World.
Jesus, I wonder what happened to all of our sprites.
I don't understand how you managed to get a level this good and this long whilst also doing shit like that.
Anyway, the dev exit is here in this room, because of course when you actually get to CP2 you never actually beat the level because you go back to the beginning and there's a KCP. Loved how dense the glitches were on that one. A lot of people loved it in retrospect. A lot of people didn't love it a lot when they were playing.
That's crazy.
So, basically, there is a link sword right here. And if you get that link, you can come through here. Instead of going over here and getting your KCP, you bust out and there's a pipe down here. And that's the goal. Bam.
But how do I obtain link?
How do you obtain link? You go through like 75 pipes for no reason. So in order to obtain link, you need this spike ball to fall off of here and hit that, which is great, except that it's spawn blocked by an ice coin. So you need this fireball, which loads when you're in this room. To go on a magical journey for a very precise amount of time. So it's going to come around here and go whoop and go around here for exactly 60 Mario Maker seconds.
I like the little jump over the other setup.
Well, because there's a track here, you know, and it has to melt this ice coin. But if you wait too long and it melts this ice coin, then the spike ball is just going to break. So you have to wait for pretty much precisely 60 seconds. This is my stupid, literally no one will ever find this dev. Which was a huge pain in the butt to do, and I wish I had made it something better.
I think making it break if you wait longer was actually my idea, so it made it worse.
Fair. And then what's going to happen is this unassuming thing over here is actually an ultra slow spike ball setup. Let me turn off scroll here. This is an ultra slow spike ball setup. So that spike ball takes ages to get over there. It takes actually longer than that entire track run for the Potobo, because it's going really slow and it is moving forward, but it's very slow. So in order to clear it, you're gonna play the level, load into this room. Wait precisely 60 seconds with no indication of anything. And exactly that point, you exit the room. You go through your other pipe to get into here, and then you sit around and wait until the link sword shows up. and it's a very long wait. And it couldn't just be one wait because people are likely to wait in that room because of the bomb thing. And then you get here and you just bust your way out and you get the coin. The rest of it's straightforward.
David says, Wagon World was amazing. Thanks for so much effort into this. How many permaban switches do we have now?
0.
Basically, 0. The way that Nintendo does it is after the first few sets of takedowns, they give you a 1-month ban. Then if another takedown after that, it's a 3-month ban, and the one after that is permanent. So we are currently, the original account is on has just finished the 1-month ban. If we upload anything on it again and it will get taken down, then it's a 3-month ban, which happens to be a console ban for potentially every console that's
so it might have been a little bit
stupid
account. That I uploaded Wagon World on this account on Friday. So hopefully nothing happens, but if it does, then all of the big troll streamers will be banned at the same time for 3 months.
Yes, because every streamer, Carl Geek, does.
Which will
they're
be
all logged onto this account.
Fantastic. And then we will have to buy them all new Switches because it's my fault. Actually,
we'll
no,
just
I'm gonna
force
buy
him
them
to
all
play on
Switch X.
emulator.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you'll buy them a license to use emulator
A license.
for
Yeah, they
$0
definitely
and
sell
0
those.
cents.
Let's see. Anything else in this level? Oh yeah, let's do the switcheroo. Hold left at now. I was really sad when I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it was Yuta. Was it or Yuto?
I don't think it was Yuto. I think it was another Japanese.
There were
person.
so many trolls that we were sitting on for however long, and then someone accidentally, or like they remade it, even though they didn't know we'd already done it, and we couldn't do anything because like we're waiting for Wagon World to
we
release, and the
didn't
whole left
care.
now.
Okay,
was one
so
of them.
I'm just gonna swap the state of all of this so that I don't
Actually,
have to like.
Hold left it now. I actually came up with
Just
that
copy the blue
myself.
block onto it.
Yeah, thank you. I needed to not do that.
Press back twice and then copy it over. Cool.
Beautiful. Was that it? Is that all I need?
That's everything new.
Okay. So let's just see it work real quick. There they go. And I'm getting rid of this. Okay, so what is going on here? Essentially,
It's all kind of self-explanatory. You see everything.
yeah, you kind of see everything happen. It's just like a very slight difference in position, and you know, you land on the skull platform here that brings you back slightly, and yeah, gets you off of the. But the thing is, you need the player in order to. Part of what sells this is that you're on a blue skull platform, and only the player can activate those, right? Which I think is really cool.
Also, when you don't ground pound into it, you don't hit the block, and
yeah, the rest of this is for D cheese. So if I just do this, then this hidden block detector over here will activate and close off the way and make me fall down to my death.
What if
I
you
think that
cancel
also
the
works if I do that. Well, if I just drop it, then...
If you do that, you just die.
If I cancel it, that's interesting. Canceled it too early.
I think, yeah,
This probably does.
I think this
cheese
might
it.
actually break it.
Yeah, this is actually broken.
I've never seen anyone do that.
Yeah, why would anyone do that? But you know.
Yeah, I mean, you have to cancel it at a fairly precise time.
And it's going to be off screen, so you won't be able to.
Then it's off screen, and then you're gonna walk around and then die. So that's that. This is my face. I love him, and everyone else told me he was ugly. But that doesn't, He may be ugly, but he's my ugly. Oh, this one, yeah. This is the best troll, falling 1-1. Yeah, the falling 1-1 is the payoff is amazing.
And
He
the fact
turned
that
off her Switch. So I also turned off my Switch when I played this the first time. I was like, you want me to hold the power button? I'm gonna hold the power button.
the falling 1-1 we didn't even use the test tracks for. It's actually just a track setup that's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, this room is 2.5 years old. I remember looking at the date that Wilfred posted this when I was talking about it in Carl's comment section, and it was we waited 2.5 years to do this. And obviously this room was made before detached tracks were a thing, so we had to actually build them out of... Actually, I don't think it was that difficult for this one, because like...
Also, you can soft lock in that room, and I didn't fix it. It's before a checkpoint. And,
That's fun.
I don't care. I'm not sure why I did all of that. Ooh, I went to the pipe backwards. You see that?
That was cool.
But yeah, if you crumble here, you just survive that, because this game is good.
Why didn't we put like a blue block in? Oh wait, because you could hit it early, right?
Yeah.
That would...
And then
Maybe
we were
could've-
out of sprites, and then I also...
No, that's another sprite heavy. Look how many sprites heavy setups are in this
Yeah,
super
I
level.
understand.
I wonder where all
Fair.
our sprites went!
There's like 10
This is just what setups
that are
want.
like-
To be fair, we could spawn something from you could spawn a boomerang from a no block off screen or something after a certain amount of time.
Yeah, but it also doesn't matter.
That's
so
really interesting. It compresses
Nobody- yeah.
everything really tight so that it like opens up as it falls.
yeah, you can see it opening up as it's falling on you. It's cool.
And we set off a P switch here so that you have the SMB1 music with the it can be too much. It's fun. It's a nice
Wait,
touch.
did we ever actually show what the infinite bomb thing is? Because it's so simple. It's
Oh,
literally
yeah,
just
the infinite bomb thing. That's gonna be interesting. That's through
Subworld.
here.
other world, yeah.
So yeah, just
So yep,
I'm
it
in
is
the wrong
just
state.
that.
So I'm just gonna swap that. Yeah, that's what's happening. But
That's
you're,
it. That's
you're scrolled to here. So it looks
That
like one
block
bomb.
needed for the red pipe timing. Like,
what is that
does
track
that
block
track
doing?
block do anything at all?
does it affect the red pipe or does it just?
It looks like it would affect the time, but I don't. I think it affects it at the beginning.
Oh, yeah, because you don't want it to do that.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So it still technically works, but not well. So, or because it still
Yeah.
looks the same, but it explodes.
Yeah, it slows it down just enough so that the previous one is to its left when it falls. Is neat. Yeah, that's all it is. It's exactly what it looks like, and then the bombs all just kind of fall off so they don't ever explode because they despawn. Neat. This is actually the goal. A lot of people didn't, you know.
I don't know if you
And
noticed
the
that.
thumbnail is 1-2.
This is, of course, a reference to 7 Trolley Pieces, which was an entire red coin level with a key door behind a setup that looked like this. And the goal was just behind the tracks, and so you didn't have to do any of the red coin sections at all. It's honestly one of the reasons I think that Carl always gets safety coins. So you can't pull that anymore.
Also, I want to point this out because this is the most Wilfred thing I've ever seen. See the thumbnail? See the block that usually has a mushroom in 1-1-2?
It's progressive?
That's because it's progressive in the actual level, I think. Wilfred always puts crazy stuff like that into his levels, and it's completely pointless.
And there's also Morse code
Executive
in the
dysfunction
52
bone.
room.
Are you kidding me?
The clouds the clouds right there above the fire bars. That's Morse code.
What does it say?
I think it's 8.
It says, I think it says fast. No, it's not enough. Yeah, Wilfred sometimes puts Morse code in his levels.
I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna head off for the day. Have a great rest of stream. See you
All
guys.
right, see ya. I think
See
we're
ya.
gonna wrap it up pretty soon
Yeah.
here, unless anybody has
Yeah.
some pressing questions.
See you.
That
Yeah.
by 3 guide.
Let's quickly scroll through the finale. Like, not actually go over individual setups, but I want to talk. We've already kind of talked about like how that came to be, but like,
Gotta be accurate, yeah.
Yeah, we look definitely a bit, but
I just want to gloat over that final screen.
Oh, this this
Misconceptions.
URL
This link, oh yeah.
goes to well, coconut.
we'll let you figure that one out yourself.
Yeah,
and
it
the
goes
best
to
part
somewhere
was
fun.
River got coconut mauled on VC with me. They were just like, because they
Oh.
downloaded the level to like check it out and see what was in it and whatever, and then I just started hearing coconut maul coming over. It's beautiful. We put a Carl down here for no reason.
Why?
Like for
You know,
for
for
no
old
reason.
time's sake.
That like the only Carl text in the world.
There's one in Hot Taste as well.
Yeah, there's
But that
that
one's
one.
visible.
That one's better.
Anyway, so this is the work of a madman. Especially this. This is one of those marble setups that we kept. Because I got nothing.
Okay. Can we go left to where Brian starts?
Okay, sure.
So here. One of the main things I wanted to do with this boss fight section was a troll where the main theme for the whole thing was that Brian is using all the skills that he's learned throughout Wagon World. He's using all those skills to troll you.
His
So
admin powers. Yeah.
his admin powers, yeah, which we very much shoehorned into the script.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you look in the first room with Bowser, he's using his flying machines, which he's found. Room after that, he's, I guess you could say he's just using spikeballs. That's not really that impressive. But after here, we had this whole holding cell contraption, which brought him along, and this works because there's a launcher that's going into a clown car. Brian is on top of that launcher, and he's pushed over just enough by this muncher here. If you just stand on that somewhere nearby and press play.
Is this gonna work?
You can see that it gets shoved over.
Totally.
You can just see that Brian gets shoved over, but he's still stacked on that top of that launcher. And that launcher is in the clown car, which moves along at the same rate that the screen scrolls.
Is there a way that I can visualize this, or is this...
No, absolutely not.
Because the clown car has to be off screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so that launcher and mole are still stacked, but
Yeah.
it's just moved over a lot.
Yeah.
How does the
So-
clown car get?
The
These
smaller
launchers
launchers,
on the...
they box it in. Yeah.
Perfect.
Those ice coins are so that there's a double switch in this room, and I don't want them moving on the conveyors until the second switch.
Yeah, this is not going to work outside.
Anyway,
of very
so the
specific...
point is, it moves the holding cell along under the lava, which moves Brian along at the exact
So
same
the
rate
clown
that the
car
screen
is
scrolls.
trapped between these launcher
Yes.
stacks. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
And this
those
launcher
two-
is in the clown car,
Yeah.
and the
So-
clown car is going along here. And then
Yes.
gets bumped up here, got bumped down there, bumped over here, and this is why Brian moves up and down.
Yeah. So the whole reason for this holding cell contraption thing was because someone had the idea, oh, what if he ground pounded you and you got stunned? Because it looks like Brian learned ground pound. And that's the
everyone
entire
noticed and
reason for like
appreciated
half this section, and no one noticed it, and I'm very sad, basically. And to actually do that ground pound setup, all this junk with the thwomp around here, that all has to load like 10 tiles off screen, because Brian's already at the edge of the screen, and this needs to load ahead of Brian. So the way it works is we have a preloaded POW that gets unpreloaded right as it's 7 tiles off screen, because that means it won't despawn.
Gets unpreloaded, yeah. Go on.
The thwomp is the same. Then we have a note block that you can see. It's currently on the bottom row. It's on a track.
Oh my god.
There.
Wait.
That comes along, and with almost frame perfect position, it makes the thwomp pound, which makes the seesaw go down. Is that a seesaw on a track? No, I don't think it is.
No, this is a synthetic seesaw.
Okay. And that pushes the POW down, and because the POW's on top of the seesaw, it has a solid hitbox from above, and that pushes the clown car down quite fast. And the POW lands
And that's
on
what
the
the ground
icicle.
pound is the POW pushing
And that's what the ground
clown
pound
car
is.
down.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this all happens like 5 or 6 tiles off screen,
Yeah,
ahead of the screen scroll.
yeah.
You know, Barbara, why didn't you just stop the screen scrolling before trying to do this?
Because you can't. To stop the screen, you need a scroll stop.
You could use a horizontal one at the top of the screen.
We couldn't because Garboland and other stuff. I thought about it long and hard, but there's nowhere where you could put a horizontal scroll stop in this whole level.
I feel like we could have put one here, but you know, the mole might be a problem.
Yeah.
Here
Whatever.
would be easy.
Level's done.
Oh my god, soft
actually-
block if you jump up here. Yeah,
No, I
this
Also,
wanna-
we
is
can't
not working.
really stop the holding cell contraption because it'll crush the clown car otherwise.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Anyway, what's done is done. And then we come over to here,
This is a fun part.
Yes.
and Marble loses.
Actually, let's
his
talk
mind.
about the sound effects. The ground pound sound effects, like Wendy and.
Oh
Morton.
yeah. That's actually fairly easy.
Yeah.
They just load in,
No,
right?
These
why
guys
did
just
we do
load
it?
in. We did it because no one saw them.
No one. I
No one
worked
saw
3
them
months on
all,
that.
and so no
ground
one
pounding
knew
setup,
when
yes.
to jump to dodge it. So we added a bunch of sound effects, and then everyone was like, "Oh, it's an audio cue," and that's the only cue that there is.
Yeah.
So, whatever. This is easy. So Wendy is the build-up sound, and Morton is the pound sound. Wendy makes that sound when hitting music blocks, and then Morton. Don't.
I just hope that the people watching the streams of Wagon World saw the mole at the side of the screen, because they would.
Makes a big ol'. Yeah.
Boom.
So, yeah, that's that. And then they're positioned to load in when the pound is coming up and then happens. And this is the guy who actually does the pounds.
Yes.
Corp. How does that get activated? I don't actually know.
There's a spring on a conveyor.
Oh, and that destacks them.
Yeah.
Yeah, this spring comes and goes, bop, destacks them, and when Gorp gets hit with a sideways spring and the ground below him is correct, it'll ground pound.
Yeah. Okay, for this final room, I'm not going to talk about
Cheers, Box.
really what's happening.
Oshi
Thanks for
appreciated
joining,
the ground
Box.
pound, by the way.
Oh,
So-
thanks, Oshi. You have my eternal gratitude for at least being the single person to notice.
Marble was very salty during Carl's play.
I'm sure the YouTube comments will know about it.
That's only because I specifically highlighted it in Carl's pinned comment. Anyway, the 3 trolls in this final room are all packed together. The contraptions are packed together, and everything sucks. Because we basically, I would have made it continue scrolling, but we ran out of space. I built the section linearly from the left, and we just ran out of space in the world.
Yeah.
So like I had to stack all the last 3 on top of each other. The main driving force in this room was the Brian diving under lava thing. And can you highlight those hard blocks with the sound effect in?
Yeah, in fact, we can see the sound effects.
Yeah.
These are all.
So
the
that
flash
spike ball
sounds.
on the right, it rolls along those conveyors and it breaks those sound effect blocks in sequence, and then it hits a well-timed note block, which is on the track at some point.
Note
I don't even
block
know where it
is
starts.
Somewhere.
I don't even know where it starts off.
But it ends up there eventually.
It ends up there at the right time, and that spike ball hits it and spawns another Brian, which comes and kills you. So that's what the majority of the non-track contraptions do there. The other stuff there, that's the third one. The first one is the boom boom jumping at you, which gets hypersped by a POW that's just come out of a red cannon. That is frame precise. And I know it's frame precise because I spent about 4 hours timing it. And I can't just adjust it by, okay, let's go 3 frames to the right. I had to find a new setup
Yeah.
to get it to be a few frames different to how it was before. And to test that setup, I had to do the entire boss fight, which was about 45 seconds prior. Let me show you how I timed it. You see that? Can you go up to the top, a bit above and left of where that parachute boom boom is? There's a 1-up.
Oh my god.
That 1-up goes along a merry journey along the conveyor, then along some cloud blocks, and then it hits that note block,
Got it.
which pushes the launcher down, and a set time after the launcher arrives on screen, it shoots its POW. So the 2 controls I had were timing how long Boom Boom parachuted down before he hit that spring, and how long it was before that cannon came down. And the setup I ended up with was actually remarkably simple, but I had that 1-up bouncing around in all sorts of ways off screen. And the end result is that Boom Boom does this cool long jump, and he bodies the player, hopefully. That one actually got quite well received. I'm pleased with.
Yeah. Perfect.
And the second one was just a launcher that gets brought over on a skull platform, which we
It's the same launcher.
set off. It's the same launcher, yeah. It gets brought along on a skull platform that we
Oh,
initiated
is it this
back.
skull platform over here?
Yes, it's that skull
Yeah.
platform.
Oh my god.
The other one you hit
Every
before
single
that.
thing from that point on is consistent timing. Like, it's the same number of frames between
Yeah.
that point and when the boss fight ends.
But in order to test it, you had to go from the entire beginning every single time.
Yeah.
And this is gonna jump through this gap, right?
Yeah, it is.
And then
That's fun.
jump over this gap. Gonna come up
And then it goes
here.
on a merry journey and times and stuff. Oh, that skull platform's also used to carry off Brian off screen.
And you
because-
see, there's like broken tracks used in here, but there's no teleports because there's no curved tracks. This is just to
It's
get.
just to compact
Yeah,
everything.
this is just to get a. Oh,
It's
no,
just to
right.
put the tracks in the right place to make it work.
It's just, yeah, 'cause this will, I think, go, yeah, it goes up onto that. That's just to, like, add a little bit more time to that track section, right?
Yeah.
This is just wild.
Yeah. And the launcher on the Blue Skull platform, that we made it into a troll, but it's not a very good one. The main purpose of it was just to get a launcher. Can you grab that launcher, Janine, and put it where it ends up?
I just wanted the
It's
launcher to be
there.
there.
I just wanted the launcher to end up there, and the player needed to be on the lower half of that platform. So the launcher, the way it moves around it, if they're up there, it squishes them. So they need to be down on the bridge there.
Yeah.
And we did that so that when the Brian came, he'd have a fighting chance of killing the player.
Gotta give Brian a chance.
Yeah.
Cool.
Can we have a look at the subworld too, though? That's fun.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. So that's the boss fight, basically.
So we talked about the hub a bit, and then the other sections are sections. I want to show my epic show detector at the end of the oldest section.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if people would have realized that's a thing, but
It was important.
the POW detector.
Yeah.
So basically, the reason that we want to have this ridiculous detector here is that if you don't bring the POW through here, we don't want to blow up this block because that gives away the next troll. So, Stevo, what does these do?
Well, it's similar to the thing from earlier where it's a spring and a shelmet, and it like with this setup, it just goes a different direction depending on whether there's a POW above it or not. So if you're holding the POW and you walk over there and load that in, the shell goes left and activates stuff. It hits that note block at the bottom, and it like what's that do? I think it just spawns a spikeball that rolls into the bomb. Note block.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah, and also so when you spawn a spikeball from a block, it usually always goes to the right, but that one has a parachute and lands on a left slope, so that makes it start rolling left.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's a really convenient setup for new troll makers. If you have a note block and it spawns downwards with a parachute spike when it lands on a slope that's 2 tiles below the note block, the spike will roll left instead of the usual right.
And also there's that coin that you have your cursor on, which just gets rid of the bomb if you throw the POW. It makes the bomb go down and do nothing.
Yeah. Because a lot of people would throw the POW. You can actually throw
Or hit
the
it
POW
by like
into
spinning down the hole or something.
Yeah. There's a lot of random things that happen here because your controls
That setup
are
is just like you do anything wrong and it fails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, that's that. But as Stevo said, if you carry the POW with you, this goes left. If you don't, it goes right.
Yeah, if you don't have the POW in a cell on track, that'll just bounce away to the right.
Yeah. We talk about who made each of these sections.
Oldest
So
Trolls was
Stevo was.
I made
Oldest
most
Trolls
of
was almost entirely
the
Stevo.
first half of. I made the first half of it. I think the Shelmet thing was.
The Shaman stuff
Janine.
was.
This was me, and then
It
Marvel.
was a combination of us three.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the level was
The
us three,
switch
but this section
here,
was mainly me.
the switchback was definitely Stevo.
Yeah, that was me. The POW blowing up at the end, and the because my original section was built around the 3 springs behind the boost stack that pushes you in the hole.
Yeah, it's actually kind of fun. A lot of people don't realize this is like a setup, but the reason springs come out and push you down the hole is because they're compressed together. And we had to spawn 2 of them because we were out of sprites.
Yeah.
So those
They
get spawned
spawn there,
together.
compressed together, then the launcher is sitting on top of that, and it's all hidden behind the boost stack.
Yeah. I'm still not sure why we didn't put a downwards one-way here. A lot of people, at least one person was like, "Oh, I'm supposed to cape fly into that gap,"
Oh god.
That
which would be a
funny.
soft lock if you got
Oh, that's
above
funny.
the
Great.
thing, so probably should have
Amazing.
put a one-way there, but I don't care. Anyway, if you
Anyway,
fly
moving
yourself
on.
up into that tiny little gap, that's your fault.
We're gonna get a screenshot sent to us in about 2 days' time saying terrible fiction level.
Terrible fixie level.
This is one of my favorite trolls in Finale, partly because it's mine.
Good reason.
It comes from a Yoko level that they sent to me where it was just like, you're standing on a thing outside of a door, and if you don't jump immediately, you die kind of setup. And I was like, okay, how do we make that be
Good.
How do we make that not awful? Yeah.
So I was experimenting with, there's a spike ball that's teleporting across here or something. That's not this guy, is it?
It can't be.
What's happening? Is it the launcher teleporting?
Anyway,
Just
so I was
doing that?
experimenting with you hit a block and then a 1-up does the thing. So it's like, and then I was like messing with the ground over here to like try and change your trajectory, and at some point it just like flipped me through 2 blocks like that, and I was just like, that's beautiful. What's weird about it and that just got hit. Am I like spawning inside the notebook? I don't know. What's weird about it is that if you are on either side, if you're like holding either direction, you dodge it. So this is very much like you get hit with it on like the 12th attempt that you happen to not have hit any buttons, and you go in there.
We were getting so nervous when Defender was playing this, because Defender is he's a man of routine. If he finds something that works, he'll replicate that frame for frame every time he goes through that thing before. So for some reason he decided that right after that, hitting that Kaiser block, about a second later he tapped left, and he did it every single attempt, like 15 attempts in a row. So we were counting down, okay, there's only 2 more trolls before he clears the room, and he never sees this.
Yeah.
Oh no, now there's only 1 more troll before he clears the room. And
he got it at the very end. It was fantastic.
He got it at the last possible chance, and it was utterly beautiful.
Hunter says I got hit on it the first time. Yeah, I mean that happens too.
That also happens sometimes.
Okay, so this is one of the first. I think this is the first player teleports through wall setup that we built.
Yeah, that's when we discovered it. Was when we right before we built that troll.
So there is a detached track launcher here. So there's a track launcher that is not on a track, but it is, happens to be next to a track. This is a broken track, and it's going to teleport all the way to the left as soon as it loads in. Now, you may be familiar, or may or may not be familiar, with the loading range behind a scroll stop, which is 3 tiles. You get to load 3 tiles off screen. So that launcher won't exist until the scroll stop is broken. What happens when you jump here is you hit a block, but there's actually not a hidden block detector. It's this thwomp here that goes. And there will be a bomb sandwiched in there. This star like that. If the thwomp isn't being activated by me being right there. Yeah, there's a thwomp sandwiched in there. And that's going to both switch the switch and blow up this block. Once the block is blown up, we need to clear out these for the same scanning row reasons. Because
that's for teleporting the other thing.
Oh, that's for teleporting the other guy, yeah.
The launcher will just go on its own.
The launcher will just teleport along the bottom, and it's very tall, so it gets you. The shape of this room is really important, because in order to actually teleport through walls, you can't be pressed up against the wall. So it's really important that the player is falling during that. And you can actually, if you duck jump into this thing here, weird stuff happens, and that's why this pipe is blocked off.
You need to grab the helmet and do things with it for it to unblock the pipe.
That's not a soft lock, is it?
What? Probably.
Not sure.
The vine thing is open, isn't it?
It might be open.
Oh yeah, the vine thing's open, so you can just stun the spikes.
Oh yeah, but you can survive it by holding up on the vines. But yeah, so you teleport all the way through here, and one of the things I discovered was that you collect coins, including red coins, as you do. So that's
a nice
fun.
Sign effect on that.
And you go in this door, and you get a nice anti-soft lock, which is this was Alarin's here. This upside down Buzzy Beetle teleports. It's carry teleportation, but sort of upside down carry teleportation, where that guy just goes.
It's the same rules, but the thing is on the bottom of the block because that's how it works.
Yep. And for some reason we're delaying it slightly because I think it was broken if it went too fast. The launcher was still there and stuff was happening. But that is going to reference the left side of the level again. Boo. In this column, which has nothing in it. It's going to go all the way to the bottom to scan. Which is why we need to destroy the blocks down here. So then it's going to scan here until it hits this block. Go back to where it was. And for some reason it ends up one to the left of... It like clips into the P-switch. I don't really know.
If it ends up one to the further left than that, it drops, or it drops immediately for some reason. If
Interesting.
it clips into the ground and then gets shoved out of the ground, like 1 frame later, it stays on the ceiling. for
I'm
some
really
reason.
actually happy about how this room managed to keep up the interest on like the second pass.
Yeah.
Because that's actually really hard to do.
I really like the dumb, simple trolls with the shell in that spot you already went through.
Yeah, this was me and Marble put this
Good.
together. And they're just dumb and simple, right? Like you hit the switch and then the launcher moves to the left a little bit because it hits a slope.
Yeah.
You lose your shell because there's a spike ball behind you, right? But they're still effective. And then there's a little, when you load this guy in, ice coin melts, so when you come back, it does a double switch.
The
This
cycle
is-
can spawn.
By the way, everyone should know this setup. That's just a double switch right there. You just spawn
Yeah, it's really convenient.
a spike ball from a note block by hitting it from the side. It switches.
It also happens at the maximum speed that the switch can happen.
Yeah. Oh wait, I want Marble to explain his stupid progressive power-up chain chomp thing. I don't know how it works.
Well, firstly, actually, you can change this to water because this section now works in water. So you can just show
Heck yeah.
all the contraptions working.
Oh, that's
It wasn't
cool.
like that at most points in time, but luckily, I guess, you need to start from the door though.
Of course I do.
Yeah, as always.
Anything I ever build needs to be loaded correctly from the intended point, otherwise it doesn't work.
A lot of my trolls,
Whereas
you can
anything
just spawn
Stevo
right
builds,
next
you
to.
can just spawn next to it and it's fine.
Okay,
Okay,
so everything kind of figured itself out. There was a bomb explosion.
Don't know why there's a bomb explosion.
Don't worry about it.
So that is that thwomp hitting the block. That's you there. You see, we reused that spike ball. That spike ball down there is to kill the fish. So that if you're stupid like me, this is a soft lock. That's hilarious. Let's try that again. But not stupid this time.
Actually dodging the trolls.
Also, may seem obvious, but for non-troll makers, the reason everything below the lava is ridiculous is because we're trying to spawn as many things as possible out of blocks. And the reason we're doing that is because items that come out of blocks don't count towards the editor entity limit, which means we get more entities than the 100 we're basically allowed to place in the world.
Alright, so what would you like me to do, Marble?
Firstly, just hit it and then run away. So what happens is there's a setup behind the score stop, which is also used for the Jankland setup, for the Jankland room, but I made a stupid thing that took quite a few hours. That basically the contraption works for both sections, and it's like a hybrid thing. Anyway, so what it does in this room is you hit the Kaiser block, mushroom comes out of it, and with a very specific timing it breaks it, so the mushroom does a weird floaty thing and then falls into the lava. The stuff other than lava is this seesaw thing, which if the mushroom lands on it, it does nothing. However, if you manage to get the mushroom,
That is in fact an
can you-
offset cloud. Right.
yes, that's an offset cloud.
We use offset blocks for contraptions because they're actually very convenient. So,
Yeah, and they're not sprites, which is nice.
yeah.
So when you happen to get the mushroom, it doesn't land on the seesaw, which means that if you stop for a second, you see that spring near the bottom of the screen that's on the seesaw. It means that spring doesn't get raised, and the spikeball that's going below the screen right now, but it happens to hit that spring because it's not been moved out of the way yet, and that goes off and does magical things and spawns our chain chomp and clown car. So if you get the mushroom here, stuff happens. The seesaw doesn't get weighed down, which means this happens.
Oh, that's
There it
actually
goes.
really simple. It's cool.
Yeah.
And all those fire flowers down there are just to make sure the seesaw gets weighed down in the correct manner, so that it's like as near as possible to the surface of the lava, so that the mushroom doesn't have to fall very far through the lava where it's slow
That
before
spikeball
it hits the
is
seesaw. And that spike ball is the one that's placed in the world here.
Yeah, it's just there.
It just falls through the seesaw because the seesaw's already tipped up by the time that spike ball spawns.
Got it. All right. Well, that exists.
Yeah.
All right. I'm running out of steam here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's enough about the Metaland section. I mean, the
Met-
modern era section, we can do Metaland very briefly. It's actually turned out to be really, really simple in the final version, but there were
Yeah, because we
ridiculous
cut out the
contraptions
most
at some
complicated
point.
thing and replaced it with my stupid, it's just tracks and Yoshi egg.
Yeah.
This was actually fairly difficult to set up. It's actually kind of easy to set up a cannon in such a way that you don't die, but Yoshi does, which is very silly and maybe has troll potential.
You can just move that cannon up by one to demonstrate that.
Yeah, though you can see this.
Yeah, you can see this. So we needed to move it. If we put it on a half tile, then you can't see it, and you can stand on it, but Yoshi can't stand on it for some reason. So we needed to find out something that you can stand on, Yoshi can stand on, but you can't see it. And
And the way we did it
to
was
do
with
that.
this offset donut block, which is
Yes.
very silly. So it's like just under the... I need to be far enough. We had to save sprites, so we spawned munchers to push the thing up the blocks. And that offset donut block is there so the muncher doesn't keep bouncing on the note block. It just sits on the offset donut.
Yeah.
This spike ball is what controls the hub room. It teleports. Kind of hard to see, but this is a broken track into a curved track. It teleports and destroys this entire row of blocks.
Most of them are vine blocks, so they're respawned by the time you come back into the hub room.
Yeah.
But the hard blocks there, they
This
don't
guy-
respawn, and that
So this guy exists. This guy bounces up and blocks you from going back in there. It's really important that you couldn't go through other sections in this state. And then
Yeah.
some garbage happens over here because we had to save a bunch of sprites. Anyway!
Something stuff happens.
This bomb is also a big part of it. It spawns when you go to Meadowland and comes and blows up part of the... like... Actually, see this? Right there. It blows up all of that, but... this is a vine block. The stuff that is vine blocks just kind of sticks around.
respawns.
But I think that's about it. I need to go.
Yeah, we've been streaming for almost 6 hours.
I'm
That's
hungry.
a long
And
thing
we
and a
haven't
lot
even
of
had a break.
oh boy.
All these setups are the type of setups that require setups to set up. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. I couldn't have put it more eloquently.
Garbo
could've-
Land Room explanation. Oh, jeez.
No.
It's pick a path and the pick a paths.
Yeah. This one kills you. This one gives you the hint, and this one is correct. All of these are the same, and they're all wrong, including when you have the Shelmet. Defender actually went in there on purpose to be like, I need to get the Shelmet, and I have the Shelmet so I can get the Shelmet. Yo, dog, I heard you like Shelmets. Yeah, there's not much. Oh, these are just all offset blocks, so they don't exist.
Yeah,
Yeah,
People
that's
were
all
amazed by
that.
that, but it's actually fairly straightforward. This
same
is
as
a
the
fairly
thing-
late change that we made, like a week before release, days before release even, and it saved us a sprite, so I'm happy about it. So, yay! Because it used
we
to be that
needed
you
that
could
for
technically
your
get
sake.
hit by Bowser Fire in here, and then we didn't give you a backup Shelmet, and it was garbage. But yeah. I tested that as well just to see what would happen. Yep. Testing it to see what would happen is defensible. What Defender did was he came in here and was like, oh, now that I have a Shelmet, I can get the Shelmet so that I can continue.
I can use said Shelmet.
Very silly.
Now I can break the block so I can get the Shelmet to break the block.
Okay. If
Anyway.
you have any last questions, now is your last chance before we get off and go to bed.
Thank you all for coming and hanging out with us.
Yeah, thank you.
This was a lot of fun. Wagon World is done, man. It's just so weird. It was
Now
so
I can
long
actually
just
work on the
being
level.
like, you know, oh, it's so
Yeah.
soon, so soon, so soon.
Oh.
Galaxy Brain.
The three of us definitely haven't immediately went to another project. No.
Oh god, I'm not sure I want to work on that project later today.
Yeah,
I was planning on
fair,
after it
yeah.
finished.
that's fair.
Oh.
I'm not doing anything the rest of the day. Super fun to watch. Thanks
Yeah.
for streaming. Thanks so much for hanging out, Oshi. It was great to have you here. When is Wagon World 2? 50 years. As
Yeah,
Tomorrow.
Exactly.
as Marble said in the bonus video.
Yes. Also, I figured out why my audio was so terrible in that bonus video. It was taking the audio from my laptop mic, despite having a much better mic 2 inches from my mouth. It just took the wrong source.
That'll happen. Wagon
Good
World
job.
took forever,
You did
but
it.
it lived up to the hype. Thanks, Shade Kitty. That means a lot. It had a lot of hype, so we... Like, the more hype that it got, the more nervous we were, and the more like, oh, maybe we should fix this.
Yeah. I remember people being scared that streamers wouldn't want to play through the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean,
And then we made that problem much better by making the Super World like 15 hours long.
well, because, you know...
Yeah, that was the
I
problem.
think it would have been worse if it was shorter, honestly, because people would have tried to just play it in one sitting. But
Well,
like,
if it was much shorter, people could have played it in one sitting. But then that might not have been good.
yeah, exactly. But no, the pacing of the overall project was fine. There were a couple of things like Winter Blunderland. I was a little.
Winter Blunderland.
The
I
pacing
think,
was the main issue.
no, I think a lot of the trolls didn't work as well as they should have. Like that POW pickup troll, it ended up not working that well, and some of the other
We
ones.
could have cut some stuff and it would have been a little bit better. But what it is.
Whatever. I still think it's a good level.
It's a
Art
good
is
level.
never finished, only abandoned.
And this is very much abandoned. I am not touching Wagon World ever again. Other than to upload it for people to play. But there will never be a V9. I'm done. Somebody
If you
finds a
find a
soft lock
soft
after
lock,
the
you
checkpoint
can,
point. You can
wait out
time
the timer.
Yeah.
Have fun.
That's it. I don't care anymore. I don't know.
You
Barring
can't
a
figure
bug
out
in
how
the
to
level
beat
that
it.
sets someone's switch on fire and burns down their house, I don't think we're going to change anything. That's
I mean, we
not
might
really
apologize,
there's a
but, you know.
3.0.2.
My one troll. Which is your one troll in this thing, Shade? I forget. It's
wait,
been so
I think
long.
I know what it
Oh
is.
yeah, you were in the credits. Why were you in the credits? I don't think you
I'm
actually.
pretty sure the one troll they made was near the end of Blunderland, where you walk into a snowball and a fish falls on your head.
Oh, that had a much better hit rate, like, before, and then for some reason, no, we didn't change anything about it, and then everyone started dodging it. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that in the world. For
Maybe
some
just
reason.
like player training changed, and like expectations changed, and like, you know, the things that people tend to do. I don't know.
That's weird.
Anyway. Well, thank you all for coming once again. We're gonna sign off. This has been Wagon World. Hope you had fun.
This has indeed been Wagon World.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
That was big.
Yay!
Yay.
All right, get out of here. Eat
Ooh.
some food. Take care of yourselves. Have a
Go
great
to bed.
rest of your Sunday. And yeah, be all around.
Bye.